as we say, Sebastian Enholm missing from the grids here for Q1. Not sure if he's missing from the entry list. Say we had updated entry list coming in left, right and centre, but if Enholm's missing, then Rierson is the championship leader.
What a feeling that must be to win on your first ever start at Holjes. It's quite different to the tracks in France. So tracks in France do have elevation change. Thrown by the snow.
Where are we? Snow in the background. Sorry.
I was thrown by the snow.
Where are we?
It's just so unusual, isn't it?
It's brilliant. I love it. We really weren't expecting it last night. Our hotel is in a cross-country ski resort, which is around what, 40k away, I suppose, from here. And as we climbed up through the fog, it was like, what's this white stuff? Oh, it's snow. That is a representation of the countries who are competing in RallyX Nordic. I remember the first time Fraser McConnell came here, there was a frantic dash to find a Jamaican flag, not something which had been particularly necessary, Hal, in the history of rallycross.
I'm sure Fraser had a Jamaican flag on.
I reckon he's got a crate full of them, hasn't he? If he hasn't got a crate full of flags, I'm sure Visit Jamaica. So if he hasn't got a crate full of flags, I'm sure somebody will be posting one over just about now. Andre Bendixen, Damien Crepeau, Sondra Troyterud and Hampus Radstrom in this one. Amazing start on the inside from Andre Bendixen, who we saw last time out in Denmark. Bendixen with a clear hole shot, going to stand on the brakes now, get that car rotated in early, just cover off the inside line. Nicely done. And Bendixen leading. Bendixen was Q23 both days in Neeson, so didn't go its way in Neeson, Hal, but we'll be hoping for better results here.
Yeah, I think he broke down with an issue in one of the sessions. Trying to rack my brains to a couple of weeks ago. He was quick at times, wasn't he? But yeah, he was quick at times, wasn't he? And his cross car looks so different from many of the others. There's such a wide variety of cars here, and I think that's a nice thing for me with the new FIA initiative. It still allows for that different variety of manufacturers, where a lot of classes are single make, and that has its massive pluses too, doesn't it? But it's nice to see a bit of variety.
In terms of entry line there, Radstrom has been variety in terms of entry line there. Radstrom has been Joker and is coming through in the blue buggy at the back of your picture. Can Radstrom get past Crepeau here? Going to be side by side. Radstrom just in front, uses the curb and the dirt above it. That's when you know someone's properly trying on. Crepeau was just a gear too low there, and in fact stalled up mid-corner. You can see with just a little bit too much rotation on the car, and then with it being on the limiter, literally on the limiter already, had nowhere to go with the RPM. Bendixen misses the apex in the quick right-hander. That's going to cost some time as well. A few mistakes creeping in here, Hal. To be fair to these guys, to be fair to these guys, that they are learning to be as quick and as consistent as the guys at the front of the pack. It's not to say they're not fast, but being fast and being fast over several laps are two different things, as we see a couple of mistakes in the background again. I think it's Troyterud who is potentially holding up Bendixen slot back. Radstrom, is it? Having jokered. Bendixen slot back in P3, having jokered in the green and black buggy. And yeah, it's Troyterud in the green and black buggy.
There's a great example, Andrew, of how the velodrome can work brilliantly. Radstrom went wide on the entry. We saw Andreas Backward pull that on Timmy Hansen, didn't we? Or maybe it was the other way around in 2013 in the final here for the European Championship. You can go wide on the entry and you carry so much more momentum. It's like an American oval race, isn't it, where you go high to go low. And
people pull the handbrake on the inside line and almost stall the car at the apex and then accelerate on the inside. It cleans a little bit how it rubbers in. It's great.
As are all of them in Holjes, so there isn't a bad corner here, is there?
It's the one. Have you done a lap of Holjes yet? Is this somewhere we want to do a lap? It is for me.
Yes, obviously.
Would this be somewhere you'd want to do your first ever lap of a supercar?
Depends what you've done before, doesn't it? I think there's so many variables. Variable is the word of the day, isn't it? But there's so many different facets to that. If you've done a lot of driving, I think yes. If you've never ever driven a racing car before, then absolutely not. No.
Let's look at the data. The three-dimensional. Let's look at the data. So here you were airborne here, and here. And some of the dirt inside here and here. It's, Loiak.
And then he rolled.
For 86,000 euros. Thanks. And here's the bill for 86,000 euros. Thanks. Never see you again. It's not the best place to house this maybe to make a debut. And actually, we got in the next race, we have somebody who is making a debut. We've got Katie Munnings coming up in the next one. Hampus Radford 3:15.4.
Interesting how the times
still Isaac Grierson 3:09.
Interesting how the times have got incrementally slower, even though had a
Track in theory should be getting quicker.
Radstrom's had a relatively trouble-free race, was just slightly slower than the winner of the previous race on track. And this is the last race of the first cross-course session.
Inside line, Tommy Svard. Then it's Alain Feller. Inside line, Tommy Svard. Then it's Alain Feller. Isaac Egonson and Katie Munnings. Ready to race light comes on. Here we go. Ready to race light comes on. Here we go. Svard making a good start on the inside line. Egonson as well. Svard making a good start on the inside line. Egonson as well. Egonson going to try and come around the outside of Svard. Katie Munnings put the squeeze on in P4. Drops down, gets on the dirt on the outside line. Almost contact there in turn one as well. It is Tommy Svard. And over the crest now, it is Tommy Svard who is leading from Isaac Egonson. Egonson in the Wonder car again. Egonson making great ground on the exit on the way into Velodrome now. Dives on the brake, the nose of the buggy, drops down looking to the inside line. Can't quite find enough traction or enough space to get past Svard. Looking quicker here. Now runs off deep, and again, Halley's got to be so close in on that Armco barrier on the left-hand side. Two cars behind are missing. I wonder if there's been a coming together between Munnings and Feller.
Just saw Munnings in the background going through the right-hander before the jump. Watching these two guys go into that corner that Munnings was just going through, I think it was her anyway. It's so difficult to follow in these cross cars, isn't it? Very, very closely, because you need to get the rotation done, and unless you're really on top of the car and you're really confident, you can get much like drifting. When they drive in tandem, I think getting that rotation done when you're right up behind somebody else is actually very difficult.
Following is okay when you're on top of the car, isn't it? Trying to follow when you're not on top of the car, particularly, okay, these are all cross cars, but people are running vastly different chassis, they'll be running vastly different setups. It's not a case of, look, they're in the same car as me, if I do the same thing as them, it will be okay, I'll get that.
These you've got to be on your A game before you get in them.
For me, with a cross car, if you're not comfortable with over the limit car control, I think you're going to struggle personally. There are many occasions, as with karting, if you look at the people who are really quick at karting, yes, there's that perfect racing line thing. If you look at people who can pass, as a general rule, they're great at over the limit car control, because they come into a corner completely crossed up, scrubbing off the speed to the apex, block the car on the exit, and these things are the same. You're backing it into apexes, taking alternate lines, using handfuls of opposite lock, getting by the scrub until maybe recently, not enough value.
I think until maybe recently, not enough value was put on doing something like rallycross to learn for any discipline. You can do rallycross at this level in cross car, just like Oliver Solberg's done, and go into the very highest level of the World Rally Championship. You can do it and go into circuit racing. Look at our good friend Daniel Jordan, who started in junior rallycross, and then in touring cars, it was noticeable how much car control he had all the time because of his time in the junior formula in rallycross and then in the supercar. So there's so much to learn in such a short lap in these races that you can carry that through to all sorts of disciplines.
I think we're seeing a lot more now of the top drivers in any discipline going, right, I'm going ice racing this winter, I'm heading up to the lakes, and then sitting with somebody in the same way we've seen drivers get tarmac tuition. And tell you what, that's pretty close. 3:10.9, a surprise in the final race. Two cars at the top there, Isaac Egonson and Tommy Svard, both with 3:10.9 and 3:12.7. So 310.9 is potentially going to put Svard certainly going to be up in P2 or 3. Could be as high as P2, Howell. Certainly going to be now with P2 or 3. Katie Munning's coming round for the flag now with
Marco Jokinen, who joined us in the studio for Junior Cross Car. Be happy his driver. Marco Jokinen, who joined us in the studio for Junior Cross Car. Be happy his driver
through the cross car session,
going against the run of form in through the cross car session and going quicker than most of the previous races, bar the first one where Ryerson set the fastest time. So a great start to the weekend for Isaac Goranson, who went 310.912
in round 1, as in qualified
a couple of seconds ahead of Spa.
Q19 in round 1, as in qualified 19th, qualified 10th in Neeson. So that suggests to me that Eganson is getting on top of that car. How we've seen progressively quicker results. So to qualify, I don't have my detailed results from Neeson here, but to go from Q19 on day 1 to Q10 on day 2, and then potentially here, we think maybe has just gone into the top 2 or 3. Inside line, Supercar Lights, Niels Andersen, Annette. Round the Anderson alongside Anderson goes out slightly wide, going to get round the outside of Howman. Well played. Does Tommy Howman go Joker straight away? Yes, he does. Gets followed in by 2 cars. That's a disaster for them, but probably unsighted on the inside. They've made that decision. Niels Andersen leading for the standard laps, and Tommy Howman, who was brilliant for last time, leads of the drivers of Joker.
A disaster for them, but perfect for Howman. What you don't want to happen then from P2, he almost had the lead into T1, bailed from T2 to take the Joker, and you don't want someone that's a bit slow and not jokering and then getting caught behind them, but that was absolutely perfect for him. That everyone behind him jokered, and it leaves him clear air to catch his 2 guys up front, or at least try to catch his 2 guys up front.
I wonder, now Anderson has 2 choices here now, Hal. He knows that Howman is quick. Remember, it's fastest first. So Niels Andersen either responds with the Joker now to cover him off, or says, no, I'm going to go quicker and quicker on each lap, and I'm going to stay out front, and that's what he's gone for.
I think first race of a long weekend like this, you stay out, don't you? Or at least I would have him stay out, because he had the pace. He was on ultimate lap time. He was maybe 3rd overall through the Danish weekend. So he does have good speed, and I think
sorry, Hal, I think Enland's got a problem here, because he's really struggling to get that car turned in.
And he hasn't jokered yet.
No, exactly, and has actually held up Howman big time. So
really the message, guys, staying compact.
All right, Megan, here's an opportunity for Portland as they get numbers forward into the area. Goes to Valeri. He sends the goal and he scores! Diego Valeri has given the Portland Timbers that 2-goal cushion once again. It is now 3-1 in favor of the Portland Timbers.
The ball, but take a look at this from Valeri. It's a late run in from Valeri. It's that 3rd man combination, a little bit of a deflection, but it bounces just right for Valeri, and we've seen him do plays like this so many times before.
Welcome to a unique show, the longest saga in history, one you can experience every week live, a season without a script, improvised by protagonists. The best in the world who rehearse non-stop to offer you this masterpiece. A super production shot on more than 20 cameras using the latest technology.
And he'd been to Neeson, so he has some good experience there. Not much experience in the lights car, but it's running under the set promotion banner, but really he's running it as a family effort, a van and trailer job. Niels Andersen sends it into the Joker, Johan Kristoffersen style. Of course, he's being run by the Kristoffersen team this year, and he's got quite a margin there over Holman. Holman didn't lose that much time behind Enland, I don't think.
Interesting. I think maybe he did, but either way, it's an easy one for Anderson, isn't it? And this is a nice confidence builder right at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, perfect. Like you say, it gives you some personal confidence. Even if it doesn't matter that Holman was held up, ultimately Niels will know he's won the race, and he's got a perfect start.
A win's a win, and also a clean win from the whole shot as well. In terms of lap times, you'll be able to look at this, and instead of coming back and going, right, my race was compromised, this went wrong, that went wrong, you come back and look at lap time to go, am I quick enough? Where can I go quicker? Niels Andersen takes the first race of lights here, 3:11.621.
Yeah. And he was quicker than Holman on every lap, so...
okay, so gapping him as well. Enland, what is wrong with Enland? Because there's no front punctures, Hal, but the car just looks like a pig, doesn't it? Which probably, I'm guessing, transmission issue.
Of course, the timing screen's updated now and proved me wrong, but Anderson would have jokered on the last lap, so obviously Holman went quicker. There's lots of steering inputs there, aren't there? So I guess it's something front right, which we haven't seen. And he's done the right, as long as it's not causing massive more damage, he's done the right thing by dragging it to the end.
Yeah, you're doing a DNF. Oh, no, not now. No, no.
Sorry, Martin.
No, yes, Hal, no. I'll tell you, Hal Ridge has become exceptional at the commentator's curse. He's only been doing this a couple of years, and he can literally kill someone's chances with just a few words about them. Epic win. Oh, sorry. Huge roll. Niels Andersen with a 3:11.621. Martin Enland almost dropping it into the gravel at the end of the race, 3:58.6 the other end of that. Howman held up a little by Enland, but as Hal has said, looking at the lap times, potentially wasn't quite as quick as Niels Andersen anyway. Inside to outside, that's left to right. You've got Martin Jonsson, Linus Ostland, Martin Exbuth, Simon Olofsson and Gregory Foss. Simon Olofsson was in imperious form in Neeson in the black and yellow lights car towards the right-hand side of the grid. Took a clean sweep on day one. On day two was on for a clean sweep and had a belt break on the engine in his semi-final, so retired. So watch for Olofsson in the black and yellow, P2 in the championship to Howman, but definitely the form guy Neeson with a brilliant start. But on his inside, not going to be able to come all the way across to the apex. 3 cars wide, contact. Ostland heads off into Olofsson. Olofsson, disaster into the gravel. I think that might be his broken front left as well. It looked like he was running deep. Maybe has got away with it. I thought there'd been contact there and that he wasn't able to turn in, but maybe he's just gone a little bit too quickly into turn 2. Linus Ostland leads. Olofsson having to do almost a 3-point turn to get that back on track. Is it broken? That's a disaster. How great reaction time, but too many cars on his inside. He's a very long way off the circuit there, isn't he? Meanwhile, Ostland is pulling a few car lengths up front. I think he just ran a bit deep in turn 2, didn't he? And it's so easy to do that after the contact of turn 1 to carry that momentum in. Fosse again in third, doing a fantastic job in another new track to him. But Ostland will really, really want to get this race win under his belt to start his weekend well. I think he will have been disappointed with it. I don't think it's unfair to say he will be disappointed with his ultimate pace in Neeson. I think he started this season as a title favourite, and of course that's still a big possibility to do that. I know the OMSE guys that run the car were expecting maybe a little bit more, and it just didn't click over the course of the weekend. And you know, his dad's the clerk of the course here, isn't he? He knows this track better than anybody, and he'll be hoping to get this race done and dusted and off to a strong start. Yeah, it was good on day one, wasn't it? P2 on day one, but not able to match Olofsson. Olofsson, yeah, I hope he recovers from this immediately, because Olofsson was incredible in Neeson. Was rightly gutted when a broken belt took him out of what was potentially going to be a perfect weekend. Now he's come to Holjes. Bad time, wasn't it, in the semi-final? Oh yeah, a final you'd have lost less points, and he was going to make the final 100%. Yeah, if he'd lose a few points, he would have been leading the championship. Because it happened in the semi-final, Tommy Howman overcame him in the points battle. Now he's sitting on the outside of turn 1 in Q1 in round 3, and you're starting to think, great, this is the way my luck's going. It's really important for him to grab himself and pull himself up from that little lull and go, I can still do this. We talked about it a lot in the broadcast from Neeson, didn't we? He's had a massively turbulent lights career. He's been doing this longer than, I think, probably longer than anybody in this field. Won this title 2016, I think it was. He won this championship, but he's had such an up and down few years, and it seems to be plagued by problems quite often, and hopefully he can get back on top of it this weekend, get his head down. Of course, he'll be in a race now for Q2 where he's with some of the slower drivers, and if he can get out front, he can arguably set a much better time. Ostland into the Joker. Like I said, he knows this better than anyone, but ran a little bit wide on the left-hander in the first part, but very tidy on the exit, and he's got this well and truly in the bag, hasn't he? Yeah, clearly in front, a little bit of a tight emerge behind, but nothing too dramatic. It's Jonsson who drops into P2. Experth is in P3 in the yellow and white. I suppose the question mark is over whether or not the lap times are there to match Andersen's 3:11 from the first one. Couple of mistakes from Ostland, and it was a scrappy turn 1 compared to Andersen. So if he is close, then the lap times are good. He's not going to be far off, look. Into the long hairpin left and away. A couple of seconds back, maybe. I reckon a 12.6, 13.1. So 3:13.1. You could take a second of that off, I reckon, for turn 1. Running a bit deep. Olofsson, look, Olofsson's out of the car. And they're taking the scoop over to pick it up and get it out of the way. I'm not convinced anybody else can return to the paddock right now, so we might have a little hold up here. I'm not really sure what's happened now. I wonder if he's kept his foot buried, bounced through the gravel, and then hit something and broken the car, because it's in a really
odd place. If it was still running, you'd have done what Enlund did in the previous one and dragged it around, wouldn't you? So, not ideal.
Let's have another look. So, black and yellow car of Olofsson. Watch the inside. Osland is there. It's 3 cars wide, look. Osland gets a push from the inside and then runs out into Olofsson.
He's so unlucky there. He'd already bailed, hadn't he? He'd already come back out of turning in too hot on the guys ahead.
Now I can see what's happened, Hal. As he's so deep in the gravel trap, he's then turned left because he knows he's not going to make it through. Do you see what I mean? He's gunned it up here, and then it's died, and it's gone no further. He had to bail forwards, didn't he? Because if he tried to go to the right, he either would have hit the Armco or buried it in the loose.
I wonder what the stewards would have to say if you'd have done a donut by the gravel trap and then dragged it back through. I think you'd have got it. I think you'd have got away with it. But yeah, maybe he's got another problem.
He'd have been given my big gold medal for that, Hal, wouldn't he? The stamp, the big gold stamp medal we created. I'm going to have.
I don't think it would have been very impressive. It would probably be very slow and tedious trying to drag yourself out of a gravel trap.
Yeah, but as long as it looks awesome.
But I don't think it would.
It was points for style. You don't think? I don't think it would. Well, it certainly would have looked more impressive than this, which is being scooped up and dragged back. But what's key as well here is this is a one-day event. So come Saturday, Sunday, we've got round 4. You've probably got time to have a proper issue and fix it between sessions. Not so today,
isn't it? Yeah.
And we've got 15 cars, and only the top 12 are going to go through to the semi-finals. So the P2 man in the championship, Simon Olofsson, with a DNF. Not ideal. And at the minute, Tommy Howman, I think, was P2 in the first one. 3:11.6 is still the benchmark for Nils Andersson. Andersson leads the session. One race to go, and looking at the drivers in it, I'd have to say I reckon Andersson's got this one in the bag. But let's see. There's another look at that contact from the outside. He really is unlucky. It looks like front right, but if it was only a drive shaft, he'd drag it out, Hal. It didn't look collapsed, did it, on the suspension? Last 5 cars. 4 lights. On the inside, Gustav Bergström, Isaac Sockvist in P2, Ida Tornholt P3, Natalie Peterson P4, and Kasper Janssen on the outside, who was another driver I wanted to give my big gold stamp medal to. We'll explain that later. It's going to be a long weekend. Basically, watch for utter commitment from Janssen on the outside. And that's what I'm talking about. Jump the start. That's how committed he is.
I think Bergström jumped it on the inside first.
He did?
To be fair, yeah.
Okay, let's see where the Joker goes first of all. Well, that's some peripheral vision, isn't it, to jump from P? Oh no, I suppose you would have jump start lights, yeah, and then you go.
It's quite a nice livery from the side, that, isn't it? From the front, it looks a bit bland, but from the side, it's
we do like a livery, don't we? Marshall's there with the Joker board. So the headset the Marshall is wearing will be 2 race control, and that's warning, warning for everybody else, basically, and then he should flip that round, and Hal is right. Yes, Eagle Eye Ridge. Double Joker to the inside line for Gustav Bergström.
Junior driver for KMS, so he's learning from the master, as is Nils Andersson, but Nils is probably quite a lot more experienced.
Right, thumbs up from the Marshals again. Here we go. Bergström, Sockvist, Tornholt, Peterson, Janssen. He's got an aborted start there for some reason. You could see the top in the middle of the grid. Has somebody moved again? Ida Tornholt and Natalie Peterson, if you're wondering, are female drivers. So is that a jump start, Hal, or is that just a sensor which has been knocked down?
Sometimes it doesn't take much for the sensors to be a little bit upset after a jump start, does it?
Nobody's been... or is he running off to get the Joker board? Hang on. Here we go. Has he got the board? No, thumbs up. So no jump start. It's just a reset on the start as far as we're aware. One more time. Rewind. Here we go. Oh, Janssen with a bad start on the outside, maybe just a little bit upset by that. Ida Tornholt with a good start in the middle of the grid, going to try and shut the door across, gets a tap from behind. Tornholt goes round, backwards, heads off in reverse across turn 1. And it is, in fact, Kasper Janssen, who got a terrible start from slot number 5, who's come out of that in front in the green and black, as you can see. And from the inside line, Gustav Bergström. Oh, I'm glad to see that car getting out of the way, because that was absolutely bang on the racing line as well. Ida Tornholt, bit unlucky there with a good start, Hal, but it tried to shut the door and there wasn't enough space.
In a circuit like this, in the early phases of qualifying, it's not always bad to have an initial bad phase of the launch, because it lets whatever's going to happen develop in front of you, and you can nip inside and make hay, can't you? And that's exactly what happened to Janssen there.
Right, Janssen then was super sideways and committed everywhere in Denmark. We were impressed by that simply because you can wind that back and get some good time. So Janssen committed, but I think inconsistent, definitely. Remember, running wide everywhere, always on the limiter, spectacular to watch. Tell you what though, big commitment through the curbs again here.
Yeah, big commitment, and that's a risk, isn't it? I think that this early in the weekend to be for that sort of suits what we saw last time out. Like you say, you can tidy all that up. I think making a slow driver quick is difficult. Making a quick driver tidy up is relatively easy if they've got some good guidance around them. And I also think, as we were saying about, is it Holberg in the cross car category? If you look at the big set there, not
not scared. Hashtag not scared.
I was just about to say that you can be more sendy around here than you can in Nice. I mean, it doesn't cost you so much time, but he lost quite a lot on the exit of the final corner there. But, you know, certainly into these quite tight corners ahead of the velodrome, you need to get a lot of rotation done, and having that confidence to move the car around underneath you. I think someone like Skogqvist here, who's come from karting, that's where you really have to try and find the time, because you don't have that experience necessarily, whereas Janssen doesn't have that problem. He just needs to be a little bit more on top of it. And yeah, we're not criticising him. It's just what you see visually, and I think he can do that. He's clearly very quick.
I think we've already seen quicker tidiness around the whole circuit, and even that corner from the previous lap to this lap. Okay, the previous lap backed it in too much. This lap probably came in a little bit too hot. But each time learning and adjusting what's going on. And look at this. Look at the entry into the Joker. Seriously, I like Janssen. I've got an eye on Janssen.
Absolutely nailed that. That was very impressive.
That's Larson style on the way into there. Came in, nailed the apex. Look at that as well. Nailing everything. Nailing the front bumper on the car. So Janssen on a big push, clearly out in front. I'm keen to see what the time's going to be. 3:11.6 is that target time of Niels Andersen. Come on, Kasper, keep it lit. Little bit of a bump developing down the hill there where the gravel comes onto the tarmac. We saw that last year as well, and that can just run you a little bit wide, particularly if it's damp. Not going to beat Niels Andersen's time. But I'll tell you what, with the mistakes, Hal, that's the little couple of mistakes we saw in that corner. 3:14.8 isn't too bad. Linus Ostlund quicker from the previous one, so it has...
Just a second and a half slower than Linus Ostlund, I think is...
Who's an expert around this circuit.
Pretty good run, that.
Yeah, and we've already seen visually, haven't we, little areas. I mean, you won't improve on that Joker lap. That was absolutely mint.
He made it all back up there, didn't he?
I'll be looking back at the data and going, well, that was perfect. So, like, you can ignore the other little things, the slightly over-exuberant entries into the last corner.
And that's the thing with these lights cars as well, isn't it? You've got to be smooth, because they don't have the power of a supercar, but they do have a lot of traction being four-wheel drive, and they're very good Cooper tyres, the Cooper RallyX tyres. So yeah, he can tidy it up, and I think he can be a threat. Watch his space.
Destroyed everybody else in this one. I think you could see there's a little bit. Okay, poor Ida Tornholt was turned around in the first corner after a great start. But Kasper Janssen has gone significantly quicker than anyone else in this race. That's going to see Kasper move up into a quicker heat next time out, and that's always good when you're trying to learn the little tricks of a circuit. Okay, deep breath, reset, supercar time, Q1, Heat 1, Round 3 of RallyX Nordic. We are at Holjes for the supercar action. Supposed to be 4 cars in this one, but we're missing one from the inside line. It is Andreas Carlson, who I believe was quick in practice yesterday, but Carlson is missing from the first one. So you've got Enzo Ede, Philip German and Fraser McConnell. McConnell, who won round 1 and was P3 at round 2. Enzo Ede had a torrid weekend, but gets a brilliant start on the inside line. Enzo Ede gets the traction off the line. McConnell equal to it. McConnell's got to watch out for German on the inside. Can hold German off, surely goes standard lap. McConnell backs it into turn 1. Enzo Ede a little bit later on the rotation, maybe on the handbrake through there, but it's Ede and McConnell, and in the background German's gone Joker, and that, Hal, is perfect for these two guys.
Yes and no. I think Gurman being so close to Fraser on the entry to turn 2 meant that Fraser couldn't bail and joke, and I think maybe what he really would have liked to have done there is split the strategy, especially in a 3-car race. He maybe would have done his own thing. He knows he's got good pace. He knows Ida's got good pace, so it's not at the end of the world to be following him, but you know that the option of splitting the strategy was gone by Gurman just being on the outside, and we saw Gurman's car just hop up a little bit. Remember Marklin's crash in 2015 when he hit the wall, so it's very easy to have contact there.
So now McConnell can go now if he wants, but he's got to make sure the gap back is big enough to Gurman. He doesn't want to get held up and decides not to, but likewise he doesn't want to sit behind Ide for too long if he feels he's quicker than Enzo. Enzo, we know, has had some testing here, and hell, I was gutted for Enzo in Neeson. It didn't quite go his way. He got a bit cross, put some great stuff on social media, and was, you know, he just wasn't really very happy with his weekend. I don't think it was a reflection of the pace which we've seen from him.
He's really embraced the sport, hasn't he? He loves rallycross. Matthias Ekström brought him into it, and now Enzo's doing all on his own with the team that Matthias runs with Joel Kristoffersson, EKSJC. He's done lots of testing over the winter. He's been to Strängnäs. He's been up here for a few days. He tested here in the snow. I think he's really enjoying it. And the Neeson weekend just didn't come together for him. He had radio problems. He had the obvious problems with contact. Fraser goes Joker. So there's 2 laps to go. Fraser's splitting the strategy, going Joker.
Watch now for the merge with Gurman on the inside line. Gurman not quite quick enough, or is he going to be alongside McConnell? He is. Gurman just about there. McConnell has only just made up the time there. So this is a great run by Philip Gurman. Gurman didn't have a brilliant weekend in Neeson, did he? Didn't go the way he wanted.
I was just thinking that, talking about people who had difficult weekends. He had a lot of problems, engine and turbo based,
yes.
and you just get in that spiral, don't you? I think there's some driveline issues with drive shafts and stuff, and he does have good pace. You know, he's got some podiums previously, and I think he's being all over Fraser is a really good indication of that.
Yeah, and so, you know, me, take my hat off to Gurman, apologies there. You know, I'm thinking, okay, he's joking, let's get him out the way of the slower car. And the reason he's a slower car is he had a rotten weekend in Neeson. He's had a better weekend here so far. He's right behind McConnell. McConnell has lost time to Ide on that last lap, so Ide's been just a little bit tidier and hasn't had to defend. Of course, McConnell had to defend from Gurman coming off the Joker merge. So Enzo Ide out in front in the Audi S1. Great performance by him. These guys are going to be hoping to hold off what is a more impressive entry definitely coming up. Got some drivers in the later heats who you'll be familiar with if you're a World Championship fan, and I think Ide's time can be threatened here. It's been a tidy run through the long left-hander. Going to stop the clocks on a 3:03.116. So 3:03.116 for Enzo Ide. But we've got the likes of Kristoffersson, Michalak, you've got Evgen, Choo-Choo's back this weekend, we've got Markland and Hedström, and then, oh yes, Gronholm, Sabo and Backerud in the final race. World Championship regulars, one of whom is competing in an electric car this weekend. First time at international level that electric cars have gone directly up against IC, internal combustion. Backerud will be hoping to show that the pace of what was the Project E car and now what have they renamed it? Project E is no more, so what have Stard renamed? Well, the car was always named it anyway, but what's the official name for it?
It's the ERX, isn't it? So Backerud's driving the Ford Fiesta ERX this weekend.
Interesting to see what you can do with it.
I like Johan's livery update. Lower maintenance, but looks cool.
No decals across the front of the bumper, you mean? Yeah, we know they're going to all get scraped off, so let's just not put them on, and we can just rattle can it at the end of each race.
Wonder if he knows what a rattle can is.
Yeah, very English, sorry, yes, spray can. So, Choo-Choo in the DS3 and P3 on the grid. Great start by Kristoffersson, but a good start by Michalak on the inside line. Kristoffersson goes later on the brakes, pitches it in, 2 wheels over the curb. Yes, Johan, nicely done. Off into the Joker lap goes Michalak on the outside line. And it is Kristoffersson with Evgen slotting in behind, and then Choo-Choo in P3.
Executed that with all of the class of a triple World Rallycross champion. Hadn't won the start, didn't have enough margin over Michalak on the inside to turn in, but brake later, got the rotation done, and see you later.
Still gets whole shot. It's just mad, isn't it? If you watched Extreme a few weeks ago, Kristoffersson did just typical Kristoffersson things in turn 1, both times, and basically got out of the dust, made impossible moves on some of the best drivers in the world in a 1.5 ton electric off-road car, and then destroyed them because they couldn't see where they were going. He just if I had to put my money on Kristoffersson, on anyone in Turn 1 in any car, I'd pick Johan always. I'd stick him in an F1 race and expect him to do well in Turn 1. The guy's driven everything. Downforce cars, DTM, you know. I mean, what hasn't he won at?
He passes the best drivers in the world, because I genuinely believe he is one of the absolute best drivers in the world.
So
look at everything about his game, and I know we bang on about him, and it's not favouritism, it's just that he is an incredible operator. He sees so much that other drivers don't even realise exists, whether that's looking at the data, looking at what other drivers are doing, how the car works compared to other cars he's driven. You know, there's so much to this guy. I've said multiple times, I think him and Ekstrom have been on a different level in the World Championship, you know, for having that really broad view. And this might not be the car that he's driven in the World Championship, but he can still make it do what he wants to do.
It's the ability, isn't it, to separate everything in Turn 1. No emotion. Him and Ekstrom. This is the other thing we've said. Oh, close merge between Choo Choo and Evgen, but Evgen has jokered and comes out in P2. That's a good move by him, covering everybody off.
Absolutely necessary for Sondra to get that done. He was so close to the wall and the exit of the Joker, and he was very, very close to Choo Choo, who, to be fair, doesn't have the rallycross experience of Sondra and isn't in the same specification of car. Probably won't be featuring at the same point in the leaderboard come the end of the weekend. So really important that Sondra got that done and got out in front.
Nice to see Choo Choo back in rallycross. Always a big smiley face in the paddock. Been a couple of times recently where he's appeared on entry lists and then hasn't appeared at the event, so good to have him here. Lukacs Cornell, if you're wondering. Choo Choo is his nickname. Kristoffersson into the Joker, beautifully done. Doesn't nail either of the bollards because he doesn't need to. We'll talk to you about track limits later on, and some wonderful stories about Johan and more calculating efforts to take big trophies home. Into the velodrome. You just saw there just a little nip on the handbrake on the run into there, and it's just a masterclass. You know, he watches onboards from 2 years in a row when he won here in the factory polo, and literally he's waving at the same points on the final lap. It's just, yeah, he's like a robot basically, but he's a very funny robot as well. And with all the confidence which we talk about, he has incredible self-confidence. There's a lack of arrogance, which is nice. 3:00.3.
3 seconds quicker than Enzo.
Yeah.
And they'll be pleased about that.
3 world championships more than Enzo.
They'll be pleased about that. They had a difficult. So watch his start here. So he and Michalak, Johan makes a good initial launch. Michalak comes back at him. It just breaks so much earlier. Johan, to be fair, Johan got so turned in he was able to clip the curb where he just a little bit later than he probably would do normally anyway. Michalak goes Joker, very wide on the entry, and loses a bit there, but out front Johan was doing his own thing. Everyone went with him initially, and I think they probably jokered just in case something happened to Johan later in the race, but ultimately it didn't.
Just look, it's just the little inputs in the car. He's very, very good. We don't know where he's going to be later this year, whether or not he's going to be able to be in the World Championship. You remember last year he came and did the first 2 rounds of Nordic here at Holjes, which was a nice warm-up for him, winning his 3rd FA World Rallycross title. But at the moment, Kristoffersson is a question mark over whether or not he's going to be entering World RX. Of course, everybody wants to see him try and defend that title. But I'm afraid after a year of a global pandemic, it's not so simple as it was in terms of finding the budgets and the necessary equipment to get that job done. He's got it done so far here, though. 3:00.397. Johan Kristoffersson at the top of the table, but the depth and the talent in the field here is a little bit higher than it was last time out. Left to right, inside to outside, Ale Fuchik, Lars Andersen, Anton Markland and Peter Hedström. Markland has announced that he'll be competing in Euro RX this year.
At least for this event.
Green light, Markland from slot 3 gets a good start, but Fuchik on the inside's made it all up on the run to the first corner. Fuchik going to go deep on the brakes. Everybody sensible round the outside. Wasn't sure there what would happen with Hedström and Markland. Hedström goes standard lap, Markland goes straight to the Joker. Pretty sensible stuff by Anton. So Anton in a different car again, Hallam. We've seen him in a number of different cars in his career in supercar. Most recently, of course, the Megane with GCK and with Markland Motorsport. Prior to that, what he's been in the EKS Audi, hasn't he? He's been in Markland run polos. What's the score with the move to Hedström?
Well, three of the cars in this race, Peter Hedstrom's driver is the only driver not driving a Polo. He's the driver running second. Peter's returning to driving, and he's all over the back of Fucik.
Fucik makes a mistake. Hedstrom trying to get alongside, not enough traction there. Hedstrom looks quicker here. Hal, for me, he's got to go Joker now, but he might have already lost out to Markland behind. I suppose he can hold on another lap, but if you know you're losing time and Markland's closing you down, not a lot of point.
I definitely would have jokered, because Markland will be quicker. Even if you come out behind him, you lose track position, but you gain time by not losing it behind. So, questionable track picks, much like the ones I make on dirt all the time. But
it's easy. This is terrible.
So easy to say from here, isn't it? But
it is. You need to jump it if you ever get the chance to jump it. Even a basic level rallycross car, anything. And you know what, go karting, whatever. If you've always fancied a go at motorsport, go and have a go.
Make your own Joker lap.
Yeah, exactly. Over the gravel track, mate. Lovely job.
But Hedstrom's hemorrhaging time here, isn't he? Markland's doing a tidy job behind. This is the car that Markland raced in 2018 for the defence of his European title. Hedstrom collects the back of Fucik. Fucik ran wide. Hedstrom had already decided to go to the Joker. That was a little bit messy. I can see why Fucik's staying out, but ultimately he's not going to achieve anything.
And it's going to hurt Markland now, because Markland is now in behind as well.
And
up the inside. Go on, Anton. Anton sticks it straight up the inside line. See you later, Fucik.
I have to say, I think Anton is hugely underrated. He maybe hasn't necessarily had the green with different scenarios he's been in all sorts of parts of his supercar career. But remember 2013 when...
backing it in. I wondered if he got damaged front right there, Hal. I don't know, but was there... Fucik's got damaged rear left, so... Is Anton carrying a little bit of damage as well? Because the car hasn't looked quite as good since that brilliant pass.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of him since. Let's have a look at it now.
Well, it looks okay.
Hedstrom's catching there. Hedstrom lost a lot of time, didn't he? And he's not miles behind. What was he? He was only 4 seconds behind as they crossed the line last time around.
Anton's front right, I think, might have collapsed. If you look at the bottom of the hill, when he jumped on the brakes on the previous lap, you saw a puff of smoke.
And the car looks low, doesn't it?
And watch for the bumper here on the brakes. It's on the ground. I mean, look, maybe not. It's hard to tell. Front left is pretty low as well. They're running a low old ride height on that. He's going to make it round to the end of this one, and he's not a million miles away. Where's he going to slot? Is he going to be in or not? It's a 3:04.4. No, he's not. 3:04.4, so Kristoffersen's 3:00.3 is in the lead. The winner of the first race was Ede with the 3:03. Winner of race 3 was Markland with a 3:04. So Hedstrom's are running the car for him. Why not Markland Motorsport?
Oh, Hedstrom's own it. I don't think Markland has any Polos now. So three of the Polos in this race just gone were ex-Hedstrom / KMS when they amalgamated a few years ago, but ex-Markland cars. The car Anton's driving is the car he raced. Oh, and there's a black flag for number 8. That is Hedstrom, I think. Yeah, it is Hedstrom. It is. So I guess that's for... So that damage on the back of Fucik's car you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there will be from where Hedstrom collected him in turn 2. And although, yes, Fucik probably confused Hedstrom a little bit by running deep and not turning in as early as he might have done to turn 2, you ultimately can't just drive into the car in front of you, even if they do something you don't expect them. So, yeah. So that's next Hedstrom Markland KMS car as well that Fucik's driving. Markland wins the race on a 3:04.420. Good gap ahead of Lars Andersen, who was in the other of the Hedstrom run Polos. Hedstrom's got 4 cars here this weekend. And I think Markland is probably hoping for some more pace than that as the weekend develops. That's a big hook on there, isn't it?
It is. Towing makes me nervous. Basically,
that makes me nervous because it's going to damage the front bumper.
You see, they're too late for the planks, lads. They needed to go under slide. Oh, okay, they're going to do a sly one, a little diagonal plank action there, try and lift it up. Ideally, that needed to just gone there before you pulled the winch tight. But yeah, never stand north of a winch, just in case with the cable. From a safety point of view, there you go, a little tip there. After Q1, Alex Gustafsson leads Crosscar Junior from Rasmus Persson, Lucas Anderson, Eric Nilsson and Michael Yuto, we saw a great driving from Yuto in this this last race. Lidman as well. Lalami, Hallinan, Martins and Holmquist, your top 10. 2 more qualifiers today before semis and finals later on this afternoon. Open two-wheel drive. Simon Tiger, who was dominant last time out with 2 wins in Neesom, is at the top of the table again. But Matthias Janssen, who gave him a hard time in Neesom, is in P2. Bertelsen, Larsmo, England and Persson. Cross car, Rierson leads from Eganson, Hallberg, Osterberg, Svard, Anderson, Meat, Nittish is inside the top 10, Aranen. So Rierson in P1 there. Looking back at my stats from last time out, is in P2 in the standings, but Sebastian Enholm isn't here. So that's a good start for him. Nils Anderson, top of the table for Supercar Lights. Great run. Linus Osland, home track runner. Tommy Howman, double podium finisher last time out. Kasper Janssen, P4. We said to watch out for Janssen last time in Denmark, and despite a couple of little mistakes, right up there. Annette Clev, Jonsson, Experth, etc. Down the order for Supercar Lights. Just dragging Fuchik's car off. There you can see on the back of the low loader. And then on the grid we've got the low rumble of Supercar, but only from 3 of the 4 cars.
Two of the 4 cars.
Go on, sorry, Hal.
So there's the 2 electric Fiestas on the outside and the 2 Gronholm GRX supercars on the inside.
There we go. So half the grid then. I hadn't realised Hapamäki was running electric here as well. So yeah, 2 of Stard's electric cars on the outside. Andreas Backerud, little hint of the baby blue livery there on the Star Fiesta in P3 on the grid. But inside, they're going to have their life made very difficult by Niklas Gronholm and Christian Sabo. Again, unclear what these guys are going to do in the World Championship this year, if they enter or not, where they're going to be. I'm sure Timosyanov would feature if they do, but he's not here this weekend. Sabo is effectively in the 3rd car from Pinamaki and Gronholm's GRX squad. Great start by Sabo, good start by Gronholm on the inside to Gronholm, edges it immediately on the run to the first corner. Backerud up the inside of Hapamäki. Hapamäki shuts the door. Who's going to go Joker first? Hapamäki going to go or not? Backerud has to go last minute. He was sure Hapamäki was going to go there and he didn't. Gronholm leading from Sabo, but Backerud's been compromised there, Hal, and then he runs a bit deep as well. Going to be a little bit of a learning curve for him in this electric car.
A massive learning curve for him in this electric car. He drove an electric rallycross car for the first time yesterday evening and, you know, propped up the timesheets, but there's so much to learn. I was lucky enough to drive that exact car he's driving actually a couple of weeks ago at Linden Hill. Liam Duran, Backerud's RX Cartel teammate, drove it on the same day and was blown away by how different it is to drive compared to a conventional supercar. And Liam has so much experience that Andreas is learning on one of the most difficult tracks in the rallycross world.
Yeah, a very different prospect to Linden Hill, I think. Interestingly as well, Liam, they put up a brilliant edit went out of Liam Conlon. Yeah, I'm going to drive the electric car, really kind of unsure about it, and then got out the car and was like, oh my God, it's awesome, and was just all smiles. And you know what Liam's like. And
a lot of people have asked me about that, and
yeah,
but it was genuine.
Yeah,
I was talking to him in the evening, and he was blown away by it.
Liam just loves driving, doesn't he, and particularly loves sending it. Now Sabo having a good look at Gronholm here. Sabo was quick in free practice. Gronholm into the right-hander. I can hear our drone up there. I was wondering if it was one of the start cars or whether it was the drone, but at the minute this is very much 2 separate races. Don't forget, this is the first time that we're seeing the electric cars up against the IC cars in the same races. How that's something that's going to happen in British Rallycross as well this year. There's a few series. I think Austria have already had electric. Into the Joker goes Sabo. Is he trying to cover off Hapamäki behind?
Oh, I think Nicholas has broken the front left suspension, sorry, on the landing from the jump round wide. I think there was a lot of negative camber on the front wheel. Maybe we'll see it in a moment if we can't see it on that shot. Look to yeah, now it's positive camber. I think that front wheel's waggling around.
Broken something potentially front left. Nice spot by Hal. You'll see it here when he loads it up. Yes, absolutely bang on, Hal. So Gronholm going to be trying to hold on from Sabo here.
Well, I think that they're teammates ultimately, aren't they? And they're here to learn. So I can't imagine that Nicholas will deliberately hold him up. And it's a final lap anyway, so I guess he'll lose enough in the Joker now.
Yeah, Gronom's going to go Joker. It's whether or not he can hold on from Sabo, and he will hold him off if he can. He will happily hold him up if he can. Sabo, but he can't turn through the left. That front suspension hampering his time, and Sabo gets through. Gronom now will just try and nurse this. I said nurse it.
That won't help it, Nick.
The curb on both sides. Go on, Niklas. He's broken it already. He might as well finish the job. So Niklas Gronom with broken front suspension is hustling the Hyundai around Holjes. All the H's. Nicely done. Down to the bottom of the hill. In goes Sabo to the right. Gronom following. Look at how he's leaning on that car through one of the fastest corners in Rallycross prior to a big crest. Gronom is like, I'm just doing it anyway. It's all good. Sabo's going to take the flag. Not going to be quite quick enough. 3:02.1. So Johan Kristoffersen wins the session, not in the factory Volkswagen Polo. He wins it in the KMS Polo against the two World RallyX machines.
I think that puts Sabo second, doesn't it?
Yes, it will.
Because Kristoffersen had such a big margin over the Mishlak, who finished second in his race.
What happened to Evgen?
Oh, sorry, Evgen finished second in that race.
Yeah, so Evgen, but I think Evgen was a little bit further back than that, wasn't he?
I think so. We don't have all of the times from the previous races on our screen. There's Backwards Electric Fiesta.
Number 13. I love the fact he runs 13. It's a big B, if you hadn't figured it out. But I'm sure there's a few superstitious people out there who wouldn't run the 13.
Impressive time that from Gronom to not lose too much behind Sabo, who we think his car was fully functional.
I reckon if you... What do you reckon? 1.5 for Gronom? To me,
points?
No, seconds.
10, 11.
So, yeah, 11 out of 10. Yeah, seconds, what do you think?
Just look at this start phase here. Look at how the electric car starts to come back. Okay, Andreas backed out, so it's not a really true representation. In the initial phase, both of the electric cars lost out, but then because Andreas wasn't having to worry about changing gear and the torque is so linear, he was closing again on the ICE cars. Interesting
to me that they lose out though, because in theory their potential is in that initial start phase, but only if you get the settings right.
And I think they're still learning, aren't they?
Exactly. If you remember last year when Ken Block came and won the first round of Project E last year alongside World RX, he had so much wheel spin off the start line. It was like, how do we dial this out? That's where he broke it on the landing.
Yeah, I think it landed on. He landed wide, didn't he? Normally they land just touching the curb on the left-hand side. He landed wide. We've seen that so often, haven't we? I know the Ericsson boys get a scolding for landing on the curb on the right side for getting punctures, but landing. There's just so many facets to this track where you can cause yourself big problems very quickly.
There's definitely a straight line through there, 100%. If you take all the curb on the left-hand side, as you come out of the Joker like there's all the curb and some of the dirt, it's basically there is no left-hander. You just straight line it to the braking zone for the right, which is what we saw Gronom do, which is ludicrous when you've got broken suspension. But good to see some of the World RX regulars out here taking the fight to the guys from RallyX Nordic. I think, Hal, it's fair to say we've got definitely more depth in terms of who's going to be in the final and potential winners.
Yeah, definitely. I think the GRX guys, and critically having teammates there makes a big difference, doesn't it? Because Johan, like he was last year in the World Championships, flying his own flag and doing his own thing, whereas when you've got two cars there, you can mix it up a bit with a strategy and maybe hold people back or use your teammate to help you leapfrog them. So yeah, there's going to be some interesting tactics this weekend.
Certainly are. We are coming back at 11:30 local time. That is apparently in 35 minutes, which means we're going to go and get a cup of tea, if there's such a thing in a Swedish paddock. It's probably going to be a very strong coffee instead. Anything we can do for some caffeine to get us through the day. Luckily, we've had some brilliant adrenaline from Q1. We're going to see, remember, here, because the heats are organised by championship order, the likes of Gronom and Sabo were in the later race. Now, when we get to Q2, it's going to be based on time, and we should see the quick guys all together. So I'm expecting
fastest first.
Yeah, fastest first as well. But we'll see more of the quick guys in the same races, and I think it's going to be an exciting one. So come back 11:30 local time. We'll see you then.
1-1. Papp. Pappa. Får sänka ner. Pappa. Ja, visst. Hallå. 1. Hallå. Pappa. Tja. Ja.
And now it is on air. Or each other this morning. We've had a few broken cars. Key one for me was Simon Olafsson, who of course was so dominant in lights last time out in Neeson, and he had a tiny bit of contact at the start and then ended up beached at the side of the road. Going to see them a little while later. We're going to have a catch up, I think, with some of the drivers from Supercar. Yeah, here we go. No, we're not. We're going to see the standings from Supercar. That's all good. Johan Kristoffersson leading the table from Christian Sabo, Niklas Gronholm and Enzo Eid. Sondre Evjen is in 5th. Markland, Fraser McConnell down in P7. Then you've got German, who was also on the pace, Michalak, Harpermaki, then Chuchu Bakkerud, Anderson, Fuchik and Carlson. Carlson was actually a DNS. Good job by Kristoffersson. He, remember, is in the KMS Polo, not the factory Volkswagen Polo. Question marks over whether or not that car will be, the factory car will be available for the World Championship this year, or whether or not they're going to be able to get the budget together to do it. Gronholm and Sabo too, they're here with the GRX squad. They're testing, but no confirmation of whether or not they've entered yet. The deadline for entries is closing soon. And I think we can see a guest coming into our studio as well, who's going to be able to, maybe Tommy can shed some information on it for us. Tommy Kristoffersson has just walked into the studio, the man, the legend himself. You are looking down at the grid for Crosscar Junior, and in this one from left to right, Gustafsson, Persson, Lucas Anderson, Eric Nilsson and Mikael Uito. These were the quick drivers from the first one. Very long hole before a green light. Middle of the grid, great start for Lucas Anderson. Again, going to move across and try and squeeze everybody into turn one, but around the outside gets done. That was absolutely fantastic. Into P2. And who's the leader? It's a car I'm not familiar. Is it Uito from the outside of the grid?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, new for this weekend, isn't he? Coming over from Finland. Great start from the middle. Gustafsson got a little bit hung out to dry on the inside, didn't he? Happened to him a couple of times here last year, but it's great now we're in Q2 when you see all the guys on a similar pace bunched up together. We'll see some great racing now.
We will indeed. These, of course, are junior cross-car drivers starting from 11 years old. Tommy Kristoffersson is here. We've just handed him a microphone. Tommy, you did a bit of rallycross yourself. How old were you when you... Welcome, by the way, mate. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Fine.
Good. Good to see you, mate. It's so nice for us to be here in Sweden. We've not been allowed to escape the United Kingdom for about 6 months, so we finally got away.
We love to have you here, you know that.
Thank you, mate. It's great to see you. So come on, when did you start?
I was a late starter. I was playing football and hockey until I was all up to 28 years before I started. So I was even later than Johan. He was late, but I was later.
So that was going to be my next question, actually, as we see some of the juniors slotting in very tidily. These guys are so good considering how young they are. But how old was Johan when you got him in a car?
He was actually after do high school, so he was over 20. So he was also very late. Never done anything before with motorsport, so he was a late bloomer. You say like that.
So was he not interested? By the way, if you're not familiar, this is Tommy Kristoffersson, Johan Kristoffersson's dad. I mean, we're just referring to him as Tommy as if you all know he is, because he's an absolute legend of rallycross. But what was he not interested, or did you say you must get an education in case you're not very good?
No, not really. You have to take education because he have to take care of his mother and father because they spend all the money for motorsport. No. It was like that he was all in for cross-country skiing. He tried to go to the national team.
Yeah.
And he was close to home, do high school there, and then when he realized it will not happen, he was not in the national team, and he quit because you have to move far away, like 600 kilometers, and that was too far from his mother, so he couldn't do that because he will miss some meatballs and stuff that she fixed for him, and put a blanket in his head when he have a headache. So he moved home, and then we have to find something for him, and we do it together with Pontus Tideman because we need to have a driver who have some experience. So they do actually some junior racing, and but then we realized that he was really from first lap he was very, very good. So that was amazing to see actually. As a father, it was I mean, it was huge.
And Johan is quite obsessive, isn't he? You know, I guess he was pretty obsessed with cross-country skiing before moving across. He's very focused on it.
Yeah.
Did the cross-country skiing, the sort of focus and the obsession that you need to reach the top there, did that help him? Did he come into motorsport immediately with that attitude?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
Because in cross-country you need to practice a lot. You eat, you sleep, and you practice. It's life. And you know, in motorsport, the way we do it, we was doing a lot of other things, but he was from beginning very focused to find these small pieces to put together to do fast laps and all this. So I think also it was good because it was good treatment for him that he didn't manage to do what he think that he liked to do, because he was quite unhappy when he didn't manage to go to national team for cross country. So I think that kind of give him a second chance to be the one that he liked to be in top.
Yeah, sure. So he wanted to be the best of the
exactly.
best. Yeah. We'll talk to you in a moment about what that career plan was. 328.471 for Lucas Anderson. And looking back, it was, let me see, Lucas was where? Was P3 in Q1 with a 329.8. So gone quicker. How they've groomed the track a fair bit in between the sessions there. Here is Tommy. Look, there he is. The man himself. Not quite as tall as Johan, are you?
I'm taller. I was from beginning, but
really?
But I think meantime he get all these stars on his helmet. He grew up and gets bigger and bigger, longer than me. It might be
brilliant. It's just when I saw it on the screen, you know, you see this height comparison immediately. I think the Kristoffersens are.
He's actually too big for motorsport.
He is. Yeah, he is. Did that change the career plan? I mean,
not really, because this is, you have to live with that, and I mean it's you have to. I mean, there is nothing you can do. But okay, it was when you do a test for DTM, it was a big problem for him because you have to lose so much weight, so he was really skinny and no power when you go there. Because I say if you are not under 80, you can forget it. And I mean not 80H, it was 80 of kilo. So yeah, it was not. So you have to lose a lot, and he was so skinny and weak. So it doesn't really matter. It could not happen for him. So.
And what did he start with? Did he start with cross
junior
car?
racing? Junior racing with golf right. GTI. Yeah.
So it was circuit racing first of all, and then the step across.
Yeah.
So when did you? Okay, just one more start for juniors. Let's have a quick look at this one. Lidman, Yulilami, Hallinan in the middle of the group with a great start. Going to get down to turn one easily first and shut the door. Great start by Hallinan. Now chasing down those lap times, as we say, from Lucas Anderson. From the first one, Lucas, who was P3 in Q1, is the leader of this one so far with a 3:28. That's the target time. See, I was just keen to know, really, you know, why did you choose circuit racing? Or did Johan choose? Who chose?
No, not really, because we was doing circuit racing in Sweden then, in FTCC with Audi cars, and then it was easy that you follow us and do that. So that was very easy. We was there at the track, and we bring 2 junior cars, and that's it. And then it was from Rat, it was Porsche, and then it was Super Touring, and then it was a lot of other things that he was, because we think that just drive as much as possible is a key point to get better. You have to learn, you have to do front wheel draw, rear wheel draw, a lot of horsepower, less horsepower, so a lot of that. That was a school for him.
And I think you can see that today, can't you, in the skill set that he has, that he's done so many different things and driven so many different cars.
Yeah.
And for you now, you're running a junior type team again in RallyX Nordic. You're 2 lights drivers. How beneficial is it for them to have not only yourself, obviously, but your engineers and Johan in the same team as them to give them some guidance?
Of course, that means a lot for them because they are ready to the next step. With Niels, he have already done some cross kart and some 1 year in a Supercar Light. With Gustav, he's a starter, never done before, so it's the first time actually that they do. So when he reached Holjes yesterday, it was the first lap on the track.
Wow.
But they are young and they like to do it. And I mean, from our point of view, if they like to do it, we are on. If they don't like to do it, if they don't put in 100%, there is also not guy for us, because we like to have 100% commitment from the guys. That's a key point. If they are good or bad, this we cannot say yet. We know Nils have the potential. Gustav we don't know, but as long as he put in 100% what he is doing, we also put in 100%. So that's kind of it was the same with Johan when he grew up. I say I can go with you all the way, Johan. But if you like to spend Saturday night on a disco, I don't go on Sunday for racing. So it was not many disco on Saturday night for Johan.
Johan messaged me this morning after we were complaining about arriving at 3 in the morning. He said he was in the workshop till 1:30 and he was up at 6 again this morning. Is that true, or is he making that up?
No, it's true actually.
I thought it would be.
No, it's good. He check in every day before 7 o'clock, and this is the same for Nils now, because Nils is in the team. He studied at high school, so but he have to come to our workshop before he go to high school. So I mean, this is very important for us. That's the way to do it. That they come, they join the guys, they work with the, and when we are in the workshop, they are not the stars. They have to wash the tires, they have to do things, clean the trailers and stuff like that.
That's good though, isn't it, for respect within the team? Because we, you know, I think from the outside, obviously, a little bit like with the TV. Yeah, me and Hal and Laura, we're very lucky. We're the people that you see on the television, but the people that are doing the really hard work, the guys who are sitting in the background here and the guys who are sitting in the TV truck and the cameramen who are out in the rain, you know, it's a team effort, and if there isn't the respect between the different people on that team, it doesn't work. And so I think it's a great way to do it. I think it's a great attitude.
It's really perfect, because then when we are in the workshop, the mechanics, they are their chiefs, and we are on the track, they are then the drivers. We do everything we can for the drivers on a race weekend, but we are in the workshop, then also guys have to pay back to do the shit work. So this is how it is.
Totally understand. Totally understand. 3:31.1 for Lauri Hallinen, winning race 2 here of Q2. Crosscar Junior. Jonathan Yilalami, then Thomas Martens, Oliver Lidman and Josefin Holmqvist. One more race to come with Crosscar Junior. We did have a couple of messages come in. I'll just check those for you now. We had a tweet come in from... So this is Ulle Husiset Motorsport. Now, bear with me. They said, which I liked, they said, good morning, Holjes, RallyX Nordic, Andrew Coley. Here is the newest flying Finn for international races, Henry Haapamäki, who is half a metre shorter than Niklas Gronholm, by the way. It says, which of these names is more difficult to pronounce, Gronholm or Haapamäki? Gronholm, I'm sure we're still getting that wrong. Gronholm, probably?
The second one.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I don't even like to say the name. To say on the second one.
Haapamäki. Now, you know, if you're finished and you're watching, you know, send us a score. It's fine. You know, I'm expecting a low, you know, 2 or 3 out of 10. We do our best. Being English, we're not the best at pronunciation, but we think the double A is an R. Is this correct? I mean, you know, I don't know many. The people who've taught me Finnish words, let's just say that those words are not really suitable for broadcast.
When you learn from Thomas Hyken, they're not like that, are they?
Thanks, Toppy, ever so much for the wide variety of Finnish that you've taught us. But yeah, we do our best with it. So thank you very much. We got another message from Phil Kinch saying he's an Indiana Jones fan. I'm glad to hear that. We were talking about this being the Temple of Send, and that may be a new one. And then we've got a couple of tweets just saying you can watch the feed online. So let us know where you're watching from, Instagram, Twitter. You can hit us up at RallyX Nordic for the series. We've got some guys working on social media back in the UK. And we've had a jump start. We didn't get to use this studio last time, did we? Well, particularly because we were back in the UK, but we didn't have, we had a lovely studio all set up for guests, Tommy. We never had a single guest come in.
Oh.
Neeson's not known for its connectivity to the outside world, is it? But,
no.
Holjes has got good infrastructure. The director's saying that's correct in my ear. I think it was quite a challenging weekend for the TV truck.
It was.
But you know that the information is more important than the facilities.
Yeah.
So if you give them some good information, they will love it. If there's not the cutest studio in the world, I think they can stay with that. It will work anyway.
It's funny though. It seems to me that every rallycross circuit in the world is a whole of the internet. Like you go to Lytton Hill and there is no no service on a phone. You can't. It's only a couple of years ago that Holjes got decent internet, and it's important, for social media now. I guess for you guys, for your sponsors, every way that you can reach your sponsors and your audience is important.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, but I have to leave you guys.
What are you doing next?
I go and support Per Andersson to do some spotter work for Nils.
Now, just very quickly before you go, we often see you with Johan's engineer, Richard, and the two of you. How do you work together in terms of that spotting? Because it's quite a split-second decision thing.
If everything goes right, I stay in front. If it goes the wrong way, I put Richard in front of me.
Okay.
So that's how we work. No, it's working pretty well. I really miss him. I miss all the guys from Volkswagen Motorsport. It was so lovely time. I cannot even describe how wonderful it was. And we still have our WhatsApp group, and we still have contact since PSRX time.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was a so big, good family. So this was the absolutely two best year in the whole career. To be there together with your son, you want to do this good result, and to be within this excellent sport. It was amazing. It was something that you will never ever forget in your life. It was two best year ever.
Well, three-time world champion, must be incredibly proud of him. And you're a big, obviously you and Richard and the whole team are a big part of that achievement. Is there anything you can tell us about what you guys are trying to do at least this year?
I mean, we try to come out as soon as possible. We try to do something. We haven't really closed any doors because we know that sometimes it could happen in the very, very last minute. So I mean, we will see. I can say that there's a lot of interesting things coming up.
Fantastic. Well, look, Tommy, I hope we might get to see you at some point over the rest of the weekend. Crack on, because I know you've got a job to do. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good work, guys.
Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much.
Thank you,
see you, Tommy. Tommy Christopherson, what a legend. Thanks so much for joining us. And we'll see if we can get Tom to come back later on in the weekend. Junior cross car coming to a close. Hattonmar leading. Yeah, say let us know if you're in Finland about the double A's. We do our best, genuinely. I know we have a bit of fun with it, but we do our best. And
Sami Pumalainen will be very disappointed in us, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, he will. And UC probably.
Sorry, Sammy.
Yeah, sorry, Sammy. I'm sure he's watching. So we get voice notes sometimes. Voice notes on Instagram, they work. If you send us a voice note of how to say names, I can't promise.
Risky.
Oh, that's fine, mate. Honestly, I've murdered names for years. It's difficult.
But how do you know that it's what you're supposed to be saying?
Oh, what, you mean they could throw you under the bus? Well, that's true. I don't mind. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Hattonmar coming around with another lap to go. So Hattonmar's got a joker on this one. Behind is Joachim Lund-Olander. Is Lund-Olander close enough to close that gap down? Watching for Hattonmar into the joker. Lund-Olander's on the inside line. Here we go, it's going to be close at the merge. Lund-Olander may have this one, I think, just in front. Not quite so much traction coming out the joker. Hal, when you still got that steering lock on, you've got to get the car straight before you can really nail it with the cross car. Yeah,
otherwise you bury the throttle and you're going round in circles very quickly, aren't you? You know, unlike a front-wheel drive car where you have to drive with your right foot buried on the throttle to keep the nose going where you want, you've got to be so patient on the throttle. And I did a sprint last weekend actually in an RX 150, which is a very similar equivalent to these cars, and Patrick O'Donovan, who's the young driver in that class, just dominated, and it's his patience with the car, and that's what you see with the quick guys here.
Funnily enough, the test session he did at Linton Hill, I know he was telling me that Tom Onslow-Cole, who was their British touring car and GT driver, had said to him in a couple of places where he was over driving, and I thought it was great that Tom was following, you know, and was able to say to him, you can drive the car less here and less will be more, and that's just such a hard-won skill, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not patient enough. I know I'm not. You know, I'm not, oh, come on, get on the gas, get on the gas.
Good pictures then.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, that's Crosscar Junior done, and Joachim Lund-Olander with a 3:37 is not enough to beat the time from the first session of Lucas Andersson. So Lucas Andersson wins Q2, Alex Gustafsson won Q1. That one is going to come down to Q3 to decide who's going to get the TQ spot. And let me see who. Well, let me hang on just a second. If Lucas is going to, it's also going to be Person, isn't it? So Gustafsson. Depends where Gustafsson was in the session, but Andersson definitely won the session. I suppose if Gustafsson is P2, it might be not as close as we think. We'll have a look at the intermediate standings at some point anyway. Seems we've still got 6 cars in open two-wheel drive because we're still running 2 heats of 3. Simon Tiger, Matthias Janssen and Morten B. Bertelsen. So Tiger didn't have the best starts initially in Neeson, and as I say, that absolutely destroys them off the line. Hal Neeson, a very different start to this. I would say a longer run to a trickier turn 1 here, that tarmac in turn 1. Simon Tiger, though, they're absolutely mint off the line and then just buried it away.
Yeah, I mean, the start's very different to Neeson, isn't it? Tarmac initially, it's a very unique start here, actually, because it's tarmac initially, so there's really good traction on the start line, and then very quickly you're onto loose, and you see the car spin up. So I think the more experienced guys are used to that scenario where if you've got 2 high revs and 2 lower gear, then maybe you get way too much wheel spin as you go onto the loose. So yeah, Holjes is really interesting for that, and I love it in Rallycross, the variety of different. So you can see the loose here. So you see where Tiger's coming around the final corner. So that's approximately where they would start, and then they're immediately onto the loose. That really changes the dynamic, and I think, yeah, that's great that we go to so many different tracks with so many different variables, into the first corner.
One of my favourite things as well is the variables of the different jokers and the layout and where they are on a track. I love Holjes. My favourite tracks, I have to say, are ones where the first 2 corners go in different directions. Though Neeson, to be fair, is a very good example of the first 2 corners going in the same direction, working really well, but you do need that tightening. You know, if you go from a fast corner into a tighter corner, it gives you options. There are certain places where you know the drivers are all going to be aligned after turn 1. I'm not a big fan of a first corner joker. I don't mind a second corner joker, a first corner joker. I know, I find it splits everything up just a little bit too soon for my liking. It's quite a personal thing, I know, but everyone's got an opinion on it.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? I know a lot of people discussed not allowing the joker on the first lap, but I think the sport's relatively complicated as it is to the uninitiated, and I think that I do personally believe that would make things even more so.
I think the problem there as well is that the later in the lap a joker is, you've lost that whole lap if you're behind someone in terms of time and trying to make it up, so you can't. Like when we only had 3 laps in Neeson, the tactics there when you think the joker was late in the lap, effectively if you can only split the strategy by just over 2 laps. It's not enough time to make up the deficit on somebody. Whereas when the joker is early, I mean, look at that wonderful final here last year between Ekstrom and Kristoffersen.
Brilliant.
It was just amazing. And I've watched it back a few times, as I know Ekstrom has. So he did win, so, you know, you would. But
I'm sure Johan's watched it back a lot of times.
Because he loved it. It was a brilliant battle between those two. Semi-final 2, the second round final, because it was a double header. So that day 2 final of World RX here last year. And Ekstrom went on lap 1, didn't he? And all 4 drivers except Kristoffersen jokered on lap 2 to try to cover him off. And he got all of them. And then we just had this wonderful battle between him and Kristoffersen. And sometimes the cars aren't together, and yet you get the best fights. And I absolutely love that final. When I watch it back, I'm just like, that was brilliant. What a pleasure.
But it's so rare that you get that
cleanness. You joke on that one, you normally don't get a clean run, do you?
Because there'll be something that some mitigating circumstance, a slower car or a mistake or something happens. But that was a real cheat of seeing 2 of the best rallycross drivers in the world operating at the highest level and going at it, you know, on a F1 qualifying lap type scenario for an entire race.
It was tense. Every single sector it was tense. He took a 10th, he lost a 10th. Simon Tiger beats Matthias Janssen.
Spin for Bertelsen on.
There we are. He's got a GoPro on the roof, and our director's saying that's just because he knows he's going to win and he wants some footage of the people he's beating, which is fair enough. It's not the most aerodynamic device there, but I really think we're not talking
Nor
F1
is his
here.
BMW,
It doesn't matter, does it? It just doesn't matter. Simon Tiger, 3:23.200. And I'll be honest, I don't think he'll get beaten because those were the quick drivers in with him, so it should be 2 from 2 for Simon Tiger. And we've got our missing driver back, so it would be... Was it Person?
It was.
Yeah. There we are.
He had a load of problems on the second day in was it him with the radiator issue?
I can't remember.
Bertelsen?
When you see 10 million races in 2 days, my brain melts basically, and I can't remember. My director's laughing at us.
He did have lots of problems though during the Danish weekend, didn't he?
Marshall's about to release The cars, Lars England, Porsche 911, yes. That's a proper rallycross car, isn't it? I just like the choice. It's not even the first time it's been done. I like it. There you go. Yes. Off the line into the lead. How long do we think it will last? It doesn't look like the easiest steed to drive, does it? And there we go. Unfortunately, by turn 2, dropping down a position.
I have to say, none of these cars look particularly easy to drive. I think Tiger flatters his car, but it's probably the best set up. But it's not like, you know, driving a World RX specification supercar is actually fundamentally quite easy to operate. These don't even look easy to operate, do they? Never mind get a good lap come out of.
This is where you need to go if you're thinking of starting, you know, in rallycross. You need to go and find a basic category. You've just got to go and have a crack at it. You know, affording a supercar is very difficult indeed. If you've got the likes of Johan, you know, the 3-time world champion, trying to get something together to do a program this year. Interesting to hear Tommy saying about that. You know, they're obviously not shutting the door on anything, saying there's some interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, I think they very clearly have had a very, very long relationship with the VAG group, haven't they? Tommy raced Audis in rallycross and then touring cars, and subsequently Johan's had a wonderful relationship with Volkswagen, hasn't he, in touring cars and in rallycross quite clearly, and they're incredibly loyal. I think there's a few family teams like that in the world of motorsport where they've stuck with a brand. You see them have consistent sponsors and partnerships with a manufacturer, and I'm sure they'd love that to continue. Obviously, Volkswagen Motorsport have announced quite a confusing announcement.
Larsimo, is it? No?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, Larsimo off the side of the track. I don't know if he's had a mechanical. Sorry, Hal, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, so VW Motorsport obviously have pulled out of motorsport for the most part, and I think that's probably part of the problem, is that Johan's car was the Polo he's raced to the World Championship title was from there. It'd be very difficult it'd be a seismic shift for them to go somewhere else, but at the same time, if they've got no option, then they've got to. So it must be a difficult time for them.
I'll be honest with you, I've found Volkswagen Motorsport, well, Volkswagen's messaging about motorsport generally, I've found quite confusing in recent years. You know, left WRC, came to World RX, yeah, smashed it, as they always do, then made an R5 car, then decided they weren't doing any more petrol motorsport whatsoever. You know, had the IDR, then they just scrapped it, and it's kind of, well, where are you going with it? Oh, we're closing Volkswagen Motorsport, but we're hanging on to all the people. I mean, am I alone with that?
No, I don't think so. But I think, you know, the motorsport departments of big brands like that are maybe so separate to the overall board, and things can change at the drop of a hat depending on what the board decides to do. You know, they're not... Obviously, there has to be ROI, doesn't it? There has to be return on investment for the entire project, which presumably there is. You know, otherwise they wouldn't make that investment in the first place. But you know, it's not necessarily the people in the motorsport department to be making those decisions.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting time for the whole sport, as we know there's a switch to electric coming through a lot of different motorsports.
And I also think there's a lot of reasonable alternatives coming to the fore. Synthetic fuels are becoming increasingly popular, increasingly talked about, and that's something that already exists. And I'm fascinated by synthetic fuels. I think that could actually be a good solution to many of the problems that we've got. Clearly, that we need to become more sustainable, and that could be a good solution to continuing using what already exists to make it sustainable, or more sustainable in the long run. Obviously, there's the electric switch, there's hydrogen fuel cells. It's a really interesting time for the development of alternative energy, isn't it?
I think it's quite a hard time for motorsport as well to know which way to go. Different championships are going different ways. You know, you got WEC doing one thing, and we've got Rallycross looking at going electric pretty much across the various championships at the highest level. We've got the RX2E cars are here this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, you're going to see a race between 8 very, very good Rallycross drivers. Were they all named in the press release, Hal? I think they were, weren't they? Not going to blow it, am I, by listing the Rallycross drivers who are doing RX2E this weekend?
Yeah, I believe they were, yeah.
Yes, they were. So,
and if you say it on television, it's fact anyway.
It's fine, yeah. So actually, I'm just going to say it. So yeah, Saturday and Sunday. I saw Oliver Ericsson a minute ago. I said, "What's the format?" He said, "I don't really know." He said, "I'm supposed to be here working spotting for the lights drivers." He said, and then I just get a call to say, "Can you shake this car down?" So we've got 4 RX2E cars here, but 3 of them have just been finished. And Ollie said they hadn't even turned a wheel. So he is he's basically in between spotting for the drivers in RX2 or lights. Ollie's going out and shaking down a car. So he said he's done 3 of the 4, and the 4th one will be done tomorrow, ready for the race on Saturday, Sunday. You are seeing the very best of the cross-car drivers heading out now, and with a whole shot into turn 1 is Isaac Rierson. Rierson absolutely brilliant in Q1. The winner by 1.3 seconds. Wow, proper big old push. Hallberg behind in the 161.
Massive jump landing from Isaac. In that run around the paddock that made me be enormously out of breath just before, I spoke to him quickly, and he's loving driving this car. Last year, the cross car he was driving, it maybe wasn't the most reliable, but also he had to drive it at 150% to try and get the most out of it, and every corner was living on his wits, whereas now he's driving a cross car which is so underneath him, and he said he's actually overdriving. He said he was fastest and it's great fun, but he's overdriving. He needs to rein it back in. He said he was at 99.5, maybe he needs to be at 98, just to what we were saying about tidying it up to get the lap time. But you know, we know him from RallyX Academy. He had a really difficult time last couple of years in cross car. He you know, when you see a driver just like they're glowing with excitement, and he's just in such a great place, and
he's on it,
and you can see that with the attitude of the car as well. It's really exciting.
I totally understand what you mean about the tidying it up thing, and you will completely understand it when I say, no, Isaac, you're leading. There is no need to tidy it up. I mean, okay, you might win by 1.9 instead of 1.6, but I'll take the 1.6 and all the sideways stuff. Watch it there. Okay, that is a perfect example of the attitude in the car, how that's 6th gear down to there in a cross car, bang it down a couple of cogs. Look at this, look at this. He's laying down black lines from entry to exit in that car. He's absolutely at one with it, being chased by Tommy Svard pretty well. Osterberg, though, is the danger man. So Osterberg in P3 has Joker ready. Osterberg's got a very similar driving style to me with Rierson.
He has, yeah. But he doesn't seem to be quite as at one with the car, does he? Yeah, and as I was saying in Q1, he gets a little bit stuck in traffic now and again, and yeah, it just doesn't seem to be working out for him. Whereas for Rierson, he just seems to be completely at one with it. This is a real example of some of the fastest cross-car drivers in the world, and yeah, I think the pace is exceptional, isn't it? And I know we were talking with Marco Jukkonen this morning about how some of the older drivers could do with learning from the junior drivers with the respect front, as Holberg's going to prove me completely wrong by firing up the inside of Osterberg. No, he's not. But the racing's so close in cross car, it's fantastic.
Sideways again on the standard lap for Osterberg, going to come into P2. Look at that merge. Hallberg just in front. Couldn't have been closer between Hallberg there and Tommy Svard. Svard up the inside now, going around the outside into the velodrome. Hallberg backs it in. They're going to go opposite lines on the exit now. Svard hoping to find a bit more traction on the inside, but Hallberg carries the speed through. Holds off. Rierson, though, in front of Osterberg. Absolutely brilliant from these two. On top of those cars, they look so comfortable. Coming through the long left-hander. Let's see how his time compares. He did a 3:09.6 in Q1. And this one is a 3:08.8. So he has gone quicker, Rierson. But the depth of talent in this field is probably enough that we can't say that he's got that in the bag, Hal. There may well be someone in the second race who will be quick enough. But I don't know. Rierson's looking danger to me here. He's looking fire.
Yeah, he was quicker last year as well, wasn't he, in the lesser favoured cross car, for him at least. Yeah, and he, like you say, he is on fire. 3:08.868. Jimmy Osterberg second, just a second behind.
I've taken to writing down all 3 parts of the split now, because basically last time we got caught out only writing down the 10th, and then somebody won by 100th. You're like, you're kidding me. I'm writing stuff down with a pen here and you need me to write down all 3 digits. Joel Kristoffersen's just walked in. So we're gonna grab Joel and get him to come and join us on a mic on the end of our commentary desk here, and we can have a nice
so this
chat.
is good, because I messaged Joel asking if he could join us, and he said not yet. I'm about to spot for Isaac. So we're about to get first-hand knowledge of what it's like and how Isaac's driving.
How did that go?
Very good. P1, so very good. We was a bit afraid that the Joker will be too tight, but been a good development in the track now, so it's almost a half a second faster in the Joker now.
Okay, and And like literally, did you come in before that race had finished? Because I reckon you've left the spotters area there going, he's won this.
Yeah, I left when you go out of the velodrome.
Yes, you see, I love that. That's ultimate confidence. It's done. It's a done deal. Mate, welcome. Good to see you. Great to see you, actually. How are you, all right?
I'm very good.
Good
to be in Rallycross.
So we're loving it, mate. Yeah, me too. And it's so nice to be here. We're missing Oscar Anderson from this one. You've got Eric Anderson on the inside, David Mayat, Renis Nitish P4, but inside line. Eric Anderson doesn't quite get the whole shot, gets done around the outside. Who's going to go Joker? It's Mayat's gone Joker. And Anderson's gone with him. Renis Nitish goes standard lap side by side in the Joker. Anderson was trying to get back past Mayat, but Mayat has come out just in front. And I'll tell you what, every inch of the road on the exit of the Joker there.
Great driving between those two. Very, very seldom do you see any cars go side by side through the left-hander in the Joker and come out without any sort of contact. That was brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. When you're seeing this, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it was a tough one because you don't want to go sideways, side by side with a cross car, because when you are so close with the wheels, and it's so easy to grab you hit in the wheels and then you're out. So that was a tough and clear and nice racing of the guys.
For us, looking at Nissan last time, that basically the same three drivers were on the podium both days. So, you know, those guys are clearly fast but also consistent. And we're talking Sebastian Enholm, Isaac Rierson and Patrick Hallberg. But there are guys, there's another 4, 5, 6, 7 guys who can do that top time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, it's really tight. I would say top 6 is really tight and fighting for the podium all the time. I think it's really important as if you have a good Q1 as always. And if you are there with the good guys and you always have clean laps, then for sure it's easier and then you have a good spot for the semi-final.
Eric Anderson in the 30 car has pulled out. He was P6 in Q1, so that's not ideal, to say the least.
Yo, let's just talk a little bit about Isaac. I just saw him in the paddock briefly between the sessions. He's like a different character to us, at least, to last year. He looks so relaxed, he's really happy, and the body language you see in the car when he's driving on track, he's so on it, isn't he? How are you finding him this year compared to last year?
Yeah, I would say with these young kids, when you're working with them, it's always good to be 1 year older. You get more confident and you are more relaxed. But we changed car for this year, and that have made a huge difference. And he's so feeling so well in the car and can push a lot. Why
did you change cars? So how do you make that decision? To the guys at home, obviously, and to us, being completely honest, you know, we recognise that the different chassis are there. What's the decision process? Because obviously different people make different chassis go well. Is it a personal feeling?
Yeah, it was a personal feeling. We worked 2 years with another chassis, but it didn't fit Isaac's driving style, and we couldn't really figure it out how to make it fast enough for Isaac. So that's why we changed to the chassis that we know it's good, and straight away it fits very well for him.
So what are you running now?
Speed car.
Speed car, okay. Yes. And is that the Speed car Wonder or the previous?
No, we ordered a Wonder, but we couldn't get it in time because of Corona, of course. But yeah. So we have rented this car from Speed car. So hopefully we could get the new one to the last race.
Have you had a go in it yourself?
No, I haven't, but I will.
It looks so much fun, and
yeah.
He just looks absolutely on it. Aranen takes this one from Mayat and Nitish. That was pretty close between them. The time was a 3:10.8 though, so not a million miles away. 2 seconds off the pace of Isaac Rierson. Jarkko Aranen 3:10.8, then David Mayat a 3:11.3, and look, Nitish on a 3:11.5. DNF for Anderson, DNS for Oscar Anderson. Lots of Andersons, aren't there? Great stuff. Here he is, Joel Kristoffersson. So, Joel, JC Race Technique was your team, and you were running cars from the EKS stable last year. What's happened over the winter? There's been a bit of a development in terms of the team structure.
Yeah, as we had before, we had technical support from EKS. So, and then we have a really good relationship together with Matthias and the team, and we really find out in these Corona times and everything that we need to go and do something more, and then we say we go and join us together to be stronger. And yeah, not even do rallycross, we are doing rally now, and hopefully we can do some more sports in the in the future, but I think we will be much stronger together, and that's why we took this decision. It feels very good, and we have the RallyX Nordic now, and we will hopefully do some World RX for sure with one car, and then we will go for Nitro in US as well.
So I'm going to ask you the question about Nitro, because I've been there twice and it's absolutely brilliant. Well, are you looking forward to that, or are you a little bit like, okay, wow, what's this going to be like?
No, but I'm really looking forward. I was in US 2010 and 12 when it started up with the series, and it's been huge development of it, and Travis and Nitro guys have done a good job. So of course it will be scary with the tracks, but it's a big hype coming in for the. It's really good for the sport. So I'm really looking forward for it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward for it as well.
Because it's it will be something new again.
Yeah,
to come back. Yeah.
The 2 times that I've been, you walk in, you see that gap jump, and it's just like, oh my god, it's huge. It's absolutely. And then to see the tunnel and the tabletop in the middle is it's brilliant, mate. So I can't wait to see you guys there. Obviously, we saw Matthias there in the first year in 2018, and things went really well for him. But you know, very much looking forward to seeing you guys over there as well.
Thank you.
So plans for World RX? I guess you've got Enzo, haven't you?
Yeah, Enzo we have. Yeah, nothing more yet, but hopefully we can have some more. But it will be wildcard events, I would guess.
Okay, and Enzo, for us, from the outside, has developed massively this last year. How you've been watching that really closely, haven't you?
Yeah, I think from the period where he recovered from being unwell, which is, you know, I think you and I talked about it in France a couple of years ago, and things were not looking good at all, were they? And the fact that he's even here doing it is incredible. And the progression he's made from returning here last year to where he's at now. I know you've done a lot of testing with him, but still to deliver that in a race weekend is amazing. I know he's very unlucky in Denmark, but the pace is there, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure it is. And as you say, we have worked a lot with him. Basically just driving, just drive and drive and drive to get to know the car better. And yeah, we did Lyden Hill last winter just to keep doing racing, to get to know the start systems and all this. And yeah, it pays off now.
I think he was so impressive at Lyden, wasn't he? Because Liam Duran's home track, Liam came back to you. You've known Liam a very long time, one of the most naturally gifted rallycross drivers in the world, I would say. And Enzo took it to him, didn't he? They were swapping places in the final. You know, amazing to go to a track like that he doesn't know with a home specialist and to deliver that sort of performance.
Yeah, for sure. So no, I'm really looking forward for this season, and it's just keeping him focused all the weekend, and then I think we can give the World RX guys a good fight this year. Yeah, good for him. He had a rough weekend in Nice, I must say. An interesting turn 2, wasn't it? Yeah. But good on him. I like the fact, although he got told off for it, I like the fact he didn't stand for anything. You know, I don't think you'd mess with him. And the problem when you come into this thing, and I think Enzo would be honest enough to say that he came in as a gentleman driver. For me, he's heading now towards being very, very competitive. Yep. But there's a point at which you've got to go, I'm not here to get mugged off, mate. If you do something to me, you know, you may pay the price. Now, okay, Enzo paid the price on that occasion, but it's not bad for your reputation in turn 1, I think, occasionally to be a bit hard. I think it was good. He showed off. He showed that you don't mess with me. I will be here. So, and then I think that's good. I think rallycross needs it. I've been a little bit too lazy for a long time. Sometimes you need a big hit, and then something happens. Joel Kristoffersen from the steward's office, as we see a big hit out on track, side by side there. Bit of contact. This is incredibly close for the final lap between them. A little look up the inside, but can't quite make that stick. Great. So it's Larpati who's out in front. And I think he's going to hold on to it. Almost lost it in this last lap. Or it could be close as they come round over the jump. If anyone's going to have a look up the inside at the hairpin, needs to cover that inside line off. Backs it in tidily. And then straight towards the line. Let's see how the time compares. Not quite close enough. It's a 3:12.6. It was Larpati, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And starting, it's always the first event of the year is like, okay, who is this? And then as you go through the year, you start to recognise the liveries a bit.
And then loads more come for round 3 and 4. And
and you're like, I don't know who this is. And you just got look, guys. We're not pretending we can recognise every single car on site. You know, this is a lot of classes and a lot of cars, and we do our very best. So apologies for when we do get it wrong, but we're trying our best, and we've got some great guests in here this weekend as well. Lovely to be back on site, be able to go back to the style that I think we had last year with RallyX Nordic, Joel. I think a lot of people enjoyed a bit of studio banter, and we love to get the chance to talk to you guys in a bit more detail.
For sure, yeah. And I think a lot of people say last year this Magic Weekend we had was one of the best TV shows ever been in Rallycross. This live studio you had, and a lot of commentary, and behind the scenes, and that's what we need. It's good, so we can give the spectators the best show we can.
I think we've got to bring the characters. We've got such brilliant characters in this sport, from Enzo to Liam Doran. They're just completely from Andreas to Timmy. Everybody is so different, and I want the fans to know you guys like we're lucky enough to know you.
No, but it's good. Then of course we need to show them behind the scenes.
Down towards the first corner. Go on, Hal.
No, I was going to say as part of that, you know, it's people getting some acknowledgement for people like Joel, who's in his early 30s, but has been in this paddock since he was the broom pilot at Hansen Motorsport, and has done so many roles and jobs and worked with so many teams. And you know, there's so many great people. We had Tommy Kristofferson in here just before that go a little bit unnoticed, and it's about giving some exposure to all of those guys. Let's ask Joel some on the spot questions. Best driver you've ever worked with?
Oh, that's well out of order.
Mattias Ekström.
For what reason?
Because it's very comfortable, because he is the engineer, spotter, team boss and driver in one package.
So this is about a comfort setting.
It's very easy to work with that.
He operates on an amazing level, doesn't he? We were talking about it during Supercar in Q1. I think for me personally, him and Johan Kristofferson just have this ability to view the whole picture rather than just the driving of the car. It must be amazing to work with someone like that as a team principal.
Yeah, of course. And as I say, when he comes in, he knows exactly what he should do in the car and everything. So it's quite fantastic. And they can take the whole package, as I say.
I imagine he's quite demanding as well, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. People that operate at that level don't mess about.
Nope.
But you don't mess about either. You know, I guess you're aiming for that always aiming for that same level of as close to perfection as you can achieve.
Yeah, of course, always you do that. So that's always the biggest goal, and we're trying every year. You're always learning, and it's that's what everyone wants for.
And you've got this team structure now where you've had the JC Race Tech junior team for a few years now, and now you've brought that under the EKS JC umbrella, and now you've got the two supercars and the two cross cars right next to each other in the tent. Yeah. How important is it for guys like Isaac to learn off, maybe not someone like Enzo who's still learning himself, but Sondra is very experienced. You know, you've got all the engineers. Matthias is there on the phone. You know, how important is it to have that ladder within your own team?
Yeah, I think the most important is that everybody feels that they are in the same team. They are not pushed outside in an easy up. They are everybody under the same roof. And of course, then they have the engineer, WeBox guys help them out, and everybody like, come on guys, and everybody help them out. So for sure, for these young guys, that Alex and Isaac, it's huge stuff, but also a huge pressure. But they put them on themselves as well. So it's good learning for both of them.
Yeah, as a young kid carrying the EKS logo around on your race suit means something, doesn't it? It means it must be very special, but at the same time, there's an expectation to deliver too.
Yeah, absolutely. And but they're doing really well, and I'm really impressed of them. So hopefully we can keep going the momentum we have this weekend with them.
Awesome. So what's next for you? Are you waiting for supercar lights?
Yep. No supercar lights for me this year. First time since 2014, so it's a bit awkward, but it's times move on, and then we need to see. Maybe later we do back to lights, but now it's supercar in Q2 for Enzo and Sondra. So it will be an interesting first heat with 2 Hondais and 1 Polo and 2 Audis. So it will be a tough first corner.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to. I think the depth in supercar here is Damien Crepo taking that one 313.5. Those guys not threatening Yoel's man. I'm sure Yoel's got one eye on the timing screen while he's in here. Yeah, he has. I know what team bosses are like. The timing screen's right here, and Yoel's just basically like, yeah, that's all good. It's fine. Isaac's safe at the top of the table. Okay, cool. So yeah, just a couple of supercars coming up then. Yep. So what lights? What's the circumstances meaning you're not running one at the minute? Like
we have a couple of drivers that was planned to drive, and some of them have a personal reason they couldn't do it, and some didn't have the budget. So we have the cars in the workshop, but now it's supercar and cross car this year, and that's our main focus. And it will be a busy end of the year, as you know, with the Nitro and World and also some rally we are planning. So I think we just keep with this we have now and trying to do that first.
Just chill for a while, yeah. Otherwise it's zero.
Not chill, but
yeah. But not 110% just yet.
Yeah.
Just yet. We've got the last race of cross car on the grid. Per Goodison, Riku Huka, Katie Munnings and Alain Feller. Feller jumps the start on the outside of the grid. Gives us another minute.
Before this race starts, Joel, obviously the young guys are learning from the more experienced guys in the team, but when the qualifying structure is like it is here and the cross cars go first, is there anything that those guys are able to give you for the supercars to help you decide on track evolution or conditions? How does that work?
Yeah, of course. We saw now as on the gravel it's much drier, so we need to compensate a little bit on the car for the grip. And also we saw on Isaac the Joker is quicker now, so the spotter knows now that they have some more time now to give them to get in there. So for sure they're giving us a lot of help for that.
So there's benefits both ways. So actually as a team it works really well to have cars in different classes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, we can hear supercars.
That wasn't a cross car.
No, yes, because that's definitely a full-on 2-litre anti-lag beast being run up somewhere. Goodison with the great start in the inside hook car. The nose of the car going up and down a couple of times, almost as if maybe missed the gear on the run to that first corner. It's Katie Munnings who's slotted into P3. Hook car with a late decision to go Joker there. Munnings goes to the standard lap. So Hukar going to come out behind Katie, and we'll hope that she goes Joker before he wants to try and close on Goodison. There is Goodison out front. Katie was tested. So Katie is one of the drivers from Extreme E. She's Timmy Hansen's teammate, which is why, of course, she's running here this weekend with the Live squad under the Hansen Motorsport banner.
Yeah, I mean, she's a rally driver, isn't she? She's come from a rally background. She's driven loads of stuff, TV presenter. You know, she's done a lot, but she hasn't done a lot of racing. So what they're doing here is they're giving her just like that, and Hukar's gone around the outside of her into the final corner here at Holjes. But you know, it's stuff like that. It doesn't matter that that's happened. It's the fact that she knows what's going to happen and how to anticipate it, because Extreme E has that racing element.
Yeah.
And Timmy Hansen obviously is an incredible racing driver, and it's just about giving that experience to her. The Hansen Motorsport team have the facility to do it. They drive for the United Andretti squad together, don't they? So, you know, she's got Kenneth Hansen, Timmy Hansen, and Kevin Hansen on her side in the paddock. And this is just all about learning. She's openly said, not bothered about the result, just needs to learn about racecraft. And I think that it's really big of her to come and do that, and not be worried about it.
No, massively. And, you know, to be fair, I felt the same last year. Timmy and Thierry Neuville came and put themselves on line. You know, you're a top World Championship level driver. Katie's a top driver in Extreme E, and you come here, and if you get it handed to you, and let's be honest, Timmy and Thierry didn't exactly. I think people have this idea of, they're going to destroy everyone, and they're just not.
No. And I think it's very difficult when you're used to driving rally or rallycross and going back to cross car. It's quite different driving style because you're having so much higher speed into the corner compared to a heavy car.
I know Katie in particular is interested in starts and the first corner because of Extreme E featuring that. And I think there's a chance we're going to see things change so that you're going to see both drivers having to take starts. So coming from a rally background, that's what I did, rally, and then came to do some rallycross. And on the run to the first corner, you feel like your head's on, like just spinning round, looking for cars around you. I'm like left and right like an owl, you know. So, hang on, where is everyone? And so it's a lot to learn.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is really good. Do it because there's a lot of cars and you're always having one on the inside, and you need to be a bit patient because it will be tight with the wheels and everything. So yeah, for sure it's really good for her to drive here and get the experience.
And especially in a weekend like this where we've got a full event today, it's full on proper national rallycross spec to do a whole event today, and then across the course of the weekend it's a little more easy. You can analyse stuff a lot more between the races. So I think for doing what she's doing, it's actually a great event to come to here.
Very much, very great. And to tell you what, lucky Katie, what a place to make you rallycross debut. In the Hansen squad at Holjes. I'm a little bit jealous.
Yeah, I'm massively jealous.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're angry now. Right, this is the end of cross car. Checkered flag falls. It's a 3:15.2. And so that is not going to be enough to trouble the top drivers. Joel Kristoffersson is leaving the studio. Joel, thanks so much, mate. Best of luck for Supercar.
He has real work to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Katie with a big old bit of sideways in the last corner. Go on, get in. Okay. Results of that last one, Riku Hukka 3:15.252. Goodison, Munnings and Fella. Laura Winters in the studio with us. We'll have what have we got? Supercar lights coming up after this, but yes, Laura has returned to Rallycross and returned to the studio, and it's great to have you here, Laura. You'll be presenting for us later on, and luckily me and Hal will actually get to stop for 2 minutes because it's full on. You did a double header, of course, with us in the World Championship last year, and the one-day format compared to 2-day is massively different for us, but for the teams as well.
Yeah, it's full on out there. You know, they're all around about. Normally they have time to kind of go off into the motorhomes just to relax, calm down, but they are all around their cars. They're busy, they're at the laptops crunching the data, then they're back, you know. So I managed to get interviews pretty easily, actually. I grabbed a whole host of drivers from the Supercar and Supercar Light classes and just chatted about, you know, what we saw out there and what makes Holjes special as well. There were some wonderful answers to that as we see another race starting now on this infamous track.
Yeah, we're going to get those interviews, I think, later on today. They'll be in our show from Q3 heading through to the semi-finals and the final. We'll have a chat with Laura again in a moment. On your inside line here, Nils Andersen, the winner of Q1. Linus Ostland on his home track. Tommy Howman, double podium finisher from last time out. Kasper Jansen, who we tipped in Denmark and did a brilliant job in Q1 to be in this fastest heat race. And Niklas Aneklev. Here we go. 2.4 litre Cosworth engines. The RX2E cars are here this weekend. Got 4 of them going to be doing a celebrity race Saturday, Sunday. Nils Andersen, great reaction time on the inside line, gets away from the line beautifully. Tommy Howman going to try and shut the door on Ostland if he can. Ostland still in there. Howman runs a bit deep. Ostland is inside Aneklev. Ostland goes straight to the Joker lap. Andersen goes standard lap, and it's Kasper Jansen has gone Joker in. Super sideways in that Joker, but Nils Andersen out front, whole shot. How that's what he wants.
How interesting a Rallycross first corners. I'm just watching that thinking, well, where's the story here? And there's so many of them. Linus Ostland did the perfect thing there. He lost the start, but tucked in behind Nils Andersen. So even though he hadn't got the better start than Holman, it left Holman nowhere to go. And then Aneklev hung it round the outside from nowhere too. It's just this first corner here is brilliant, isn't it?
That's what I love about the Joker here, is you can be inside in turn 1 and you think you've got it, but someone comes around the outside and mugs you. You've got a choice then. Go Joker, or, you know, and give yourself clear air. And now that we're out of Q1 and you're in with all the fast drivers are in together, remember it's fastest first in Nordic or door open for Jansen. You've got that option. When there's slower drivers, you don't. But I love... Oh, Ostland over the curb on the inside. The curbs down there are huge. Got to watch out that he hasn't pulled the front left corner off that. Looks intact at the minute. Howman, Ostland and Jansen have all jokered. So Ostland's done well there. Where is... the rest of the... Yeah, they're behind. They are behind. So nicely done. Jansen having a look up the inside of Howman. Door open, not for the pass, but on the car.
So Ostland jokered lap 1, didn't he? But it's not showing up on our screen at the moment. He must have done a great job, despite that mistake, to pass Howman when Howman jokered. Talking about the door open, I spoke to Tommy on the phone after Niesum, and he lost a lot of time in one of the semi-finals because he was holding the driver's door shut when it had broken open. Because in Finland, you would get a black flag for that immediately. It doesn't seem to be the case here. But he was terrified about getting disqualified, so he cost himself a lot of time. And there's so many different elements you have to learn when you're doing different championships. You know, the sort of stuff you would never realise as a spectator. Holman, though, is all over Linus Ostland.
Yeah, he really is going to try and find a way through. Ostland, we saw taking risks on the curbs in turn 2 a moment ago. Jansen going with them, so this is good for Kasper Jansen again as we see the development. Was it karting that Jansen came from?
Yeah.
So it came from that karting background, was super sendy at Niesum, but lots of mistakes. And now he's in behind a couple of right hot shoes here, including Ostland on his home track. This is the perfect chance to follow. Not that he wants to beat them, but if you're not in front, look.
Yeah, in your debut season, you know, you may think that, and if you've got the pace to end up in a slower race. Nils Andersen into the Joker on the final lap.
Here we go, Andersen around the outside line, coming up over the crest on the inside. Ostland leading the pack. Whereabouts is Aneklev going to slot in behind Howman? So Howman gets up into P3. Aneklev drops from P2 down into P4. And Janssen not far off the back of them again. How these 5 could well form the quickest race again. But of course, we've still got Simon Olsson to come in the last round. A disaster in the first round.
And he was having a look on the inside of Anaklev as well, who's an experienced lights driver. I like you are, Andrew, I'm massively impressed by him. The learning he is doing here, you know, it's the progress is really visible, isn't it?
Yeah, massively so. Brilliant. Round the long left-hander goes Niels Andersen. The time is 3:11.251. I'll quick look and see what that compares to in the first one. 3:11.6 was the first, so he's gone quicker. But we had Joel Kristoffersen in a minute ago saying that the Joker lap has gone 0.5 quicker. I love that detail. And Laura, actually, from obviously, we know you've been at F1 recently. We're having a bit of a laugh about this. But the amount of data in F1 obviously is insane. We're not comparing it in the same way. But I think if people think that Rallycross, people are not looking at the detail in the same way they are in F1, they are mistaken, because the detail is here. You know, Joel comes in and goes, the Joker's gone half a lap quicker due to track dev. Mad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that struck me when I first came into Rallycross, is the attention to detail and the strategy and the data that can be crunched from it. Even just from, you know, a 3.5 minute race, you can gather so much information that can be used as the track develops, as the track evolves, and moving into the weekend, certainly looking ahead as well, as we expect rain, and there's so many permutations to it all. Actually, I was going to say, when I spoke to Linus Östlund, he said a really interesting thing to me in my interview. I said, what does it take to drive well here at Holjes? And he simply went, be brave.
Really?
That was it. I was like, okay, there we go.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to be brave. Good lad. Home circuit, great person to ask. You know, what's the trick to this place? Tactically as well, Rallycross so interesting, Laura. Again, you know, a long race, whether it be endurance racing, F1, touring cars. Yeah, I mean, they vary from 24 hours to 1 hour and 40 to 40 minutes. These races are 3.5. The decisions which these guys are making based on basically a stopwatch are pretty impressive, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Completely.
Jump start.
Wow. I was commentating a race start then. That was a jump start, wasn't it?
Well done, mate. Well, Hal, you're fired.
No, God. I'm sitting here in awe at Hal's knowledge and the attention to detail he has as well. What was the question you asked me? 3 hours sleep's kicking in now.
Yeah, same here, mate. About just tactics and the decisions in a 3.5 minute race. It's not where you go, let's look at the next 6 laps and see what the pit window is. This is like, okay, do we joker him now or on the next one? And you've had the pleasure of being at some brilliant Rallycross races in 2019. Like, it's epic to see the tension from the spotters is mad.
Oh, the spotters tower is one of my favourite bits.
Yeah,
I was always sent there on the last Sunday in the final, and you'd go and watch them all, and they are just losing their minds. And we get cameras up there and show them in all their glory. That's one of the best bits, I think. It does show the tactical nous that's involved in this as well, and you know, there's no long run pace in this. There's no time for measures. It's all or nothing.
Martin Jonsson on there with another jump start. That's Martin Expeth this time has jumped the start. Who jumped the previous time?
Expeth jumped up the first time.
So it's DQ then. If that's a double.
Did he move?
Start,
I didn't actually see him move then, to be honest. But
if that's a double jump start, that is DQ, isn't it? Am I right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, they should push Expert off the grid. Disaster. No, that was the oh dear, Hal. That was the double hand wave, and the double hand. You know, the we're done here is game over basically.
Go home.
Go.
What a shame. You know, he's come from karting, like many of the new lights drivers this year, and I think you know. Okay, he's done a full weekend in Nice and a race already today, but only experience gets these light sequences and the start procedures really ingrained in you, doesn't it? And it's not a surprise to see just new guys making those mistakes, and they'll only learn from them.
No. Shame for Expert. Was P7 in Q1, and that's going to drop him down the order. Right, so Jonsson, Oskarsson, Foss and Sjökvist on the outside. Brilliant start in the middle of the grid for Mats Oskarsson, but on the inside line, Martin Jonsson's got it as well. Oskarsson should have a wide, tight line here, going to execute that. He's going to go straight to the Joker lap. Oh, yes, on the handbrake on the way in. Look at the car attitude, but slightly too sideways. Foss has gone with him, and Foss has been compromised a little bit there on his Joker lap entry, so Not ideal. It looked like a brilliant entry, Hal, and it just got slightly over-rotated mid-corner.
Yeah, just not quite as perfect as it could have been. Foss was one of the stars of Nielsen for me, given his inexperience. Had only done one lights race previous to that at Nielsen the previous year. Actually had Guillaume de Ridder spotting for him, and I think that made a big difference to his own performance. Whether Guillaume's here this weekend, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to go around the paddock that much yet. But, you know, having someone with experience on your side makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Very much. Better weather than we were expecting. I know we do love to talk about the weather of the Brits, but we've all packed basically for pouring rain every single day. And it's actually, it's pretty warm out there and pretty dry. Well, very dry, bone dry.
Yeah, no rain at all, is there? And I think the locals say it's not coming today.
Maybe over the course of the weekend.
Maybe it's a bit disappointing for me, really, because I'd like to see some mixed-up conditions.
I think the fact we've got an event over Saturday and Sunday here, and we're looking at the forecast, I'm pretty sure we will see it. I would like to see it in the middle of a session, turning something on its head just for a bit of fun for us.
Yeah, definitely.
The total opposite of what the drivers want to see.
Yeah, and I think from a fan's point of view, since they're unable to be here for the obvious reasons, it's great. We should have a monsoon event so they don't have to suffer being wet either. And when they can come back, it can be lovely and sunny.
Nice and sunshine. They can sit in their paddling pools and have a few jars, which is pretty traditional here at Holjes, to be honest. Come out about mid-morning normally from your airport bus or your caravan or whatever you've your 60s American slammed Cadillac and just drag yourself to the trackside.
Probably feel a little like I do right now.
20 paracetamol. Yeah, Hal didn't even have a drink last night. It's just he only had 3 hours sleep, and that's add 3 hours sleep to 1 or 2 drinks. I've never seen anybody have any excessive amount of drinks here, Hal.
No.
It's not, you know, happy street. It's just because everyone's in a really good mood. Look, this place is wonderful. If you get the chance to come to the Magic Weekend, it looks like it might be limited spectators later this year. That's why the World Championships moved the date for Holjes back. I hope there are spectators here. I've been here 3 times in a year, and to be all 3 of those with no spectators compared to my previous 6 or 7 visits with spectators, it's not the same without you guys. Just want to let you know. It will be great when you're back. And aren't we all looking forward to going back to events as spectators as well? Fairly close on the merge, but Oscarson can't get in front of Jonsson. Lap times, Hal, are they in the ballpark, do we think, or?
I think they're dropping off as we would expect with the fastest first format. That's generally how it goes. I'm impressed by Jonsson though. He hasn't been at this a long time. This is his first full season. Did some events last year, didn't he? I think he first drove a car a couple of years ago, one of the taster days they do for the lights, and clearly learning quickly.
311.251 the target, and not a million miles away. It's a further than I thought, 314.4. So a 314.4 for Martin Jonsson. How many of you at home, let us know, are you doing a sneaky one and you're supposed to be at work? It's Thursday. Are you... oh, look, we've got a little bird having a little... Look at that, that's great.
Where's that?
Having a little bath down. Well, that's definitely not on the tracks. We were just talking about how bone dry it is. Go on, mate.
That curb hasn't been used for a while, has it?
No, look at the moss on that.
That must be on the crosscar section in the middle.
I like that. Have a little bath, mate. Go on. Mega. Martin Jonsson, 314.412. That's great. I love that. We've had some amazing pictures of some crazy wildlife. We really want to see a moose. Our director, Robert, if you can find me a moose over the course of this weekend, surely there's one lurking in the forest. He just said stand by, he's going to find one.
What's the prize for finding a moose?
Oh, I don't know. I will buy... He's looking for one. There he is. Robert, the director, says there is the moose somewhere in there. Well, I owe you a few beers, Robert. Yeah, well done. You got me. Did you see the wolf, he says? You will need your binoculars. But yeah, we normally see some interesting wildlife at Rallycross circuits. I saw some brilliant stuff at ARX, like some crazy stuff in the distance. There were vultures at one of the tracks. It was mad. Needed as well after some of the turn 1 action. There was definitely some dead parts out there.
Some of the other animals in Rallycross.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, some of the animals are on the grid. Not this grid in particular. Gustav Bergström, Natalie Peterson, Ida Tornholt, Martin Enlund and Simon Olofsson. Simon Olofsson on the outside of this grid needs to absolutely nail the start. That's what he does. Olofsson's now got to come from P5 to P1. There's plenty of cars inside. They're not going to give him too much space. No lifting. Olofsson through turn 1. Back of the car moves just a little bit into turn 2. And that's what he needed, Hal, after a disaster in the first corner on the first time out. This guy dominated Neeson and basically had a shocker in Q1 here after a retirement. That's a confidence rebuilder, but now he needs to do the lap times. He could win this session.
That's a confidence a rebuilder and a boost, isn't it? I thought he wasn't going to do it. He didn't make the best getaway, did he? But that confidence on the brakes, just to hang it around the outside and know the grip is there. With a field of relative novices, that was really good.
Especially after getting not taken out, but he had that tiny bit of contact in Q1. So, you know, you've got novices inside you and you've not got the best start. Yeah, it's kind of brave and confident at the same time.
But he has no choice because the pace is so hot at the front. He has to be getting back on up there now.
But I like to see the confidence. It shows that he has picked himself up, as we said, from, you know, another little dip. This hasn't gone my way. And it's Enlund behind. So I spoke to Enlund very briefly just before the session, and the splines on the bottom of the steering column into the rack had stripped. So basically that means where he's turning the steering wheel, it's the steering is not turning as much as he'd hoped. So they were fixing that up. And Enlund, I think, could threaten the top times here as well, Hal, if he keeps it clean.
Yeah, I think he could. They're both out of position, really, aren't they? In the way the races are graded during qualifying, so they wouldn't normally be in one of the slower races. But that actually can work to their advantage with track evolution as it is. We know the track's cleaning because it hasn't been used for a while for supercars. You know, I think the track does get used in testing and in some national events, but having all of the supercars and the lights cars, they actually do a lot of cleaning because of their bigger wheelbase and the four-wheel drive.
Enlund is right up behind Olofsson now. Enlund, if anything, has put in a better few corners there than Olofsson did. Olofsson looked like he maybe lost a bit of time, unless Olofsson's got another problem. Enlund is now right there. Doesn't look like it from the attitude of the car. Olofsson came in a little bit hot, maybe to the hairpin after the jump. But now he's driving away again. And how this might just be that thing of where different sectors on the track suit two drivers differently.
Yeah, look at that lip coming down there now. I noticed it during the cross car, but in the lights cars, maybe they've got a little bit less suspension travel, but you haven't seen that much in the past, but that's where the new tarmac was laid a few years ago, and the loose meets it.
Do you remember last year there was a little bit of a bump, wasn't there? And in the wet in particular, when you're already on the limit of grip and then you hit that bump, you can see cars move quite a lot.
That was more at the top of the hill, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, it was. Into the Joker lap they go both together. They'll be watching... No, Bergstrom's got to go Joker as well, so they've destroyed it. Enlund, yes, on the gas early, bit of opposite lock, holds on to that one, keeps it out of the wall. I'm going to follow Olofsson through. So target time 3:11.251. Nils Andersen 1Q1. Going to be hoping to hold on here for Q2, but Olofsson last time out was absolutely brilliant in supercar lights. Had a clean sweep on day one, winning every single session, and on day two won all three qualifying sessions again. So if he's back on form, this should be at the top of the table. It's going to be close. No, not close enough. So Nils Andersen holds on. 3:12.9 is a good time. Not the dominance we saw in Neeson, but that's fine. Olofsson will just be pleased to have backed a decent result after a shocker in Q1. So Nils Andersen on for the clean sweep today. Andersen last time qualified third on day one and qualified fifth on day two, so had two brilliant qualifyings, Nils, but didn't make the final at either event in Neeson. Fifth in the semi and fourth in the semi. So Nils Andersen here looking to go TQ, top qualifier. And if he does, it's going to give him a great chance of making it through to his first final of the year. Pressure builds, of course, once you get to the point where things are going really amazingly. Okay, hold tight, belt up. This should be an absolute blinder of a race. On the inside, Johan Kristoffersson, 3 times FIA World Rallycross Champion. Current World Rallycross Champion. Current championship leader with a win and a P2 from Neeson. Next to him, Niklas Gronholm. Sorry, Christian Sabo, then Niklas Gronholm, Enzo Eid. Enzo Eid confirmed as doing Nordic and World RX this year, and then Sondre Evjen on the outside. This is 5 top-class supercar drivers. Great start, Sabo from P2 on the grid. Kristoffersen going to try and stay on the inside line. He's alongside, goes deep on the brakes, runs the pack wide. In the background, it's Enzo Eid, I think, who's had to make a cutback. Evjen and Eid both going to the Joker lap now. Gronholm's ended up P3. Tidy through the Joker for those guys in the background, but Kristoffersen leading Szabo and Gronholm.
You'll never see a car get closer than Szabo got to the back of Kristoffersen in turn 2 without making significant contact, do you? They were so close there. Szabo's impressing me now. He's all over Johan. Later, more recent specification car. Oh, big moment for Szabo over the top of the hill.
Into the right-hander at the bottom. You can see that crest just affecting the cars through the bump. Yeah, latest spec Hyundai World Rallycross cars for both Szabo and Gronholm in P2 and P3. Kristoffersen running the KMS car, but I think Kristoffersen showing his class here. Although obviously these guys now being right behind him, in theory he could be holding them up, but they've got to go Joker if they want to try and do something, and they're obviously worried about getting caught behind Evjen or Eid.
And there's a tyre game at play here as well, isn't there? Because this is the GRX guys, Gronholm and Szabo's first race of the first rounds of the season. Szabo's all over Kristoffersen coming into the velodrome. Will he try to cut back?
Going to look to the inside line.
Kristoffersen's so wily, isn't he? Yeah. He just knows to. It's worth running a bit wide through the middle part of the corner to hang the inside. So fast down there. I love that camera.
So
angle.
do I. That's the first time we've seen it today, I think. So that's our flip-flop camera, or maybe it's just flip on the barrier. And last year we were just sitting quietly, letting the cars come through there because it's insane. 2 laps to go. If you're going to split the strategy, you've got to do it now. So do they send Gronholm or do they send Szabo? It's Szabo who goes Joker. Gronholm goes with Kristoffersen over the standard lap. Evjen and Eid in the background. What's the gap back? It's 4.0 from Kristoffersen to Evjen. So it's about whether or not... No, it's not going to be enough. So Evjen, you can see, slotting in behind Szabo, who's gone Joker. But shows you how close these 5 are going to be, Hal, at the end of this one.
This is like a really top-flight World Championship race, isn't it? The level here is really high, and now it's all about Szabo getting as good a lap time as he can. Look at that. The margin down there against the barrier is so small.
Absolutely brilliant. You can see as well, I think, the angle in the car. Oh, Kristoffersen taking a different line. Kristoffersen's line is very much squaring the corner off early. He does it in turn 2 as well. This time you won't see it. Watch for him going into the Joker lap now. Going to carry the speed. He's a bit wide of the apex. Chucks it in now. Has Szabo done enough? Szabo on the inside line. Gronholm follows Kristoffersen through. Kristoffersen stalls him up on the entrance. Szabo coming over the crest. Going to try and get inside the world champion, but the world champion just gets there. Szabo goes into a gap that's barely a car long. You couldn't park in that, and he's done it. Gronholm going to try and come around the outside now. Cut back on his teammate. Puts a wheel on the dust. Szabo on the curve on the inside line. Johan Kristoffersen, though, has held them off again. 3-time World Rallycross champion, just about doing enough to keep the 2 Hyundais behind him. But this is going to be a decent race weekend, so you better stay tuned. Over the crest and around the right-hander, the left-hander, sorry, Kristoffersen. Oh, look up the inside for Szabo. Tries it on the last corner, but Kristoffersen takes it from Szabo and Gronholm. Fantastic. Great stuff, brilliant stuff from Johan. He's just... I love it. I love this sport. It's absolutely brilliant. And you can't beat a close Joker race like that. Just fantastic. Love it.
Watching the replay, Nicholas didn't have a great start, did he? Szabo got easily the best launch, but Johan just came back at them at the inside. He knows that if you run deep, you're not leaving the guys on the outside any option. Look how close Szabo was to the back of the Polo. So Szabo is really impressing me in this car. He's suiting it really well now, isn't he? This must be early in the race where they were running line astern. Watch the compression now over the bump. Not quite going to see it in that shot. Nicholas actually broke a damper mount in the previous race, landing from there. Look at this Hyundai's got so much traction. We saw it on the final lap. Maybe we'll see it now. So watch Nicholas behind Johan. Watch through the middle. He's caught him on the brakes, really, hasn't he? It's not so traction sensitive there, but out of here, the Hyundai just grips and goes. It's amazing.
Johan's patience on the brakes there for me on the way in. I was thinking he's gone too slow in here. Szabo's going to get him, but he straightened the car up on the exit mini. He got the perfect exit from it. So brilliant. Brilliant racing and tactics from those guys. Kristoffersen with a 3:02.1. And that is slower than it was earlier, so I guess we'd expect that. 1.8 seconds slower than he was in Q1, but a great fight the entire way through that. That was a banger. I said it would be. You just know sometimes, don't you? Fantastic. Now, McConnell, Markland, Gurman in this next one. Michalak to some extent, and Haapamäki. We've got 5 cars coming up again. There's 3 5-car heats for Supercar, which is great as well because we're seeing proper 5-car races. McConnell and Markland, where are they? P6 and P7. We're waiting for the cars to come to the grid. But P6 and 7 for Markland and McConnell. They're going to want to try and improve on that. Those 2 guys are going to want to be in that top heat race for Q3. Lucas Anderson leading Crosscar Junior. And we were right. Alex Gustafsson, look, with exactly the same score. So they've both had a P1 and a P3, leaving them on 92 points apiece. And Q3 will decide who gets the TQ for Crosscar Junior. Then you've got Persson, Nilsson, Hallinan and Yulami. Open 2-wheel drive, 2 wins to Simon Tiger, 10 points clear of Matthias Janssen, who is his only competitor so far in terms of lap times, I think it's fair to say. More can be Bertelsen, England, Larsimo and Persson. Tiger looking like he's going to be on for another TQ spot here in round 3. And that will be his 3rd of the season. Crosscar, Isaac Rierson, 2 wins. He is looking fantastic. 15 points clear on the intermediate standings on the right. Remember, that's just the points to get everybody settled into their semi-final positions. And there will be 3 semi-finals for Crosscar, and only the top 2 from each one go through. So 18 cars going through to the semis. It's really important to be right up at the top of that one. Osterberg, P2, Hallberg, Eganson. It's a close one. Nils Anderson, 2 wins. Ostland racing at home, 2 P2s. Tommy Howman, 2 podiums from the first 2 rounds. 2 podiums in terms, oh no, P4, sorry, in Q2, but still right there on the pace. Jonsson and Netcliffe, Janssen, Oscarsson, Olofsson, Enland and Schockvist. Olofsson moving up to P8, look, with a better run that time round. Here is Kristoffersson's Joker. Coming in really wide, and then just Hallie really slows Gronholm up at the apex. And is this that thing again of him squaring off the corners for the apex, transitioning the weight round that pops the curb, and then here it's full throttle. You look at the wheel spin from the front, but also running the car just enough to shut the door.
It's great that entry to the Joker, isn't it? Because you can afford to square it off and run wide and come back to the apex, or you can do what we see a Robin Larson type driver do and get the rotation done and continue it through the whole corner and apex really, really late. Very, very rarely do you see someone go in and hug the curb all the way around, but it is done. And obviously, Johan will have been aware that Nicholas was there. You don't want to give him too much opportunity to try and stick one up the inside. So by squaring off the corner, you're sort of showing him the side of the car rather than the back. And yeah, he's so calculated, isn't he? And he maximised the exit perfectly.
Yeah, just a brilliant drive. Sarbo's looking racy, isn't he? You'd expect, really, Gronholm, you know, it's his team, and he's been in that car longer and a lot more, and Sarbo's looking great.
Yeah, Chris didn't get on with this track in Super 1600. He didn't actively enjoy it. He was very quick here, obviously. Because
I like you using the phrase didn't actively enjoy it. He didn't like it, did he? Laura, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, I actually spoke to him and I went to him with what you said, that he didn't actively enjoy it, but came to like it a little bit more. And he looked at me and went, no, I don't. I still don't like this track.
Really?
It's still really hard. He said, Rallycross fans are going to hate me, but I much prefer the circuit. So he much prefers the... I know. I was like, come on. He much prefers sort of, you know, your Silverstone, perhaps your Spa, your certainly your Barcelona.
Spa, everyone's on board with definitely. Look,
Spa was mega, actually. Spa was like proper rallycross in the most glorious setting.
Spa is my favourite of the F1 rallycross tracks, definitely.
Agreed.
Just because I think the bank bend again, I think where the Joker exits and the fact that to cover off the standard lap you run wide, which opens the door into turn 1, and you just go, yes, like, tick, tick, tick. Yeah, it just works, and it was amazing. It's a bit gutting, really. We've only ever seen one race meeting there, thanks to COVID.
I know, absolutely. But I think he's learning to love the track. But when I said to him, we're going to talk about how magical the track is, he said, I'm going to have to lie to you, I'm afraid. I've given his secrets away now. But yes, I think he's learning to love it, shall we say.
You don't have to like it to be quick, though, do you?
Absolutely.
I think, you know, it's like the Monte Carlo Rally. People don't particularly enjoy driving in those mixed conditions. They can be very quick on the wrong tyre at the wrong time, or the right time, depending on where you are. But, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean you need to enjoy it. I think... yeah, you can't be spoiled all the time by enjoying what you do, can you?
You definitely can't. You definitely can't. Okay, that is Harper Mackie on the outside in the electric starred car. So it was P10. Who's missing? Michalak's missing? So you've got Anton Markland on the inside, Fraser McConnell, Philip Gurman. All three of these are quick. They will all want to go quick enough to put themselves up into the top heat next time round. Harper Mackey was P10. Michalak was P9, but he's missing, so Michalak will be a DNS. Here we go. Oh, bad start. Fraser McConnell goes backwards. Gurman, though, equal on the inside line. Team is Anton Markland. Markland going to try and go deep. Gurman shuts the door. A little bit of contact. Fraser McConnell going to go wide and go Joker. Great move by Fraser McConnell from a terrible start. Harper Mackey on the back of the pack with the electric start car. I think good recovery by Fraz there. Good decision. Do you think, Hal?
Yeah, definitely good decision. Andreas Eriksson on the radio, I assume, this weekend, as per normal for Fraser. Got loads of experience around this track, and obviously that was the right thing to do.
So Gurman leading from Markland. What do you think the gap is? It's about 2.5 here, isn't it? Normally it's developing a little bit, as Joel was saying to us earlier on. So you've got to watch Fraser's lap times now as to whether he can close down. Harper Mackey going well in the electric start as well.
Yeah, I think out of turn one, and when we see the replay after the race is finished, you know, it just picks up so quickly. I think this is fascinating to see the two methods of propulsion running together on track. It's happened. Manfred Stoll's driven quite a lot, as that is Markland bailing for the Joker, and this will be to cover off McConnell.
McConnell over the crest. He's going to get both of them. That's a great lap by. So Fraz was basically eaten alive at the start. It was a terrible start, wasn't it? And then, but committing to the Joker early, Hal, was the key for me. If you're going to go like he did, go early. Don't break and change your mind. He decided immediately he was going, and it just paid off. So Fraz is up into P2, and he's going to try and chase down Gurman now. So will Gurman respond with a Joker, or is he going to try and hold on until the end of the race?
Gurman was on a massive push there over the first jump, the smaller of the two jumps here at Holjes, but I think he's getting eaten up at the moment by Fraser, isn't he? We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line in the timing screen update, but I would guess he'll Joker now because he doesn't... No, he's not. He's going to go to the end. Thanks for that.
He's unlucky, Hal.
Oh, it's really landing hard, that Polo, isn't it? It's maybe not perfectly set up, and Fraser at risk of losing a little bit of time here if he catches him through the velodrome section.
And it is time, remember, qualifying. Fraz needs to get the best 4-lap time that he can with a couple of laps to go. You know, Gurman now really... Well, it's too late, isn't it? Gurman's probably getting... you could still go to cover of Harper Mackey if he was... I'd still go now rather than wait till the last lap. You know you've lost the race. Just go.
There is only a lap to go. Remember the timing screen in RallyX Nordic says 2 laps when there's 1 lap.
Yeah, lovely. Ideal. Crossing the line now, then Gurman going to come on. Smoking it up in the background, Fraser McConnell. Anton Markland as well. I think good indicator of Fraser's pace this year. He's in, of course, the champions car from last year. Over the crest, going to be clearly in front. I don't think Gurman's going to trouble Markland either. So Markland gets up into P2. New branding on the side of Fraser's car after the win last time out. He got tweets from the Prime Minister and the world's most famous sprinter.
We got shared on Usain Bolt's Instagram. Yes. My family, well, my partner's family are so impressed by that. They know nothing about rallycross.
But Usain Bolt, okay, Hal, well done. Finally we care. Amazing. So Fraz has a little problem there towards the end of the race. Markland's closing down there. If there was an issue for him or not, crosses the line. It's a 3. I thought there was enough there for a second. Clock was slightly behind. 3:03.2. That's a brilliant time, isn't it? Compared to, if you think about Kristoffersen winning the first one, so Fraser McConnell, 3:03.2, I think that's gonna drag him up, I think, into that top heat. But yeah, extra branding on the car. Basically, some sponsors have come on board after. Oh, was that a jump? What happened there?
So Markland moved and then stopped, didn't he? Maybe he was just too far back to activate the sensor, and I think that's probably what's thrown Fraser off, isn't it? Look at him dive to the Joker. Really, really decisive. I'm going Joker. You know, you can trust someone like Markland not to make a last-minute decision and change his mind. So that was great awareness from Fraser, and that's not something that I know I credited Eriksson with it during the race. But Eriksson couldn't have made that call. The spotter can't make that call at that moment. That was all Fraser, and that was brilliant. It's
instinct, isn't it? It's instinct, and it was a great job. And I say, I'm just pleased to see those sponsors come aboard. We know he wants to continue with Nordic. We know he wants to do Nitro. We know you guys are watching in Jamaica. We know it's early there. SportsMax TV as well, of course, in the Caribbean. Getting some Caribbean rallycross fans. We need some rallycross in the Caribbean, don't we, Hal? Are you up for that?
That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure would. McConnell with a great drive. More maturity. Fantastic. Lost a little bit of time somewhere, didn't he, on that last lap? I don't know if it was a bad landing or could he have won the session without that? Fraser McConnell with a 3:03.2 compared to Kristoffersen's 3:02.1. Kristoffersen under a lot of pressure in his race as well. But some fantastic racing in Supercar. I'm excited about the semi-finals and the final here from Holjes. Going to see those later today for round 3, and then, of course, Saturday, Sunday, we're going back to a 2-day format, Hal, and it's a long time since I've done a 2-day rallycross format. The whole of last year's World Championship was double headers.
Probably here last year, wasn't it, over the course of the weekend?
I might have a little relax between sessions. What do you think?
No.
No? What, me, you mean? It's just impossible for me to relax.
No, there's too many people to talk to and...
Too much fun to have.
Yeah. So good to have 5-car races, isn't it? I know it's a real shame that Andreas Carlsson had problems. He was fast yesterday in free practice, went 3rd quickest, and then they had an inexplicable engine problem. They don't have an engine, but they're trying to sort it for the weekend. So it's just a massive shame that he's not racing, but it's great to have 5-car grids, and it makes such a big difference.
Yeah. I mean, with 4 cars I'll take. It's when we get down to 3 cars, you're like, no. Choo-choo on the inside from Andreas Bakkerud. Bakkerud in another of the starred electric Fiestas. Then you've got Lars Andersen, Ale Fucik and Peter Hedström. Got some calibration going on with the start, apparently. I wonder then if... Interesting, the Markman thing was weird. As Hal said, maybe he was far enough back from the jump start since he didn't set it off. But to me, Hal, he moved about a foot. I mean, I would.
But he also stopped, didn't he?
Yeah, but still...
No, I'm not saying that was the right thing to do, but it was... Maybe he didn't make it that far.
I was amazed that Fraser didn't respond to him going early. All 4 of the other drivers sat there. Markman jumped, stopped, and then they all went together.
When I first raced in the British Championship, I used to stop at the line and then drive backwards a little bit to mitigate for any mistakes of my own.
What do you mean? Did you then make sure you were in first? Do you remember Hungary at the European Championship 2013? Because you came through the tunnel and then you'd reverse into the pre-grid and you'd see someone do a practice start and disappear off the grid backwards.
Seen that a few times.
I know.
John Haffey, Phil Chicken.
Not what you want. Not what you want.
I don't know who it'd be more scary for, the marshal or the driver. Well, obviously the marshal, but if they're not in the way, then
backwards.
Probably the driver in a supercar on launch.
Backwards. Yeah, you're just going to take a second, isn't it, to realise what's going on.
Then you destroy the gearbox while you try and get it back into first.
Horrible. It's just awful. Thumbs up from the marshals for the final race of this session. We'll be back not very long with Q3 going all the way through semi-finals and finals. What can that electric start do from second on the grid? It's a great start by Andreas Bakkerud, much better than it was last time out. Choo-choo, though, on the inside. Bakkerud jumps off the gas. Oh, Choo-choo on 2 wheels. How did he save that? Goes across the gravel trap. Bakkerud goes straight to the Joker from P2. On the inside line, it's Hedström. No, it's not Hedström. It is Andersen, who's gone standard lap. Fucik with him.
How close was that to going over? That was almost reminiscent of the Reynes Nittisroll a couple of years ago in the World Championship in the Hyundai, wasn't it? So lucky that he just had the steering angle the right way to the left and the car just dropped down on its wheels.
We saw a much better start this time from Andreas Bakkerud. The car looking pretty dialed. I heard from Derek Dauncey in between the races watching at home. Hey, Derek, who of course was here last year with Ken Block for Project E. And he's been watching the electric cars with interest. Yeah, Derek doesn't miss a trick, does he? Bakkerud's start last time out, Hal, I didn't think was great. This time, whatever they've done with the various settings, and I need to learn a bit more about how that works, that was dialed. And I thought when he dropped in behind Choo-choo, I reckon he was hoping Choo-choo was going to run deep. Watch for Bakkerud. This is to try and cover him off the Joker lap, and it's nowhere near enough from Hedström. So now Bakkerud doesn't want to get held up by Fucik in front. He really needs Fucik to get out of the way or to make that pass.
Derek Dauncey doesn't miss a trick. He created half of them, didn't he? So it's not a surprise at all. I think for me, this starred concept, look at it smoking the tyres on the exit of that corner. I was doing that at Lytton Hill a couple of weeks ago. It's amazing in those cars because they've just got such linear torque distribution. The cars were developed for a single make category or a single supplier category for the kit. And so Star developed a lot of parameters into the start procedure to make it like, as Bakkerud is
trying to find a way through. Fucik's in his way. Is Fucik going to go Joker or not? Now Andreas Bakkerud is all over the back, but he really needs him to go, and he does. That releases Bakkerud. I'll tell you what, Bakkerud's going to take this easily, Hal.
And so he should, I think, given his ability and the car's ability. based on those around him. Having said that, Hedstrom's a very experienced and capable driver, but in an older spec car, Andreas just doesn't have the experience, does he? Yesterday he struggled in practice because he'd never driven one before, and I think he's showing his class now, isn't he, that he's able to get on top of it so quickly.
Doesn't smoke the tyres this time on the exit from the velodrome, just finds the tracks instead. The car is looking much more sorted than it looked last year, definitely. It looked tricky for Ken Block and co when they were here last year, Natalie Barrett and so on. And by the time we got to Latvia, I felt that everything was looking a bit more dialed, and how it came to Lyden a couple of weeks ago, and it was looking much better. You're about to see Hedstrom go Joker, backward on the standard lap, going to come over the top of the crest. Sorry, Anderson's gone Joker, Hedstrom is in behind backward. So now I guess it's a case of how quick this time is.
Yeah, the lap times have been pretty competitive, especially against the second race. Hedstrom's going with him, isn't he? Hedstrom's knows this place almost better than anyone with Linus Ossen, live just down the road in Torsby, but backward. This is a real historic moment. Stoll's raced these cars against internal combustion engine cars in Southern Europe, but this is in a really high-class field.
Let's see what they can do this weekend. Backward covers off the inside line. He's got a little bit of understeer on the way, and he's having to wait until mid-corner before he can open up the gas. He takes this one. I wonder if a slight issue in the second half of that race, because he had the measure of Hedstrom very definitely for me in the first couple of laps, and then Hedstrom seemed to have it on him. You just saw him waiting with a push in the velodrome. There was another push in the final hairpin. But this is hard to describe to you guys at home, but let's get a bit technical for a minute. There's no prop shaft, so you don't have that connection between the throttle pedal howl and the engine and the front and rear diffs to make it work. Now watch here, backward I think slots in behind Choo Choo, hoping Choo Choo's going to run the pack wide, but they're already 4 abreast, but then again he makes the clever decision, like McConnell did, to go Joker now.
So Andreas just backing out of the throttle a little bit as Choo Choo keeps going, fair play to him. Andreas backs out of the throttle a little bit, and that means that Anderson just touches the front of backward and rotates a little bit and nudges Choo Choo. He is so lucky not to end up on his roof there, isn't he?
He had 10 degrees of steering to the left was what saved him there. Well done to Choo Choo, because in that situation you do one or two things. You either fold your arms in and bin it, or just give it 10 degrees of left and pull it back down again. And he had the sense of the presence of mind to not panic. You can save cars from unbelievable angles if you don't panic, but you have to develop that lack of panic with experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I was sent a picture on WhatsApp the other day of an autograss car, almost past the point of no return. But obviously, when you do a lot of competition, you know that by bearing the steering in the correct direction, you can save moments like that.
308.5 for backward, so doesn't trouble the times of McConnell and Christopherson, but beaten all 5, obviously the top of the 5 cars in his race, and I suspect he'll beat a couple of the people. He may move up 1 race from there. So good stuff from Q2, basically. We were just quickly talking, Hal, about electric cars and the feeling. So the thing is, to try to explain to the people at home, it's really difficult. With a gas pedal, an engine, and a transmission, everything's linked up. And so when you jump on the gas, people understand how to do the differentials and the settings to make the car slide in a certain way. Now we've got a car that effectively has got a front and rear completely separate. This is all new for engineers, for drivers, for everything.
But they're connected electronically, aren't they? And where the skill of someone like Stard or QEV or developing these amazing systems are that they can make the front and rear talk to each other in such a short period of time that it's almost like having a prop shaft. It's almost like them being connected. But that all takes time to develop. Yes. And although it's easy, it's easy in the software to say this will work, until you have real life experience and maybe need to change your parameters a little bit, it's difficult, isn't it? And so for the debut of Project E last year here, that was the first time they'd raced all together. So the fine tuning that must have gone on between then and now will be huge.
Yeah. Laura, Holjes, what do you think about it?
It's mega, isn't it?
Yes, that's the correct word, Laura.
We are worshipping at the Temple of Sen this weekend.
That is the correct. It's awesome, isn't it?
It's brilliant. It's a brilliant track. I love the undulation, the crests. It's just a track that seems to have everything that I think you guys have taught me about rallycross since I came into 2 years ago. I love it. It's great. It's seen some brilliant racing. I think that first race of the supercars then,
mega.
I was just watching you commentate. I don't normally get the chance. I'm normally off in some sort of remote part of the track getting interviews, so I don't get a chance to actually watch you commentate.
Yeah.
And I just nudged Hal and I had goosebumps all over
mate,
my
thank
arms
you.
because it's just amazing to when you watch the pictures and then see you come to life with it. It was just mega.
Thank you, mate.
So no, it's that what a race that was. Brilliant.
I love
for a
that.
treat, aren't we, this weekend?
That's like a proper rallycross banger, and you kind of know when you're in one. It just it's great. Yeah, very fun indeed.
And great to see Andreas back. Actually getting, on top of that car now. I spoke to him in between Q1 and Q2, and he said he's learning a lot. He'd only been in the car at that point for 8 laps or something, and he said he's just trying to get on top of it and understand it and learn from it, and it seems he's doing that.
Thank you, Laura. Sorry, just getting a message from Race Control. What was that? Race Control? What? Go again? Oh, intermediate standings instead. That's fine. Johan Christophersen at the top of the table with 2 session wins from Christian Szabo, 2 P2s. Nicholas Gronholm, 2 P3s. But it's Fraser McConnell with that great Joker lap. Look at what that's done for his position. He got his P4 in the session, but it moves him up from the previous one. He was down in P7, and it sticks him in with the fast guys. That's where he wants to be. Same is true for Marken. Then we've got Evgen and Enzo Eid drop out of the top heat and into the second one. Right, we are coming back. When are we coming back, please? 13:55. There we are. So around 45 minutes we'll be coming back, and then I think we're going to be with you all afternoon. Q3 semi-finals and finals from all of our categories. Thank you, Laura Winter, Hal Ridge. My name's Andrew Coley. We're going to have a very short break, and we'll see you in a bit for some more Sendy action from Holjes.
and welcome to round 3 of RallyX Nordic, and we are coming to you live from one of the most legendary rallycross tracks of all. Yes, we're here in Holjes in Sweden, that magical weekend that fans would normally flock to, but we'll be here bringing you all the action throughout the course of the weekend. Now, Johan Kristoffersson is leading the way in the supercar standings, but the world-class drivers are out in force here, and it's very much all to play for. A little earlier on, I spoke to some of those drivers about what makes Holjes so special. Here's what they had to say.
No, this is the most iconic track in rallycross, and it's just an honour to be here every single time. It's a shame there's no fans, but it's just as special without them.
I know it's a wonderful track. It's enjoyable. I enjoy it very much now. Maybe I have bad experiences with it or bad results always on this track, but I enjoy driving now.
Not the easiest track, but once you get the hang of it, it's very enjoyable.
Well, first of all, it's very close to home, so definitely the home track. And apart from that, it was one of the first rallycross track I ever driven on, and yeah, it just has everything. I mean, it's what I also like on this track very much is that it's always very fair. Even if you are in the first or last heat, it's more or less the same time. You can win if you are out in the early heat.
Be brave. It's the only thing. Be brave and smart.
I loved that. That's the exact fighting talk we want to hear. And this is the exact track just behind me here in Holjes that the drivers will need to be brave on today. Now, a couple of weekends ago, of course, RallyX Nordic kicked off and we had the first 2 rounds in Nissum in Denmark. There were thrills and spills aplenty. Here are the highlights for you.
Somehow manages to stick the clutch and keep himself out. McConnell up the inside, can't quite get on the inside of Kristoffersson. Kristoffersson on the handbrake early, gets into the door of Linneman. Enzo Weed runs a bit deep, Linneman surely too wide, lights it up. Oh, Fraser McConnell's got the inside of everyone in turn 2. Takes it round, where's he going to come out into the traffic? Going to try and get around the outside of Evjen. I reckon that's to cover off Sondre Evjen. Now going to try and get up the inside of Ulrik Linneman. Linneman's wild as he comes over the bridge. Kristoffersson passes him to the right. Is he going to have a look to the left on the brakes now down the end of the straight? And this might be the problem. Michalak might hold them up.
Connell is going to joke on the last lap. This is going to be really close.
Oh, mistake! Carlson runs wide!
This is going to harm Kristoffersson even more. This is what McConnell needs.
Here we go then, Fraser McConnell now. Kristoffersson going to try and find a way past Carlson into the straight. Fraz dips the Jamaican coloured car into the right-hander. Oh, and he's in front of Kristoffersson, Fraser McConnell. And now he's going to take his first win. Fraser McConnell wins round 1 of the Nordic RallyX Series. Johan Kristoffersson P2.
Yes! Let's go!
Podium out of this, Carlson yesterday was P4, so in fact he's the top 4 from yesterday. Great start by Evjen and Kristoffersson. Fraser McConnell's got a good one as well as Carlson, but there's nowhere for them to go. On the handbrake early, rotates the car. Kristoffersson looking to hold that inside line. Fraser McConnell trying to get at the inside, tidily done of Evjen. McConnell follows through, Evjen down the dirt. Fraser McConnell moves up into P2. Nicely in front, it's a tidy drive from the world champion, nothing less than we would expect. Into the bumps, he goes steady through there. McConnell comes in. Watch for Evjen, whereas he comes out the dust. McConnell's going to try and hold on and go inside now. Evjen's going to hold him off. Can't get round the outside line. Brilliant by Evjen. Holds that inside line. Fraser McConnell now will have one last look on the brakes at the end of the straight. He's near enough. Surely Fraz can look up the inside line. Goes late on the brakes. Avoids collecting Evjen. Evjen runs deep. Fraser McConnell takes the position 2 corners from home. Evjen goes just a little bit deep, but it is going to be Johan Kristoffersson, the world rallycross champion, who fights back to win on day 2. Fraser McConnell gets P2 and P3 Sondre Evjen. Well, these are the points after round 1 and 2, of course, at Nissum. Apologies, Supercar Light. Tommy Horman leading from Simon Olofsson. Olofsson had such a good weekend, and then unfortunately with that belt breaking on the engine meant that he couldn't capitalise on it, and it was Howman who left leading the standings, but only by a single point. Martin Jonsson in 3rd, Linus Osland 4th, Martin Enlund 5th, Anderson, Oskarsson, Foss, Annette Klev and Lane Verkala, your top 10 after the first 2 rounds at Nissum. This is how Supercar ended. Johan Kristoffersson on 56 points, ahead of Sondre Evjen on 50, Fraser McConnell on 48, then it was Carlson, Linneman, Eid. Tricky weekend for Eid, it really was. Michalak, Anderson, Schnack and Roma. Only 8 points between the top 3 in the standings. Remembering, of course, that it was 1 win to Fraser McConnell, and 1 win to Johan Kristoffersson. So good stuff from Nice, and of course we are super excited to have moved on to being here at Holjes for rounds 3 and 4. Round 3 today, Thursday, round 4 Saturday and Sunday of RallyX Nordic 2021. My name's Andrew Coley, this is Hal Ridge. Good to see you, Hal. There we are.
Good to see you.
COVID-appropriate fist bump there. We've all been tested on the way into the venue, so we're operating as a sport bubble, if you like, which is cool because Hal, it means we're here at Holjes.
Yeah, and amazing to be here, isn't it? Really, really amazing to be here, actually. I've been a big part of this sport, or this sport has been a big part of me for a very long time, and you forget that, the relationships you have with people, and that whether they're friends or not, I don't know, but I'm certainly very close to a lot of people in the paddock, and to not see them for long periods is very strange. So to be back here is really quite special.
This is the longest break certainly we've had from flying in about the last 8 years, thanks to the restrictions. But yeah, it's the longest break. I was kind of expecting that break between 19 and 20 was going to be the longest because of what happened, and actually this one is, I think, has been longer in terms of number of days. So it's been 2 long off seasons with only a short season in between. It's just good to be back.
Yeah, and I think that feeling's felt across the paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. So we've had some great action here already, and we're going to take a look back at some of it from this morning. Well, that gives you a good idea of the nations competing here, and also the fact that we've got snow on the hilltops in the background around here. It's much earlier than we used to come to Holjes, 7 or 8 weeks earlier than we used to being here. Nils Andersen this morning, Hal, in lights RX2, whatever you'd like to refer to the class as, whatever you're familiar with it as, was absolutely brilliant.
He was, yeah. And I think he didn't have the rub of the green, did he, in Nice? Much like Simon Olofsson didn't have in Q1 this morning, who was the dominant force of round 1 at Nice. But Nils did a great job for Q1 to set the fastest time and beat this guy, the local hero.
Yeah, Linus Osman was there or thereabouts on the pace. Janssen is someone who we had our eyes on in Nice for being super sideways, like Sendy everywhere, but a little bit untidy. Did a great job here and has had some fantastic times this morning. Now, this is another driver, Fraser McConnell, who when he first came into Rallycross, I first saw him in ARX2 over in the States. He was wild, but he's refined his style a lot. And again, Hal, he's impressed us here this morning.
He's Sendy in a very good way now, isn't he? Very, very moderated. He knows when to push and when not to, and who better knows that than the man in second here, Johan Kristoffersson. And look at the way he composed himself in the first corner.
Yeah, just amazing, wasn't it? A little clip on the curb on the inside up on 2 wheels. The race you just saw from Fraz a moment ago wasn't the moment that we were talking about. He made a brilliant move in Q2, which we'll hopefully see in a minute. But yeah, Kristoffersson on great form in the KMS run polo. We've had some close merges. Holjes has delivered like it always does. Sondre Evjen continuing to be impressive in a supercar as well. Got a decent depth of quality of drivers here. On to Q2. Nils Andersen again was going well. Tommy Howman, some close merges. But Andersen pretty much untouchable in terms of pace. He's looking to see if he can get a clean sweep here. And then we saw some great racing further down the field. This was Jonsson on the inside of Oskarsson up into turn 1. Oskarsson opting to go joker, but then just a slight over-rotation in the middle of the corner cost some time. And towards the end of the race, that meant that Jonsson was in front. Now, Simon Olofsson on the outside here, Hal, really needed a good start. Having just had a little nudge in Q1, making a move like that was pretty brave, I think.
Brave but necessary. He did exactly what he needed to do there to get himself back to the front, back in the fastest race for Q3 that we're about to see soon, so he can fight back from his problems in round 2.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. On to Supercar. Kristoffersson on the inside here with Sabo. Beats him down to turn 1, but he's just late on the brakes. He knows he's the Polo in front, and Sabo has to get right up underneath behind him in turn 2. As you said, that is about as close as you get without changing paint.
It is, yeah. And Sabo's been impressive today. He looks comfortable in the car. He looks ready for whatever he's going to do in the future. And they're using this as a test session, aren't they? And they're doing just that. Look at Nicholas Gronholm here, right behind Johan Kristoffersson into the Joker lap. And Christian Szabo is going to split the pair of them. You could not fit a Hyundai i20 into a smaller gap if you tried. Szabo came back at Kristoffersson at the final corner, but Kristoffersson took the session.
Now watch this. This was where Fraser McConnell really impressed us. He's lost the start here completely. He wants to get a good time, so he wants to get up into the top heat. Okay, he didn't see it. He committed to the Joker immediately. And that just meant he got the overlap on everyone late in the race, Hal. And you know, for our Jamaican mate who's you know, lighting up Rallycross fires out in the Caribbean, it was a brilliant drive, and it's seen him move up into the fastest heat race for Q3.
Perfect tactics from him. And look at this for a first corner. Choo Choo gets right up on 2 wheels. So lucky not to go over. Andreas Backerud there behind on his debut in an electric car, just moving through the shot there. There's Backerud up front in the start run Fiesta. And this is about to be his first race victory in an electric car with Peter Hedgson behind.
Great drive by Andreas Backrud. Niels Andersen at the top of the table with 2 Q wins. Look behind him, Linus Austin, 2 P2s. Tommy Haumann, a P3 and a P4. Jonsson, a Neklev, Janssen, Kasper Janssen really impressing us here, tidying up that flamboyant style from Denmark, and we're expecting him to be a bit of a threat. Olafsson fighting back after a DNF in Q1. The man who was untouchable in both rounds at Denmark, trying to get back up towards the top of the table. Looking forward to seeing who takes the TQ spot here. 2 wins for Johan Kristoffersson. Sabo has not made it easy. Niklas Gronholm is there as well. They look like they've got the pace, but at the minute Kristoffersson is doing them with the deal in turn 1. McConnell moving up from P7 to P4 between the 2 sessions. Markland up again into P5. That puts Evgen and Eid down into the next race. So going to be interesting to see again what happens in Q3. There's your man. He got caught with the tongue hanging out. Full concentration mode. Andreas, good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been forever, you know. It's been a long time. I haven't raced since Barcelona last year.
Oh, it's been weird, hasn't it? Like nobody wants this. Do we just want to get back at it, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching a new sim from home, and I was like, I need to get the car, you know. So I was calling around a little bit here and there, and yeah, finally here, you know, in Holjes, the mecca of rallycross, I would say.
We've been calling it the Temple of Sen.
Yeah,
this is it now. This is our new name for Hollis. Yeah. So, mate, electric rallycross, Q1, Q2. Tell us a story about the 2 sessions.
Yeah, well, first of all, the Q1 thing was like, I felt the car was quite easy to drive and to get into and all that stuff. But in the start, you know, I'm used to rallycross and supercar with a clutch and a handbrake, and I still have a handbrake, but gear changer and everything. And in the start with the supercar, you preload the clutch and you hear all the noise and you're like, ah! and then you kind of like, your adrenaline pumps up. While in the electric start rallycross car, you don't hear anything, and you are, and I was like, on my foot was on the brake pedal and on the gas and on the handbrake, and I didn't understand what I was doing, right? So I didn't get the normal feeling. So I was surprised that, like, yeah, here you can see my first, no, this is my second start, which was much better, but my first start I was kind of hesitating. Here you can see I'm behind Choo Choo. He's on 2 wheels. I didn't know what to do, but I kind of like, I want to do a good like time by time and keep it consistent. What people don't understand is that this supercar is much heavier than many other cars, so to be able to do well in a heat race, you need to kind of give away a little bit in the beginning to keep it consistent for 4 laps. And it's super tricky to drive. If you start pushing, you don't have much room before the tire starts to overload or overshoot.
So because of the weight of the car, then you almost have to hold back to get a consistent, say, 90% through the run rather than 100% and then 50% at the end.
Yeah, super impressed by the car, the handlings and everything. It took a little bit time to get used to. In the first qualifying heat, I went to the Joker and I hooked the inside curve and I had a half spin, so I lost like 2 seconds, and I felt like, all right, it can only go one way from here, really.
and here you are in the studio with a win in your race.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it changes fast, and that's the thing. I'm used to driving with Johan, Matthias, Petter, and all these guys. They don't do mistakes, and we know what to expect. All of a sudden, I'm with Choo Choo and Lars Andersson and Peter Hedström, and cars are on 2 wheels. I mean, like, what happened? You know?
Everything's gone wild. Yeah. We're going to get into junior cross car. Andreas is going to stay with us for a bit, and we're going to have a decent chat with him over this. Anderson Persson on the inside with a good start. Outside them, Lauri Hallinen alongside now. Hallinen coming across the track's been graded a bit. It's damp. Hallinen gets a little clatter on the wheels there. Ends up turning the lock to the left, goes Joker straight away. Good move, but it's Lucas Anderson who leads over the crest and back onto the gravel section. How a lot damper than it was earlier.
Yeah, that'll be the dust X they put down here at Holjes. It's like a tree sap almost. It's to bind the loose surface and to keep the dust down. Anderson, that's exactly what he needed. He had a couple of poor starts earlier on to get out front. Perfect job.
Nicely done.
I can say, as a driver point of view, when they put the dust, the LUT on, you know, in the beginning you drag that with you to the tarmac. So many times you see that it's quicker now in the beginning than in the end, because many times you bring that to the asphalt and it makes the surface very slippery.
So it makes the asphalt greasy, basically.
Yes.
So actually the gravel isn't the key so much.
It's mega.
It's mega. He's back, everyone. He's back. So, mate, electric rallycross, obviously a few people a little bit scared of it, but you're having fun with it. Liam looked like he had fun with it when he drove it at Lyden as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are definitely not in the pace of Johan and the World Championship cars. We knew this, but from where we are at the beginning of a new era, I think we show a strong pace and we show consistency, and I think that's the main thing, and enjoy it a little bit and try to feel and learn. And for me, I want to go fast Saturday, Sunday and learn kind of today. It's only my 12th lap or something like that. So, I mean, it takes time to understand.
Talk us through something we're not understanding, which is the start. Now, you said yourself it was a bit confusing.
It's very easy, actually.
Yeah.
You know, you're on the brake, you press like an ALS button and first gear, and then you hold the handbrake, you let go of the brake, you push the gas till the point you want to have the gas. If you go flat out or 100% gas, then you're going to smoke the wheels. So I'm like 50-60% gas. When the green light comes up, I just released the handbrake, and this was where I missed out the qualifying one, because I was on the brakes as well.
So effectively, then, when you use the throttle pedal to pick kind of your start torque, is it?
Yes, start torque, and
is that displayed on the dashboard? Because obviously you're not.
Yeah. I'm looking at the dashboard where how many percentage gas I have, and let's say if I have 50, it shows 50, and I try to be stable there. And when the takeoff is, then trying to understand how much wheel spin I have, and then adjust after that.
Okay, man.
Yeah, but the hard thing is that we have two engines in the rear and one engine in the back, in the front, and they are separated, so they are not working together. So the hard thing is when you are in a corner. Normally with a supercar, if you're drifting sideways, you counter steer and you go on gas, and the car will straighten up. But here, if you're too much sideways and you go full gas, the rear wheel power is so much, so it's more you will spin.
So more like rear-wheel drive in terms of on the power.
Yeah.
And in Q2, you looked like you had the measure of the pace of Peter, and then on the last lap he sort of started to come back to you.
Tires boiled. Tires were overdone, because I was pushing a bit hard to be close to the others when they jokered and stuff, and then I knew in the last lap, also knowing that I had Hedström behind me, he would try an attempt, and I knew how much he meant for Start and myself to win a qualifying heat with the supercar, electric car, beating the fuel cars.
So it had basically shut the door. Don't let him through.
No,
get the job done. Okay, cool. And it
I tried to be smart for once.
Well, mate, you were sounding really smart until you said how easy the start was, but that you just couldn't do it in Q1. I mean, it's
because
like,
I had my foot on the brake.
But it's not easy, is it? I mean, we're joking, but it's not easy, and it's just different.
It's so different, and you know, it's like I've done supercar for so many years, and you get this adrenaline for the start, and now when it's so quiet, you don't get it in the same way.
Looking back at the replays, Andreas, from this one, that these guys are so young.
They are so cool.
Yeah.
I've done some selfies with some of them this week, or it feels like this weekend, but it's really a Thursday today. But they are so much like myself when I was their age, wanting to do better and wanting to improve. And yeah, it was not perfect, but I was sliding too much, and next time I get it better. It's cool.
Do you remember when you were that age and there was a hero in the paddock for you? Because you know, we're lucky we know you. You're a pretty normal dude, you know. But these kids, they look at you going, "That's Andreas Backrud," and they want a selfie with you.
Yeah, that's cool.
It must have been wicked when you were their age. Do you remember doing that?
Oh yeah. For sure, I went to get autographs from my heroes. Like Martin Schanke was my big hero before IMG and World Championship and that kind of stuff. And I remember first time Tanner Faust came over. We didn't really know who he was because I wasn't into drifting. But Tanner Faust from America, I was like, whoa. What's going on? You know,
I'm gonna get a selfie with a foreign person from another continent, America. Brilliant, mate. That's fantastic.
But I mean, like also meeting Ken Block the first time. I think I was in Vegas watching a GRC race back in the days, and you know, saying hi to Ken Block and was like, that was a moment.
And then you ended up being his teammate.
Yeah.
Mate, it's what a crazy
Matthias
ride.
Ekström calling me after the race in 2013 here in Holjes. He was like, I'm impressed. We're going to be friends.
Really?
Like,
that's insane, isn't
Yeah.
it? Oh, mate, that's so cool. Well, look, these guys are just at the start of that journey. Did you do the cross-car thing?
I never did. I did karting, and then I went a little bit folk race, then on to rallycross. But I must say, like, I'm very impressed with the new type of cross karts. They look better and better on track, and the feel is strong. You know, it's. I mean, I've seen the fastest guys, Reyes, and these guys. They are so fast. It's incredible.
So you actually came into rallycross relatively late, didn't you? When you were doing Super 1600 and stuff, compared to these guys, starting at 11 years old.
Yeah.
You know, they're gonna do half of your career before they even get old enough to be doing that stuff. It's so valuable for them.
It is, and I think they get the kind of the same feeling as I get from karting. You know, you do races with a lot of drivers. It's cheap to drive kilometers compared with the supercar and all this stuff. So I think this is definitely a very, very good step towards rallycross and supercar and world championship and titles.
I see you've been doing some karting again recently in your very messy van. It's very. This is not factory team.
No,
you know?
it's not.
It looked so nice before. You had a bed and it was all tidy.
I had a bed, but the bed was on top of my go-kart, so I had to take out my go-kart to be able to sleep. So yeah, it was a mess.
It was Instagram the other day. It used to look nice.
Yeah.
If that's keeping you sharp.
Yeah, it does. It does. And you know, I like this kind of stuff, like cross-kart, go-kart is very pure and honest.
Feeling, isn't it? Like through your butt.
Sound, everything is there. So I want to do it as much as possible, but time is really hard to find time to do everything. So I would love to do more cross karts, but one day.
We can't. I hope you're going to stick around for a little while longer. But I mean, I appreciate everyone's playing the cards pretty close to their chest at the minute. Yeah. Can you tell us anything about your plans for this year?
Still working on it. I wish I could tell something more, but it's very much up in the air. It's very much moving around, and it's good and negative. Like, the good thing is that the phone is calling all the time, and like things are changing. Whether it's in the World Championship, in the Nitro World Game, in the RallyX Nordic, things are happening, but it just. We have suffered a bit of a change from national aspirated cars to to electric cars, and also COVID, like on top of it all.
The timing of it is, I think it's hard for the fans to understand. They're not hearing anything from the teams, and to be fair, the promoters,
very hard for us drivers as well.
Yeah, but they want to know what's going on,
and from one week to another.
Yeah, and I think it's nice for us to be able to tell everybody. Sometimes I think they all think we're keeping big secrets, and we must know what's going on, and there's all the talk.
If I had known, I would we're doing
exactly.
This
but this is the thing, you know, and I just think I think it's hard. I think it's really hard for all the drivers in the World Championship to try with COVID and the change to electric. Like, where am I going? Where do I want to place my bets for where the sport is going to head? You know, are these guys right? Are those guys right? You know, is it going to be electric or not? What team
you know, we're trying to plan something, and you plan something, and it all of a sudden changes, and you need to redo a plan. You know, you spend a lot of time planning, and it doesn't end up happening.
Unfortunately, I don't think people understand that most of being a racing driver sucks, doesn't it? Like, it's the 3.5 minutes of rad around like Holjes.
I hope Andrea and Liam is also listening, because I know we have been in the same boat for the last few years, and definitely it's in Swedish they say it's also turning in hockey, so you know, it's turning a lot.
Well, look, we're hoping obviously that we're going to see you do as much rallycross as possible this year, whichever side of the Atlantic it is, and in whatever cars. You know, we just want to see you back out on track. I think we're all.
I want to come back. So
it's so good to be here in Holjes, as we say. That is.
It's warm in your studio,
mate. Honestly.
I'm in a suit and everything.
Yeah, I've got a hoodie on here. I'm trying to style it out, but I'm not going to lie, it's pretty hot. Basically, I have packed for like super cold, raining weather. I looked at the app and it was like Holjes is wet, like all week, like 90% chance of drowning. You know, it looks awful, and so my bag is just full of waterproofs and like puffer jackets and stuff, and it's hot.
Yeah,
what's going on?
Warm. It's warm.
It's warmer than the UK. It's supposed to be like.
What happened?
I know. There's snow out there, and it's 20 degrees. I can't get my head around it at all. I've never seen snow here either.
Haven't you?
No,
because we go in July, right?
Yeah.
I've been here in spring testing, And I think last week I saw a video.
Enzo was here, wasn't he?
Enzo was here. It was snowing badly.
Yeah.
So, or slush or whatever.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. So
Hal,
is this still the juniors?
This is still juniors.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask Hal to give us an update because I noticed he's been making notes while we're all shooting the breeze about Rallycross. What's going on, Hal?
So Luke Sanderson will take TQ because Eric Nielsen didn't better his time, even though Eric was a long way behind in the intermediate points anyway. But Lucas and Alex were both tied on 92, and now by winning the session, or at least finishing ahead of Alex in the session, he'll take the TQ.
Nicely done. So that's Lucas Anderson with TQ. Let's see, what did Lucas do last time? If we find Crosscar Junior, which is like 9 pages down. Last time was Q2 and Q1 and won both race meetings, Hal. So this is a very good season so far for Lucas. So we've still got 5 rounds to go, including this one.
And then delivered some impeccable interviews. Andreas Becker will be asking him for a selfie, I think, in a couple of years.
He's like, I don't know how old he is, but he's very young, and he's just giving these perfect interviews in English.
That's
great. It's amazing, isn't it?
Where is he from?
Sweden.
Sweden,
yeah, just amazing.
Andreas means like, oh no, Swedes.
Swedish.
Yeah, he's not.
You know, it's funny with Swede because they struggle saying J, so they say, let's say, we jumped the car. You know? I always make fun of them, and especially like Johan Kristoffersen. He's speaking very fast in the interviews. If you put like a rap beat in the background, it would sound really good.
Do you think there's a decent release there? Maybe a number 1. I'm afraid me and Hal can't talk. I mean, the amount of names we've murdered as English people is just ridiculous.
All of them,
we have a good go at Finnish and Swedish and everything, but yeah. So yeah, these guys, as we've been talking about, aged 11 and up, they can start in their 11th year. We had Marco Jokinen in this morning. If you haven't seen that, I'm pretty sure you can go back and watch it on YouTube. And Marco gave us some great insight into these cars. They're limited to 9,300 RPM. And I said, why is that so
Still
specific? Yeah, when you're 11.
Screaming.
Like, imagine having this when you were 11. I was still playing Lego when I was 11. But yeah, the 300 came. They were 9,000 and the cars were bogging on the start line. So they gave them an extra 300 RPM to give a wheel spin off the line. And it's just, yes. Like,
and now if they make a false start, they warm the tyres up so much that 300 RPM doesn't work and they all bog on the next start.
Yeah, so no jump starts for these guys in an ideal world.
It's nice to see how well the suspension and stuff works. You can cut the curb quite hard, and the chassis still take it, you know. It doesn't upset too much.
I actually think they're quite good visibly for learning, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because you can see the dynamics of a car. You know, a car, like a supercar, for example, you can't really see what's going on. So it's quite interesting for people to learn, you know, how a car works because they're quite basic.
Absolutely, fully agree. No, it goes fast. Imagine driving in Holjes when you're 11 with a speed car.
I know, it's just so awesome, isn't it? Yeah,
over the top crest after the velodrome, down the hill. It's fast there.
I was trying to. So my nephew came around the other day, and I was trying to teach him how to play dirt rally with a cross car.
Yeah.
And we were looking after him for the evening, and it was trying to get it into his head, and he's 13.
Yeah.
And trying to teach him the line, and I was like, no, off the gas there, mate, on the brake, no, wait for the car to rotate, see the exit, no, more slowly. And it was really difficult, and I then thought to myself, wow, if this was my child and I was going, go out in this real cross car and do 80 miles an hour, I'd be like, I don't know, how do you...
But where is the camera angle we had last year? Or
there is one on the Armco, yeah, we've got it.
So
Robert,
good.
we want to see the Armco camera
11,
angle, can we see it?
And you're driving that close to the fans with open wheels, kind of like... It's crazy.
Robert says no, you can't see it. Not for this lap. Not for this lap. Yeah, maybe
it's coming.
Maybe on the next one. Yeah.
Can I please get a screenshot of me driving down there?
Yeah. Andreas wants to see himself down there, Robert, later on. So we'll see.
On the outside, passing Johan Kristoffersen. If you can edit that in somewhere, please, thank you.
We got some fantastic guys in TV, mate. We can have you on the top step of the podium in the highlight show if you want. It's everything available for a price. We'll discuss it with you in the cartel at another time. So that is Junior Cross Car done. As Hal said, Lucas Anderson, the championship leader. And double winner is going to be on top of the table. Josefin Holmqvist, one of our several female drivers, taking the heat race win there. Fantastic. Laura is down in the paddock with Simon Olofsson, who's had a bit of an up and down weekend in Supercar Lights.
Simon, so Q1, bit of a nightmare for you. Q2, we began to see some of that pace we know. How are you looking forward to Q3?
I think we can improve because we lost important laps in Q1. We did change the setup a little bit from the practice because we wasn't quick enough. Obviously, I had a clean start in Q2. I was quick. Enough, so we did some setup changing again, and hopefully we can give a big push and maybe take 50 points.
And how frustrating was it to suffer what you did in Q1?
I mean, it's not fun at all. I mean, and also because we are just doing 3 qualifying. It's really hard to get up there to maybe pole in semi, but if we can get to maybe second row in semi, I think we can improve from that.
Yeah, make the most of the track time you have now. Best of luck for Q3. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Simon Olofsson hoping that his luck continues to head in the right direction. Crosscar Junior qualifying is done. Here are the standings at the end of Q3. Lucas Anderson, 2 wins from 3 sessions. He was P3 in Q1, 142 points. Not that far ahead of Personlook, who was really consistent in P2 all day long. Alex Gustafsson won Q1, proving there are plenty of drivers who have enough pace to take that top step of the podium later today. Nilsson, Halloran, Jullilami, Lidman, Martens, Holmqvist and Hattenmar are your top 10. 12 will go through to 2 semi-finals, and we'll take the top 3 from each through to the final later on today. See who's going to win round 3. Open 2-wheel drive. Is this a bit of you, Andreas?
This is more what I grew up with. My uncle and my dad was driving like RS2 2000 Escorts with rear-wheel driven cars. So I love this stuff, you know.
Simon Tiger on the inside is our form man at the minute. I think it's 2 wins from 2 sessions, if I remember correctly. And
oh, the BMW looks so good.
It does, doesn't it? It looks sorted too.
But how much power did it have?
530, I think he quoted.
Wow.
We said 540 and 550 at points, but he said it was enough.
Imagine seeing a guy like Liam Doran in that car.
Yeah, Liam's Sendy, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, because this is important to me and Hal. We really rate Liam's car control. Like I rate him up there with. Oh, here we go. Oh, Robert says, "Watch out for the camera." This is specifically for Andreas Baccarat. Here you go, Andreas. Have a look at this.
Yeah, they need to get closer to the fence, though. Easier said with the supercar, I must say, than a rear-wheel driven car.
I think the camera's further down the hill than it was last year. I think it was slightly further. Thank you, Robert. Andreas says, look at that car.
I would say, compared with all the drivers I've driven with, nobody beats Petter Solberg when it comes to car control. Like, that man is a genius when it comes to a steering wheel and some pedals, you know.
So that's what I was going to say. Is I think Liam, on that thing, if you said go out in damp conditions right now, and do the best lap ever, you'd have Liam high on your list of people to do that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and any car, you can put it in anything. He's not afraid to screw it up, you know.
So we saw him...
Which is a good and many times a bad thing.
It can be expensive. It can be expensive. We saw him, I'm trying to think what year it was, maybe 14 at Lowiak with Vaughan Gittin Jr. when they had a pair of Mustangs. I just went out and sent it, like right close to the barriers, on the dirt, no problem. Hal, you saw him jump in Rosie, was it the RS200? Pat's RS200 at Lydden Hill, and you said he was unbelievable.
Well, we drove it on the same day at Lydden Hill if I was doing a track test, and I was reasonably pleased with my performance. People were complimentary, didn't crash it, And then Liam gets in it, in T-shirt and shorts and a helmet, and his inputs are just unbelievable. He's got the RS200 pitched in, looking at the wall on the inside of the corner at the bottom of the hill, and he's got full opposite lock, and he just keeps his foot absolutely buried. He just, you know, you've got a bit of a screw loose when you do that, but it's just having the confidence to know what the car. And I think where Liam is quite good, much like Petter, is that they have a real understanding of how the car works. So Liam is very technically astute, isn't he? Yes. I think maybe that's been his downfall quite a lot as well, because he tries to reinvent the wheel all the time for no reason. But
it's like when it goes well, he still wants to change the car because he thinks he comes up with something new.
There could be more. There could be another tenth, or it could be a little bit easier to drive.
The car is never the same when you're really not pushing your own driving style. You know?
Yeah, because you get lost in the settings, and this you go down a rabbit hole of settings. We go, right, I'm going to put some toe on the rear for traction. Then you go, oh, now it's got a push, so I'm going to soften off this and change the roll bar.
He redesigned the rear subframe to achieve that because he loves it. Yeah. But I also think that means that he understands what the car's capable of, and where someone inexperienced might get nervous, he's able to know that the car will do that unless something goes wrong.
And Andreas, bringing it all the way back to open two-wheel drive, this is the kind of engineering that I guess, did you say your dad and your uncle did? Because it's
so I was
achievable.
traveling everywhere in Norway. We was doing this stuff. I was watching. I was playing with small cars in the sand. But this was the dream. Often Volvo 240s, BMW M3s, Ford Escorts, and all kinds of real-driven cars. S40, as you saw there. Very common cars, and so cool in my eyes.
I think it's great that this class is being adopted by Nordic. So you've got somewhere for these guys to race. Obviously, there's a career structure through cross-car lights and into the electric stuff. But to have a real old-school rallycross class is brilliant.
Yeah.
Simon Tiger takes it with a 320.021. Matthias Janssen and Michael Persson. Laura is down the paddock. She's with Oliver Eriksson, who's been busy shaking down RX2E cars.
Thanks very much, Coley. Well, Oliver, we're looking at the electric RX2E cars. Of course, the last time I saw you and these cars was in Barcelona. They were very much in development stage last autumn. How much have we seen them improve, and how much are you looking forward to getting them out there at this track?
Yeah, for sure. A lot has happened since then. That was with the mule car. Now we have the 4 of the red model car. I'm right now doing a shakedown on 3 of them because they're just newly built. So just to check everything's all right. And yeah, I've been out a couple of times. You know, the car is running really fast. And yeah, so it's a blast.
Andreas Backwards in the studio right now, and of course we saw him win a heat here in an electric car. They've got some pace on them, haven't they? They're competitive.
Yeah, for sure. You know, showcasing the RX2E, which will be the stepping class to the big cars, and we're already, you know, comparing lap times to supercars. So for sure, we're trying to aim there to pick up Evie to the next level. I'm, you know, pacing myself to reach there, and the car is getting closer and closer, so it's a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, how much are you enjoying this compared to, you know, your typical RX2 and supercars?
Yeah, for sure. You know, the motor sound and all of that is a good thing about motorsport for sure, but the electric brings another feature to it. You know, we lose the sound, which is of course you can say it's good or bad, I don't mind, in my opinion, but it's like, I always say it's like getting a new iPhone, you know, it's so many features to it that it's just amazing to use as a driver, and you can just, you can play around with it and, you know, use the techniques of the car a lot more.
Yeah, it's part of the future, isn't it, of motorsport. Thank you so much, Oliver. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
So Oliver's going to be taking part in our celebrity RX2E race, and we're going to count one of our celebrities as Andreas Backwards. Are you looking forward to
So good heritage, good experience, but to come to these tracks, you know, in Scandinavia, they're so different to tracks in southern and central Europe. You know, the cambers and the undulations and the jumps, and I think to be challenging at this level, the cross car, well, as we've said so many times, the cross car level is high here. So yeah, fair play.
Look how physical it is to get that car turned in. How we've seen a number of shots here. We're nice and close here. And directors obviously asked for some close shots, and we're seeing just guys grabbing gears, but also just the pure physicality of driving these cars. I don't know about you, but I think driving a cross car or buggy is probably amongst the most physical driving you'll ever do, particularly on a mixed surface track like Rallycross. Yeah, it makes you sweat, doesn't it? Yeah. It's certainly a workout. Well, when it comes to 6 lap final, you're like, enough now. You know, 4 lap qualifying is just about okay, isn't it? But a 6 lap final is like, oh. Well, like I told you, I did a sprint last Sunday in an RX 150 in the UK, and all that's Bendixson. Yeah, that looks like that might be day over. And my Apple Watch, which I got as a birthday present, told me that I've met my movement target after the second run. Oh, really? I suspect that's just from flailing my arms around. I wonder what the Apple Watch made of that. Did it flag that you were driving a cross car, or was it think you'd done a lot of bicep curls or something? I don't know if you noticed, but I did 1,000 of those. Great reference there to a brilliant movie, if any of you are aware. Laura Winters just walked back into the studio. She has no idea what we're talking about, do you, Laura? She's laughing and always snorting water out of her nose in a very F1 way. And now she genuinely is. We're ripping her, but we like her, really. So fire extinguisher has been on Bendixson's car. I wondered at first if that was just radiator steam, but Bendixson got out pretty quickly. And now we've got the bag of, well, it's... What is it? It's not sand. It's like a. It's supposed to be cement dust type stuff, isn't it? I'm sure it's not. But there are special stuff you can put down now, aren't there, as well, which will soak up the fluid. Yeah, spill kit. That was the word I was looking for. Standing in it. Yeah, that's it, mate. Try not to slip over. It's only transmission fluid or something. We're all having a good look around it. Where's Bendixson gone? Oh, there he is. I thought he'd gone back to the paddock, maybe. Out of the way. Push it out of the way, lads. That's fine. Now, I think Bendixson has actually got that offline. Can't park it there, mate. That's literally on the start straight, isn't it? So they've moved it from off the racing line to directly in front of the start. Ideal, as Hal would say. Bendixson's having a look inside, and how this is the miserable point at which you're looking at the car and going, can I fix this, and what's it going to cost, basically? You know, and can is, do I have the parts with me? Can I afford to fix it in some cases? And I haven't got enough time to fix it. It's not fun. And Bendixson, we really hope Andre Bendixson can get that fixed for later today. I suspect not. I'm not sure where Bendixson was overall in quali. Got to be top 18, so might be missing out on a semi-final spot.
Yeah,
if he
so
was
competitive, especially at that end of the field. Yeah. Well, it's competitive throughout, isn't it? But in that bracket of just making the semis or not, you can't really afford to be down the bottom end there.
Flames, fire. Quite a lot, yeah.
Where was Bendixson? Okay, so Bendixson was 18th coming into this session, so that's...
No, that looks like that's
day over.
Right underneath Bendixson's backside. Wow, okay, yeah. Oh, wow, okay, come on, lad. I'm glad we saw the front shot of that originally.
Yeah, we know he's perfectly fine from the amount he's been walking about.
And actually, to be fair, once he'd stopped, Hal, the flames died down, which normally suggests oil or fuel, doesn't it, immediately, because it's continuing to be pumped whilst the engine is running. And
I suspect that Conrad maybe tried to escape and...
made a run for it.
But you know, ultimately, I think the engines in the cross cars are relatively inexpensive to run. That's relative because they're still expensive, because motorsport is, but compared to some of the other classes. And also, carrying an engine isn't as difficult. It's like a cart. It's like a big cart. So you can physically carry an engine in the van and change one or a couple of engines. It's not like having to have a fully dressed supercar engine, is it? So I would be hugely surprised if he's not back out for the weekend.
The other thing is, a Rallycross paddock is still a pretty friendly paddock, and there's a strong chance there's somebody else with that engine in their cross car who is... well, not in it, but, you know, as a spare, who will either loan it to him or sell it to him here to get the job done.
But also, as a Swede, it's a day off tomorrow for the Nordic guys. It's Swedish Championship tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, you know, he may be able to go home. With lots of speculation there, but what we really hope is that he can make it back home.
If he lives near to where we landed, he won't be going home. It's a long way.
Depends how much he wants to race at the
weekend.
It
does, yeah. He can. I mean, in theory, to be fair, he could leave now. He'll be home 8, 9 o'clock. Laura has managed to find Christian Sabo, who was flying in that last session.
Well, Christian, for a driver who said they weren't too keen on this track, you did an absolute flyer in Q2. It was a brilliant, brilliant race, taking it right to Johan Kristoffersen. How did you see it from the driver's seat?
Thank you. It was very nice. I really enjoyed it. It was just pure racing. We had some small contacts, but I think it's in. Actually, I was very happy that I could stick to him. I could actually see some things from him what I can take home. So thank you, Johan. Q3 is coming. One more fight between us. Of course, Niklas is there. So it is very, very good racing here.
Absolutely. Johan, actually, we spoke to him just before, said that for all the time that you were right next to each other, there was very minimal contact. So he thanked you for that. So there you go. It's all the sportsmanship here. Talking of Q3, you've just mentioned there more epic racing ahead. It's a fully stacked race, isn't it?
It is, for sure. I tried to be better at the start at this time. I actually caught it so well last time, but he was inside. Problem that he is inside now as well, but I will try something different to see if that works. I'm looking forward to the semis and the final.
I told Andrew Coley that you preferred rallycross tracks at circuits rather than places like here, and he pulled a bit of a face, but are you learning to love this track?
Yeah, I am. Actually, this car helps a lot to start to learn and to be good at this track. And as I mentioned, Johan as well. Of course, I learned a lot from the team. It's good to have Niklas here. We can compare everything. We can try different settings, different things with the car we're driving. So it's great to be here.
And it makes super exciting racing for us after a period of time where there hasn't been so much, I guess. You're pleasing the fans for sure.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I've sit in this race car actually, and last time I was sitting in it. It's caught on fire in Riga. So,
okay, anything's better than that, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm sure it won't at this time, but yeah.
It's all good racing.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Christian. Best of luck for Q3.
Thanks.
Christian Sabo says, Hal, that this track's a bit easier to love in this car, and I think that's very much the case, isn't it? If you go somewhere and you're having a good run, you know, oh, the track's wicked, the car's amazing. And you go somewhere and it's really hard work, you just go home with a different opinion of it, don't you?
Yeah, I also think it's indicative of how good modern supercars are, that they do. You know, it's so difficult to explain, isn't it? I think they do so much of the work for you, but extracting the last small percentage is as difficult as it's ever been. But maybe because that's harder to find. But to physically drive the car around the track isn't. It's all relative, isn't it? But it's not actually that difficult compared to, you know, driving a Group B car, for example, or even probably driving a cross car.
I was going to say a cross car.
So yeah, so physically just driving the supercar isn't that hard, and I think the more modern the cars get and the greater the technology gets, it becomes probably a more pleasurable experience. And when it's as good as the Gronheim Hyundai is, and then Szabo's at such a level that he's able to find the you know, that last percentage that you need, then it must be a wonderful experience.
So this one, Katie Monnings, Alain Feller, Eric Anderson, and Oscar Anderson. Feller jumped the start last time. Pretty sure. Let's have a look and see where these guys are. So, Oscar is P20, Katie is P21, and Alain Pella is P22. But where is it Oscar? We just there. No, okay, P20. No, that's what we have. P20. Who's the driver? You can tell it's late in the day now, can't we? Eric Anderson and Oscar Anderson. So where is Eric Anderson? Eric's up in P14. So actually, okay then, Eric. Yes, the 30 buggy, Hal. There was a problem, wasn't there, in the last race?
Yeah, he pulled off.
What was his result in Q1? Eric Anderson.
It was good, as far as I remember.
How many points? I've got a chart in front of me that will convert it.
I think he was 6th.
Katie Mullins with a great start on the inside line. Going to get down to turn 1 first of all. Needs to hold that inside line, not let them come around. Oh, just a little bit around the outside. Anderson managed to get a shut the door now to that inside again. Goes Joker. So that's more like it, Helen. That's what Katie's come here for, is to get experience of that. Okay, she got mugged by 1 car, but that's better than getting all 4 and not getting such a good start. It's the pressure of a start is different, isn't it?
Great seeing the inputs that Katie's making through the side of the crosscar there. It's very open in the side of the TM5. I think it's the TM5 Evo, isn't it? This is the very latest car from Thierry Neuville's company. All those tiny inputs. And like I was saying earlier, yes, you're completely right, Andrew. And I think, you know, her getting overtaken, is that the door open on the front of Oscar Anderson's car? Maybe it's not
done. That's what he needs as well, Hal.
Yeah, he really needed to do that, didn't he? Although I think he's probably, well, I don't know if he's going to be, yeah, I think it's going to be touch and go whether he makes it or not, actually. So he's actually racing to make the semi-finals. He was 14th ahead of the session, but the guys around him will have gone quicker by finishing the race. It's big clip for Oscar Anderson through the second phase of the Joker lap, and a massive jump for the other Anderson, Eric Anderson. Sorry, Eric.
Too many Andersons. Apologies. Yeah. Okay. So what I can't quite get my head around, Hal, is Oscar Anderson in the yellow buggy here was Q11 and Q7 in Neeson. Much better weekend in Neeson than here.
Yeah, he was. He spent so much of the time stuck in traffic. Neeson's actually a really hard track to overtake on, isn't it? And I think Holjes, there's so much more to it in terms of overtaking. There's so many more overtaking potential, and I think that's paying dividends here. The door is open, and he's got a puncture.
Oh, okay, so Anderson now in real trouble. Now, what position is he in? How this is Oscar Anderson in the 183.
He's 20th already.
P20. This is not what he needed. Oscar needed to get up into P18. Where's Bendixson? Bendixson we know is gone. So Bendixson should drop down. He's not far ahead of him. Just frantically looking at our timing screens here and our results in front of us, trying to figure out. Okay, so Oscar. So what I can't quite get my head around, Hal, is Oscar Anderson in the yellow buggy here was Q11 and Q7 in Neeson. Much better weekend in Neeson than here.
Yeah, he was. He spent so much of the time stuck in traffic. Neeson's actually a really hard track to overtake on, isn't it? And I think Holjes, there's so much more to it in terms of overtaking. There's so many more overtaking potential, and I think that's paying dividends here. The door is open, and he's got a puncture.
Oh, okay, so Anderson now in real trouble. Now, what position is he in? How this is Oscar Anderson in the 183.
He's 20th already.
P20. This is not what he needed. Oscar needed to get up into P18. Where's Bendixson? Bendixson we know is gone. So Bendixson should drop down. And he's not far ahead of him. Just frantically. What the hell? Has it gone down here already?
On the landing.
Is this going to be it?
Yeah,
can I just say,
rolled it off the bead.
Can I just say as well, mega spot by whoever picked that up. It's Julius, I think, on EVS, isn't it? Yes, Julius. Nicely done. 314.1, 316.3. Katie Mullins 329, Alan Feller 331.
I think Eric Anderson actually lost quite a lot in the end there, didn't he? In fighting in traffic, taking the early Joker and then having to overtake Katie. But I think that'll have him comfortably through. We obviously we don't know if he's still carrying a problem from whatever caused the retirement in Q2.
Yeah, we don't. And to be fair, it's been an up and down session for a lot of people. So it is not clear to us who's going to be where until we get to the point where we see the graphics, basically. Especially when we've had 3 hours sleep. Sorry about that. There we go. Right, Niels Anderson. 2 from 2 for Niels Anderson. Can he make it 3? Osland, Olofsson, Howman and Enland are going to make it difficult. Good start, Olofsson in the middle of the grid. Niels Anderson's got enough as well, though. Anderson pulling second, then third gear, going to try and hold the inside line. Olofsson going to commit round the outside. Oh, a bit of contact between him and it's Enland. Enland goes standard lap 3 car straight to the Joker. So Olofsson has gone in, Osland has gone in, and Niels Anderson has lost out at the start and is definitely not going to win this third session. But Hal could still win TQ.
Punchy move from Simon Olofsson into the first corner. I'm not really sure how Niels Anderson lost out there because he had track position, didn't he? He had the inside. Hasn't worked out for him here. here, but that contact between Olofsson and Enlund, that could have ended so badly, couldn't it? As Olofsson speared across the front into Enlund. Look at that camera angle, that's absolutely brilliant. I think Enlund's damage just superficial, being chased by Holman. They need to get the hammer down to get away from Olofsson.
You do indeed. I think Howman's going to be disappointed here, because those three to me are already catching up, and Enlund looks to be causing problems for Howman's pace. So Howman now, do you go, Hal, or not?
I don't think you can really, can you?
Too late, isn't it? Look, you can see you don't need the clock when it's this close.
I think you've got to hope at this stage that you can get past Enlund, then he's backed into them, makes a mistake, whatever, so you can get a bit of a gap. But at the moment, Tommy's in no man's land. If he jokers, he's out of it.
Yeah, ideally, yeah. A little mistake or a brave pass. Olofsson, Östlund, Andersson, all looking tidy in the background. And really, Hal, I can't see any reason for any of those three to take any risks. Just, you know, follow a leader, get to the flag. You know you're going to be within the top 3 times probably. Hal's going to have a quick look at the overall standings for them.
That's the nature of being in the fastest race, isn't it? So often the fastest race is a bit of a disappointment from an action point of view, because
everybody's a bit too sensible.
Yeah, it's the sensible thing is to not get caught up in.
That's why we so enjoyed the race, wasn't it, in Q2 earlier on today, when it was a really good tight race. How are we looking, Hal?
So yeah, so that's exactly what's happened there. Holman's jokered and come out at the back, so there wasn't an opening for Enlund. I think you've got to try and mix a strategy up, haven't you? You've got to try and do something different to Enlund. With only a couple of laps to go, but yeah, shame for him. He was 3rd overall. I think Nils Andersson he was 10 points ahead in the intermediate from Östlund, and he's 1 place behind Östlund here. So I think Andersson's probably still going to take the intermediate after this race. I'll probably have cursed him now with a lap to go.
That's all fine, and plus live maths and a curse there, Hal. That's always an ideal combination, I find. Into the joker lap goes Enlund. Where's he going to come out? Is he going to come back out? He might manage to get here just in front of Howman again. Howman's on the inside, going to use the curbs, do all the contact. That's all fair though. Into the right-hander, and Enlund drops to the back of the pack. Back of the fast pack.
Yeah, a bit of contact, but the drive on the main lap on the standard lap has right away. Yeah, totally fine. And now Olofsson, he's fought hard for this, hasn't he? He's had to work hard today after the disaster of Q1. And it's coming good for him.
Olofsson runs a little bit deep. The rotation is great. He's going to take the flag. Östlund is right there with him. Andersson too. You wouldn't like to bet on the pace of any of those 5, would you, on a good day? They're all very close together in terms of pace. I think potentially we're going to see. I was going to say we're going to see how close it finishes here at Holjes, but the thing is, all these guys could turn up to the remainder of the rounds, Hal, and make it very close racing all season long.
Have a look back at the start. Olofsson gives a bit of a squeeze on Östlund. So there's a little clip of the curb, just runs out deep, contact with Enlund. Enlund did a good job there to get back on the correct line. Holman goes with him. I think Holman had better pace, didn't he? It was just nowhere through, and they had to mix some strategy up. Scruffy joker this from Enlund. He's been really good in Denmark, but got a bit too much rotation done there. And this contact with Holman, yeah, there's nothing untoward there. Just a bit of side-by-side contact on the joker merge.
Olofsson recovers after a shocker in Q1. Retired, of course, from the semi-final in Neeson at round 2, having had a perfect score all weekend. Literally 6 from 6 qualifying sessions, semi and final on day 1. Broke a belt. Not pleased. And then got punted off. Kind of just a turn 1 incident. And Olofsson has fought back from that. There are only 3.4 seconds covering those top guys, and only about a second covering the top 3. And I forgot to write down the time, Hal.
I didn't.
Well done.
3:11.459.
Thank you, mate. I've written it down. It's very analogue. A bit of paper and a pen. Martin Jonsson and Eklev, Janssen, Oskarsson and Sökvist here. Bad start in the middle of the group for Kasper Janssen, drops back. Good start on the inside for Martin Jonsson. Niklas and Eklev going to try and go around the outside, and Eklev's got the inside line but puts 2 wheels in the dirt. Going to get passed around the outside by Oskarsson. No, doesn't. Holds on. Oskarsson now looks up the inside. Kasper Janssen's gone joker early. And Hal, again, Kasper Janssen is impressing me.
Yeah, if I was Anaklev, I would have stayed on the standard lap there because he made a bigger effort to go back over to the Joker. Obviously, they'll have had a strategy in mind. I think Kevin Eriksson's probably spotting for him this weekend when Kevin's not busy doing other things. But yeah, Janssen, look at him moving the car around. He's obviously not scared of it, is he? We're well aware of that, and the pace is coming, isn't it?
It's the tidiness, isn't it, is number one, but then it's the awareness, Hal, the stuff like the Joker thing, like we saw Fraz do earlier on today. I always feel like they're on very similar timelines in terms of, you know, learning about the sport. There's a lot to learn, isn't there? There's the mixed surface element. Luckily for Janssen, he's already got the race element licked from doing karting. You know, Fraser came from a rally background, so you know he'd have had to learn some of the racecraft too. And it's the same, you know, we're just picking two drivers here who we think were quite sendy, followed by quite tidy, followed by quite switched on, as we see a tidy move up at the velodrome.
That is a great move, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Skogqvist.
Yeah, up the inside of Janssen. Was it Janssen? Yes, no, yes.
Johnson.
Janssen. We had two Andersons.
Oh, and he's run wide. Jansson's going to go for a move back up the inside.
Side by side, could go down to turn one, but no. Janssen holds on. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it, when you get the pass done and then you make a mistake? And sometimes that's literally the excitement of having made the pass, isn't it?
And that's exactly what you were talking about. The hesitation there into the Joker, wasn't sure if to go or not, then went. And that lack of momentum, I don't think it made the difference between losing all those places, but you lose, you know, a few tenths if nothing else.
And that's important when you look at the overall, you know, the overall leaderboard in terms of time for qualifying. Kasper Janssen is going to come round now behind Janssen, and this actually could work out. I think this is going to work out massively in Kasper Janssen's favour, Hal.
Yeah.
Oh no, and he drops it. Just we've been singing his praises. Go on, spin it round, bang it down a gear. Come on, get it back on track now. Ah, denied. My bad.
I think he'll get it going. That is entirely your fault, mate.
Yeah.
But he's probably still in fourth gear or something here, so he needs to get it down the box to drive it away. And these sequential gearboxes don't love being pushed down all those gears when it's been stuck in a ditch like that. That's a real shame because he had this in the bag, didn't he?
By a mile, that would have been easily in the bag. But okay, so the learning continues. You know, do you need to push that hard? No, probably not. Just back it off a tenth.
Small things like that, isn't it? Landing from a jump with lock on. Yeah. I've learned that lesson in a rallycross car. You know,
don't do it. Yeah.
You can't learn that. Of course, that theory is obvious, isn't it? It's like riding one of those bicycles where the handlebars go the other way to the front wheel.
No, don't.
The theory is easy, but the practicalities of doing it
are not the same. Janssen chasing an Eklev to the line, but it is an Eklev who gets it. Did Kasper get away? I'd say yes. Kasper would be annoyed about that. I don't know what Kasper's position was coming into this session, but it was fairly well up the order. Would have been a lot further up the order, but got a bit of a race on his hands now.
Anaklev did a 3:15.084, which is okay. That's, you know, just under 4 seconds off what Simon Holjes did in the last one. But Janssen was, look at, here's the moment. So he's been had steering input as he's gone over the jump. So as it's landed, I've seen many cars roll there, so he's lucky to get away with it in one respect, but unlucky to end up in it in another.
Niklas Eklev takes it. Martin Janssen, Isaac Skogqvist. Laura is with a very happy Simon Olofsson.
Simon, you must be delighted with that one after a difficult start to the day.
Yeah, of course. We had a jump done in Q3. We was ahead of the guys who we needed to be ahead of. I don't think we was so quick that we should be, but we was ahead of them, so I'm happy.
And what will you take from that further into the weekend as well to keep improving that pace?
We are on the right way with the setup. Of course, it's really fun to win. So now I think we can improve the setup, and hopefully this can take us to the front or second or win the semi-final.
Yeah, we'll keep pushing. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Simon Olofsson leading this one, and I mean there is a chance that Gregory Foss has been pretty quick. I don't think they've quite got the pace, the guys in this guys and girls in this last race, to be able to take the positions. Olofsson saying it's fun to win. It definitely is. A few messages coming in from people in various places saying they are indeed supposed to be at work today and they're not. They're watching RallyX Nordic. Good. Well done. Gregory Foss on the inside, Gustav Bergström, Natalie Peterson, Ida Tornholt and Martin Ekshbeth. Great start, Foss on the inside, been given loads of room as well. Everybody else looking to get a squeeze around the outside. Foss gets a little bit mugged though. I thought Foss had that. I think that's that point, Hal. The defensive move in turn one sometimes, from turn one to turn two, is to go deep on the brakes in turn one and deliberately run yourself wide of the apex, you know, to push the pack deep. And you see the World Championship drivers do it quite often.
You force everyone wide in turn one and you're already heading for the apex in turn two, aren't you? So it's almost a double whammy of working out well for you. Natalie Peterson running up front. She's making a return to RallyX Nordic. She did a few rounds last year, didn't she? Remember the year before last, she had a massive role here at Holjes and it cost her every penny she had, and made an effort to get back last year. Now she's back again, and but delivering quite an impressive performance, certainly in this race.
Go on, Natalie, that's what we want to see.
It's quite tight actually to make it into the last spot of the semi-finals here. So
between
where are we here? So Natalie's on 63. Bergström, who's running with KMS, is on 65. Fosse is on 68. And Ida Tornholt's on 61. So depending on where these guys end up in this session overall.
And is that for that last slot?
That's for the last slot, or for the last couple of slots in
P11, P12.
Last couple of slots in the semi-finals. So yeah, a lot to play for.
So Natalie's tactics here are really important, Hal. I'd be thinking Joker right now and protect the position.
Yeah, she needs to beat Bergström, doesn't she? And that will go.
Bergström's at the back of the pack, so this is handy. If I were her, I'd go now. Worst case scenario, she comes out P3 for me. She was committed in the last corner. Come on, Natalie. Right, got to go Joker now. Come on, let's hope her tacticians are bang on it. Run the car wide. Come on. Has she gone Joker? No, she hasn't gone Joker, and that's not the right decision for me. Look, we're not doing the spotting, Hal, so it's easy for us to say again, but I would have gone then.
She will potentially end up in the pack though, won't she? And I think she might have enough. Just trying to get the live timer screen up on the computer here. Number 17's got a warning. That's Bergström.
Bergström. Well, that could work.
That could work in her favour. Of course, Bergström's got the master technicians of KMS on the radio. Foss is catching Peterson relatively rapidly now. We've got 1 lap to go, so she's got to Joker. I think she might have enough to
hold on to P3
to get Bergström, but critically, it depends how quick the guys in front have gone, because
she's going to go now. So Peterson going off to the Joker lap, hoping to come in P3. Hal, what have you spotted? What does she need to do?
Well, Ekshbeth, who's running second currently behind Fosse, he had an exclusion, didn't he, for jumping twice in Q2, so he'll be climbing back up the order, so he's out of position really. So really it depends on what time he can do. She's done all she needs to do by beating the guys on track, representative of where she is, but it really depends on the times overall of where people get and how many points they get.
Yeah, so whether or not Ekshbeth can come up from the double jump start exclusion to get into the top 12 or not.
So in summary, we won't know in a few minutes. But she's done a good job at trying to get in the position she needs to.
All good. Oh, a moment for Foss on the brakes. Runs a little bit deep. Possibly not going to lose the position. That's handy if you can hold on. Foss does. What's the time though? We don't have that. 3:21.2, which is nowhere near the previous time. So in that case, does that play into Natalie's hands, because Ekshbeth won't be that far up the overall leaderboard in terms of recovering, potentially won't leapfrog her? He needed a good haul of points there, didn't he? He needed a fast time and a good haul of points.
Yeah, he was only 2 points behind her though.
Okay.
Interesting.
How far ahead of her did he finish? 1 position? Yeah, 1 position.
Extreme tiredness, live maths, and
no idea.
Not the correct paperwork isn't.
No idea. Yep.
Helping.
All good. Coming to the closing stages of Supercar Lights. Supercar on the grid, Q3, Heat 1. This is your final qualifying session for Supercar today, round 3 of RallyX Nordic. Johan Kristoffersson on the inside line. Then it's Christian Sabo, Niklas Gronholm, Fraser McConnell and Anton Markland. Qualifying about to come to a close for Supercar. These are the quick guys. We have a couple in the next race as well. Great start by Sabo, but Christophersen's got it all hooked up on the run to the first corner. Will he run them a little bit deep? He does. Round the outside, McConnell's surely going to go Joker straight away. He does. I thought he would. So McConnell's done the tactics he did earlier on today, and that's left everybody else in a line on the standard lap. Christophersen backs in on the gravel section, and right in behind him is Sabo, Gronholm. And then just behind him is Anton Markland. Sorry, Anton on the back of the pack. Niklas looking up the inside of Sabo, his teammate. He's alongside him. Don't shut the door there, Christian. Oh, Niklas Gronholm sideways past the camera on the Armco. Handful of opposite lock for Sabo to hold on. That's 5th, 6th gear stuff there, and that's pretty brave between teammates.
What a move from Niklas Gronholm. That was really brave. That was top-class World Championship stuff. When he first came into the sport a few years ago, you would not have seen that sort of move from him. All of his experience and ability coming together here. I think Sabo needs to joker now. They haven't jokered him.
No, I think McConnell's going to close him down, Hal.
I think GRX needed to mix the strategy up a bit there. I would have said Joker Niklas if they hadn't swapped the positions, but
yeah.
You know, Niklas passing Sabo on that lap made it a little bit more complicated for them. Look how clean Christophersen's car is up front, no dirt. He's been leading all day.
McConnell's Joker, but he's a bit sideways in the background. He's got to keep it tidy if he wants to chase these guys down, Hal, because these guys are really fast. So Fraser needs to keep it tidy. Markland will be hoping at least that he can edge McConnell. McConnell, the only driver to have jokered on lap 1. Nobody went on lap 2. I'm always slightly surprised. If not, you know, certainly from Markland's point of view, if nobody went in front of him, why not have a go?
That's what I mean, especially with the GRX guys. Mix it up a little bit. Just
yeah.
You know,
well, why be in a fight with each other? They send Gronholm. Gronholm goes Joker now, watching the background. Remember, McConnell has jokered, and Gronholm's going to come out just in front of him, is he? See, Fraz was closer than you'd think, wouldn't you? And bear in mind that he's in P2. Niklas is in P2, so now Sabo's in danger of falling behind Fraser McConnell.
But we know Sabo has really good pace, don't we? And it was only a small mistake there that got Niklas up the inside of him, because Sabo was all over the back of Christophersen.
So is that tactical from Pinamaki to release Sabo, cover off? So you cover off Fraser with Gronholm and release Sabo. Sabo gets in a killer lap time and slots in the gap.
Potentially, yeah, but at the moment Fraser's not close enough for Niklas to be able to do that, because he would need to be closer for Niklas to back him up.
Okay, we're going to see now then, is Sabo going to go joke? Yes, he's going to have to, so does Christophersen, his final lap. In goes Markland 2. Over the crest comes Niklas. Watch for McConnell at the merge. Is he going to get Sabo or not? It's going to be close between them. Oh, not quite enough. Sabo got a mega lap in. Fantastic tactics from GRX. They released Sabo. They covered off McConnell with Gronholm. Brilliant stuff. McConnell, meanwhile, has managed to edge Anton Markland. So brilliant performance by all of them, really. Tactically super clean.
Yeah, tactically clean, a clean race, and that, you know, you'd expect no less from the master tacticians that are behind this.
Yeah, here we go into the final corner for Johan Christophersen. It's another brilliant performance by the world champion. Crosses the line to take the TQ spot. The time is 3:00.2. That's got to be very close to the fastest time of the day. Makes you wonder which tyres he's used for this. Right, have a look at Johan here in the first corner. He doesn't run them too deep, but that's just really nicely done, isn't it, basically? Sabo is super close behind him. Fraser with a good decision again to go early.
So composed, isn't it, for Christophersen just to... He's almost like he's rolled back out of the brakes. This is where Gronholm got Sabo. Sabo's got enthusiastic behind Christophersen. You've got to really trust your teammate there, haven't you? Niklas has forced Sabo out wide into the loose gravel.
And that's what worked, isn't it? Although they were only side by side, you know, Niklas was on the clean stuff and Sabo's on the dirty, and you could see a huge handful of opposite lock to hold on to it. I love this. Look at the inputs as you come over that crest. The car's unsettled. You're flicking it back the other way. Again, watch here, you know, Gronholm taking it as close as he dares to the barrier, but not hitting it, and then managing to get it in towards the Armco on the left there. Brilliant drive from Johan again to hold on out front. Christophersen shutting the door, but the tactics for me between the Pinamaki squad with GRX, Gronholm RX were great there. So Gronholm covered off McConnell, and that released Sabo to do a quick lap and slot in. But brilliant tactics from Fraz at the start as well, and Anton Markland in P5. Those guys super quick. Look, 3 seconds between the top 5. Christophersen wins again. But the Hyundais are looking really good, and we know this is a little bit of a tyre race, and we know that the Hyundais have got slightly better rubber, having had new tyres for this weekend, while Johan will be carrying some from the previous one. Has Fraser stopped on the way back? No, they haven't. They're all up in the holding area. potentially waiting for, well, I was going to say they're waiting for a jet wash. That's where it normally is, but it doesn't look like they are. On to Q3, race 2. Evjen on the inside already said he needs to hold on from there. Enzo Eid, P2, then Philip German having a better weekend. Andreas Bakkerud and Henry Haapamäki. Andreas saying about you've got to get the start right, particularly with the temperature coming up, and the electric car's going to be able to bang it off the line this time. Brilliant start. Andreas Bakkerud's absolutely nailed it in the electric start. Just beaten away as he gets onto the gravel section. Eid goes deep. Bakkerud going to look up the inside. I thought he was going to go Joker then, but German's beaten him to it around the outside. Evjen and Eid side by side. Eid gets it, sorry, and Evjen slots into P2, and Bakkerud's all over him.
Great start from Andreas, and a bit of danger of the 2 EKS JC cars tripping over each other there, wasn't there? You've got to really be confident that you're not going to fall over your teammate in that scenario, just with the GRX guys last time out. Bakkerud's going with them though.
Bakkerud said to us the car's a little bit heavier, he has to manage the tyres a little bit more, can't go full beans on the first lap. Basically, he boiled the tyres was the phrase he used, and he said then you come to the end of the race and the performance just isn't there. And how that's pretty amazing really in a 4-lap race. But the thing is, it's not just 300 kilos, it's also 600 horsepower. You know, a heavier car with less power would put way less strain on these. With the traction and particularly with the torque in the electric car these things can generate, you could smoke the tyres out of every single corner.
And 1,000 Newton meters of torque is 1,002 or whatever it is, and it's available in more time that you can't measure how quick the time it delivers all that torquing. Andreas was talking about having to be so careful on the throttle, because if you get too sideways, because there's 2 motors in the rear and the way the car's balanced, you can spin easily. So, you know, they're so fun to drive, but it's just very different from what he already knows, and I think he's really relishing this challenge of driving something new.
I think he's also very clever to get an electric rallycross car start, giving him the opportunity. Great to see them here racing. So they've been across to British Rallycross as well. We're going to see this car, I'm sure, racing a few different regional and national rallycross championships. Enzo Eid continues to lead from Sondra Evjen. Bakkerud goes in as well.
It's a change of decision there from Evjen. Evjen wasn't, I don't think he was going to go. Then you saw the nose of the car pick back up again. Tidy joker from both him and Bakkerud. But Evjen was almost turning into turn 2 and then got back into turn 2.
I think Bakkerud, you can see the time he lost, because Bakkerud is closer to him than he was on the previous lap. You could see that both the JC EKS machines, or EKS JC machines, were just starting to edge a gap. Eid pretty wild on the brakes at the bottom of the hill, but he's on a big push. Enzo bought one of my dream cars this week, and he acquired is it a 97 Impreza? I wasn't sure, I can't remember the year.
I can't remember, I think it might have been a 99 car.
No, but, just the best shape.
Just rebuilt by ProDrive, wasn't it?
Yeah, rebuilt by ProDrive legends. Yeah, here he's racing a supercar, and at home he's got it's a Burns car, isn't it? I'm sure it was. I just want one, basically. Yeah, he bought a beautiful Impreza WRC of the amazing 2-door era. And he's a lucky guy, and he's a nice guy too, and I'm pleased to see here that he's taken his Joker lap and he's come out in front of a very competitive field. Enzo will be wanting to move up the standings, ready for the semi-finals and the final.
I wonder if something happened to Andreas on that last lap, because he's dropped back a lot off Sondra Evjen.
3:00.2 is the time to beat for Enzo Eid. He's how close he's going to be. He's going to be closer than I thought. Over the line, what is it? 3:01.1, that's 9/10 off. That's absolutely fantastic from Eid. Brilliant drive, Hal.
Yeah, and he did lose a bit of time, didn't he? That little battle they had in turn 2. I think Johan didn't have any of those issues at all, did he? We'll see that battle now. Look at the start Bakkerud made from P3. Everyone on the inside. So Eid has run wide, and then it's just a little bit higher. So Eid has come. It surprised me there that Evjen wouldn't just bail into the Joker. I wonder if it was concerned that they were going to be held up. Look how close they run to that bollard. Yeah, I wonder if they were worried about getting held up by the guys behind, because you know, when you're side by side like that with your teammate, you maybe would split it and go into the Joker, wouldn't you? But in this second race of the session, where the pace is a bit, there's a variety of pace, it makes it a bit more difficult.
You mentioned Bakkerud falling away. Andreas was talking about the tyres, how there is the possibility that that's what he's talking about. You know, that come the end of the race, the performance of the tyre just goes away slightly compared to a traditional supercar. 3:01.1. Evjen, P2, Bakkerud, Haapamäki and German. Laura is with Johan Kristoffersson, who I think's pretty much just won that session.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I think he did. We were watching carefully with the time, weren't we, for Enzo there? He was 9/10 off you with a bit of traffic in front of him and around him. What did you make of, firstly, your own performance, but also the competition we saw in that race just there?
Well, I mean, first of all, I had a very, very good start. So because of that is our second round in RallyX Nordic. We have 4 less new tires than the other guys that come for the first race. So we gamble a bit on this heat after our first 50 points in Q1 and Q2. So we ran this heat with a damaged tire. So I was a bit afraid. So couldn't take the curves as I would like to on a couple of places. But I was saved there by a good launch. So very happy with that. And I just drove as fast as I can. And yeah, I just have to take the time also to say thank you to the guys in the workshop, because we've been working very, very long nights and very, very early mornings to make the car better, and it's really working nicely. So still some things to do, but enjoy a lot to beat the guys behind.
I'm sure you do, and that track's getting faster as well, isn't it? Thank you so much. Best of luck to you for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I love how much Johan enjoys rallycross. The message he sent this morning, oh yeah, I was up till 1:30 and then I got up at 6 in the morning, but it's proper rallycross. And even in Denmark, when he had a weekend that by most people's, well, by his standards, sucked, he was just like, it's great, I love rallycross, on WhatsApp, late at night, probably whilst watching his own onboards. Brilliant.
He is a star, isn't he?
Yeah, he loves it. Final race, supercar qualifying. Hedstrom on the inside line from Anderson, Fuchik, Choo-Choo and Michalak. I'm afraid these guys probably not going to trouble the top of the times. Bit of contact on the run to the first corner. Hedstrom gets mugged. I thought Hedstrom had that on the run down there, and he's ended up down in P4. If he's not careful, P5. No! Changed his mind twice. That is disaster. He changed his mind. He was going to go Joker, decided not to, and then decides to go back into the standard lap. That's double time loss.
All got a bit messy there into turn 2, didn't it? I think, not really sure what happened with Hedstrom. It must be difficult when you've got 2 of your customers racing in the same race as you as well. Arguably in the better cars. Not saying the OMC Fiesta is no good, but it's much older. Yeah, strange. Wow, ran wide there. That is Michalak. Yes, I think that is Michalak. Yeah, sorry. It is Michalak in the leading polo.
Maybe Hedstrom being a little bit careful of his customers in the first corner, but not ideal. I'm trying to see where he is at the moment. We've got some of our results coming through. Trying to see who's made it through to cross car as well. Top 18 going through to 3 semi-finals as we come through the closing stages of qualifying. Choo-Choo and Fuchik have both gone Joke. A bit of pressure coming now, look. Hedstrom all over the back of Anderson. Can't fire him off. It's one of his customers. You fire your own customer off, it's definitely not going to go down well. Loses some time then on the exit of the velodrome going down the back straight. So Hedstrom is currently in P15. Looking to see where his teammates are. Carlson's in P16. Remember, only the top 12 are going to go through. So Choo-Choo actually is on the cusp at the minute in 12th, with Fuchik in 13th. So,
but Michalak is leading 14th, isn't he?
Yeah,
and I think has the ultimate pace over them. We saw that in Denmark, didn't we? In both of the rounds. Michalak, one of the stars of the season, I think, last year, just for quietly going about it with the Fiesta and doing a good job. And I think if he can win this race, he's going to leapfrog those 2 at least, isn't he?
And get up into P11, P12.
And then it's a case of what they've done against Andreas Baccarat, who was
losing time at the end of his race. So all to play for at the back end of supercar qualifying here, although these guys are not going to trouble Kristoffersen's pace through that bump as he comes down the hill. Smoothly up and over the jump. Yeah, Michalak was impressive last year, stepping up, as you say, from RX2 into a supercar. So many people did that last year because their plans changed with COVID and they didn't, well, there was less rounds, so they had enough budget for 7 rounds of RX2, and then somebody goes, do you know what, I'll offer you a supercar for that. You're not going to say no. But then there's no going back, that's the problem.
Yeah, once you've driven a supercar, you've had it, really.
It's addictive. Through the Joker and out into clean air. Michalak, nicely done in the background. Super close to the barriers on the inside and the outside. Runs it all the way to the Armco as well. Hedstrom's
front body work there tells a bit of a story about turn 2, doesn't it? He was well in the back of Fuchik, I think, who was pushing Michalak, or was it Anderson? Too many Hedstrom cars in one race.
Yeah, there are, yeah. Change your liveries, boys. Over the crest, coming round the final corner of qualifying for round 3 here of RallyX Nordic from Holjes. Michalak slides the car over the line, checkered flag. The time, though, is a 3:07.0, and that's not going to trouble Enzo, Ede or Kristoffersen, who won the previous 2. And it's going to come down basically to what points each of these drivers score. They are all literally, they are P11 through to P15 pretty much. And where their times sit compared to the other drivers in the session is going to make a big difference. Choo Choo, and that's critical. So Choo Choo has had a shocker here and has dropped back down the order. Going to lose some places in qualifying, definitely. And there's some parts lost as well. Another look at the start. Contact straight away off the line.
Michalak made a brilliant start, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had absolutely nailed from the outside. The Hedstrom's in the back of Fuchik there and actually rotates. It was Anderson that he collects. Then bails from going into the Joker. That's presumably where the bodywork damage from. Oh, no, the bumper on the Fiesta is already damaged from turn 1. Fiesta number 7, if you must know that one.
I love that.
Oh, and big contact there between Choo Choo and Hedstrom. Sorry, Andrew, to interrupt into the final corner.
And that'll be what caused the damage to Choo Choo's car, I guess, which is why.
And then Hedstrom's gotten back into him there.
Right. Okay. Well,
I think that'll be a DQ
for Hedstrom.
Yeah.
Potentially for both.
I don't know what. I don't.
The state of that.
I just think the combination of turn 2 and then turn 2 again with Choo Choo, the stewards won't look favourably on that. I don't know. I didn't see the Choo Choo incident in the final corner well enough to make any sort of judgment.
Michalak, Anderson, Hedstrom, Fuchik and Choo Choo.
Unless, of course, that I'm being very harsh on Hedstrom and Choo Choo rotated in turn 2 without any contact. Maybe he only had rear drive or something
from the previous contact. Well, the stewards will look at it. If they feel it's there's something amiss, I mean, that might change the very bottom of the table.
Well, I'm not a steward anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter. You can do what you like. Nils Andersen takes the TQ in supercar lights from Linus Osland and Tommy Howman. Simon Ollerson gets up to 4th. So there's your front 2 rows for the semi-finals. Aneklev, Jonsson, Englund, Janssen, Jokvist, Foss, Oscarson and Peterson. Natalie Peterson makes it through to the semi-finals. Great drive in that last heat race from her. Well done. Supercar, Kristoffersen takes the TQ with a clean sweep of the qualifying session. Sabo is P2, Niklas Gron on P3 despite beating his teammate in that last one. Sabo had beaten him in Q1 and Q2. Enzo E to 4th. McConnell down to 5th, then it's Evgen 6th. Markland, Gurman backwards in. Harpermaki is in. Anderson and Michalak makes it from that last race. And any inquiries between Choo Choo and Hedstrom are not going to be relevant because they're P13 and P15. So those are your 2 semi-finals. In the background we can hear I think an RX2E car probably being shaken down by Oliver Eriksson. Race controller looking at this incident we're about to take another look at. But as I say, if they're in P13 and 15, it won't matter.
So I think this is the first. Well, this is Choo Choo closing in on Hedstrom. Hedstrom's got not much. That's a big impact. But Hedstrom's not carrying much speed into the corner. Choo Choo's carrying significantly more. They both make it round. That was a very clumsy version of a hands up the inside moment that you called a few years ago, Andrew.
That's still one of my favourite moments ever.
But I don't think that was all of it, really, was it? I think the contact in turn 2, both on lap 1 and lap 4, was probably, you know, I know every instance looked at in its own merit, but yeah, they do have to look at the big picture too.
Has the snow gone? It looks like it might have done. It's been a lovely warm day here at Holjes. It's certainly very warm in the studio. We're going to take an opportunity to have a 10-minute break and gather our gear together, all our grids and so on. Get 10 minutes time, we'll leave you some slow motion shots and some beauty shots and some lovely music and not the sound of our voices and rallycross cars for a bit. Join us shortly, around 10 minutes time for the start of the semi-finals.
Welcome back. Beautiful shots there of Holjes, and the sun has well and truly come out here. The track is really warming up. It's getting faster and faster. The sun is shining, and I'm joined by Fraser. Fraser McConnell, of course, a little bit of frustration I can sense from Q3. You were at the mercy there of Christian Sabo and Nicholas Gronholm.
Yeah, no, we had a really good launch, and I'm just trying to race as respectful and clean as I can. Everyone got off the line pretty equally, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to go across without enough gap. So I came out to the gas, got on the brakes. I was able to head into the joke up pretty early, and it felt fast, but clearly not fast enough, and we just need a little bit more. And yeah, it was a really fast heat, and I think we're starting third in the next semi-final. So I have some new shoes to put on her, and I think she should move pretty good after that.
Okay, so new tyres coming on for the semi-final. It was a stacked race, wasn't it? All the big guns were in there. It's hard, I guess, for you taking this step up as well. When I, first came across you, you were racing RX2. These guys have been in supercars for a few more years. It's a massive step up for you, but one that you're very much embracing. We saw that in Nissan with the win.
Yeah, I mean, the win was, like I said, the best way to start off the year. And I'm just trying to learn as much as I can as the day goes on. These guys are the best in the world, and it's encouraging to know that I'm close. And I mean, in Q2 we had the second fastest time, and I'm trying to race these guys and build a good reputation and let them know that I'm here to play ball and not just fill the field. So here to try to do everything I can to win and represent everybody that's come on board at the same time. So.
And we can see that the track is very clearly getting faster. How is it evolving out there?
Oh, the grip is coming a lot in the start, and so we're changing a lot of the launch settings and little tweaks here and there just to try to get that extra bit that we need. And the dust is not as bad as it could be, so that's a plus. And yeah, just an awesome track.
And just before this interview, I pulled you out from what looked like a very serious briefing, and I demanded that you come on telly with me. What were you talking about, without giving away all the secrets? What were the numbers that were being crunched?
Just looking at the lap times and talking about where we can improve. Little things here and there. We know we can put out a good lap time and we can do it consistently, but when you're on the limit, it's really hard to keep it perfect at 100% the entire race. So, yeah. Like something as small as braking too hard or getting on the throttle like a tenth too late. It's everything like that counts, and we're trying to win, so it's fun.
Of course, and it is brilliant that you're trying to win. Of course, after that win in Nissan, you had Usain Bolt calling you up, you had the Prime Minister calling you up, you had all the big guns out. Does winning become addictive? Are you now you've had a taste of it and you want a bit more?
Yeah, it's the best feeling in the world, and trying to do everything I can to repeat that, and that feeling doesn't get old, and that's why I'm here, to represent the brands and people that I love and try to get that feeling back. So.
Of course, you're racing amongst the Nordic nations, Swedes, Finnish, Norwegians, and you're here from Jamaica, and your car is very blatantly Jamaican as well, which I love.
And we also just had the Jamaica Tourist Board come on board, and I'm now an official ambassador for Jamaica, which is really awesome. I'm so happy and honoured that they've given me that privilege and trusting me to represent the country. And everyone else has come on board: Barita, Sandals, RallyX, Rainforest. SportsMax is actually showing these races throughout the entire Caribbean, and yeah, I'm living a dream, and hopefully I'm making them proud.
It's like you're bringing a little bit of home with you wherever you go in Europe.
Of course I have to. I mean, our culture is infectious, and I'm just trying to spread the love around the world, one race at a time.
And final question from me. You did it 2 weeks ago in Nissan. How do you beat Johan Kristoffersson? He's looking pretty imperious here.
I think I upset him a little bit. He's stepped up the game really good, and I mean he doesn't make mistakes, and he's at 100% the entire time, and I don't think anyone's be able to beat him at all this weekend. So he's definitely the benchmark and guy setting the pace. But let's see, it's a lot more racing to go, and we're not finished yet.
He's like the Roger Federer of the rallycross world, isn't he?
Or the Bolt of racing.
Or the Usain Bolt, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much, Fraser. Best of luck for the semi-finals.
Thanks, guys.
Well, Enzo, just 9/10 off Johan Kristoffersson there. A brilliant Q3 for you, up to P4 coming into the semi-finals. You must be happy with your day's work so far.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Start of Q3, I had a small contact with my teammate, but afterwards I was free, and then I actually pushed a bit too much, and I lost some time in that. But I'm happy with the car, happy with the result, and having the sun for the moment, so beautiful.
Yeah, the sun's come out, it's warm, the track's getting faster as well. You mentioned there you had some contact and you had some issues. There's more pace to come then?
Yes, there is, yes. But okay, it's rallycross. I think it's a sport that some contact is allowed, but not too much. And here it was very clean. Also, when it's with your teammate, there's respect from both sides. Like in Q2, I had respect with him. Now he had respect with me. So it's very fair within the team, and this makes it fun.
Yeah, this is what rallycross is all about.
Exactly.
What are your hopes, expectations, goals for the semi-final?
We will see. You know, I had hopes in Denmark, the first and second race, and the hopes did not come true for several reasons. And now I have no hopes. I will just focus and do my job and have fun.
Brilliant stuff. Good luck. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Welcome back to Holjes for round 3 of RallyX Nordic 2021. 2021, which one was it you said? 2021, didn't you?
2021, yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever. We're coming up for semi-final time. We've got semi-finals for all our classes except for Open 2-wheel drive. They go straight to the final because we've only got 6 drivers here this weekend. We've got Junior Cross Car, Supercar Lights and Supercar. Looking through it, I mean, Lucas Anderson has been fantastic with 2 qualifying wins, Hal, in Junior Cross Car. And obviously had 2 wins last time out at Neeson. So I think it's fair to say favourite-ish.
Yeah, although he hasn't had the best starts, has he? Neither in Q1 or Q2 didn't get the best launch. So yeah, it's so close in the juniors, isn't it? You know, everything's to play for.
In a line start, obviously that's really important. I mean, come a grid start, at least having been consistently good enough through the day, he's got the advantage of being front row. So, but he really is going to want to convert that to be front row for the final.
Remember this time last year, or at this event last year, Alex Gustafsson, had it. It was all going for him, and then he made a couple of bad starts, had to fight his way back through the field. Of course, that makes great racing for us, so that would be cool as well. But yes, a line start is more difficult than the staggered start of a final or semi-final grid, but there's still plenty of variables.
Yeah, there are indeed. So that's in Cross Car Junior. Looking on to the next class, Open 2-wheel drive, Simon Tiger with 3 qualifying wins, and Simon last time out in Neeson got the 2 wins there as well. So I think it's fair to say a favourite for him. No semi-finals to trip him up either straight to the final. So 1 race to go on a hectic day like today. I think that will be quite beneficial for all the drivers in that category. Just have a bit more of a break and get the cars fully prepped for the final.
Yeah, agreed.
On to Cross Car, 2 session wins for Isak Rierson. Rierson, it's interesting. Bowden's won the last session, if you remember, but Hallberg was giving Rierson hell in that race as well. And it's Hallberg who is P2. It's 3 semi-finals for Cross Car. So Car 1 goes to Semi-1, Car 2 goes to Semi-2, Car 3 to Semi-3. So within your semi-final, there's a bigger breadth of talent. I think it's less challenging to win it from the front, but also only 2 cars go through.
Yeah. It always amazes me how different it is. And it sounds silly, doesn't it? But 2 cars going up is very different. And I think it's easier to throw it away. It's not as easy to get it back, but at the same time, then it doesn't seem to be quite as much jeopardy sometimes. So
I think the jeopardy thing is because of you've got cars. So if you take the P1 guy, he's racing against the guy in P4, P7, P10, P13, and so on down the order. That's probably wrong. I'm good at maths.
So pace gap is massive, isn't it?
Exactly. And so I think if you're front row there, you know you've got the edge on the pace from the guys behind you anyway. It's just a case, don't mess the start up. And again, how much do you want to hang on to that front row? So I think the semi-finals are a little safer. The problem then is you come to the final in Cross Car and suddenly you've got 6 absolute weapons, sharp as hell, ready to go in the final.
And that's great, yeah.
Yeah, mega.
That's brilliant.
For us.
Yeah.
Not quite so hot if you're the TQ man who's won his semi-final and is thinking happy days.
Well, it depends if you can make a good start, because at least then, there's always the risk in the semi-final that if you are P2, you can't necessarily joker because there's slower guys behind because they qualify 17th or 18th. So tactically that's difficult too. So Oh, it's great, isn't it? There's so many moving parts,
and it definitely limits your what you can do in terms of tactics in the semi-finals compared to the finals. So, a bit like if you end up in a slow heat, you don't want to joker early for the jeopardy. Exactly what you say, Hal. If you're in the semi-finals, you can't really joker early. So if you mess the start up from the front row, an early joker's just going to put you straight into slower traffic.
Yeah, a massive challenge. Ultimately, you just want to make the best start, lead the race, and then not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Of course, we want it to be mixed up because that's what makes great racing.
It does make great racing. We had some great racing earlier on today. This was Q3 from Supercar. Fraser McConnell had made his way up into this race, having had a brilliant run in the last one. Didn't get a good start. Christopherson got another amazing start. McConnell went joker straight away. I was a little surprised Markman didn't go with him, but good move. And then Sabo ran wide, Hal, and this was a great move by Gronall.
Yeah, brave, especially on your teammate. As we said in commentary, look, pushed Sabo right out into the loose gravel on the outside. Sabo did well to collect that up and not lose too much time. Sabo's been impressive today, hasn't he, for someone who doesn't enjoy the circuit?
Yeah, I love that. Although he did say he's starting to enjoy it with an amazing World Rallycross car underneath him. I think I could potentially enjoy it as well, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, but you can see why. I don't think he doesn't enjoy it because it's technical, but it's fast, technical. Linus Austin was telling Laura how brave you need to be. There's so many different facets, and that camera is probably my favourite in all of Rallycross.
I think so, but it's also the best demonstration, I think, of the brave. You just don't realise when they're coming down that hill the angle on the cars in what is 5th or 6th gear. It is proper committed. With the car unbalanced into a braking zone, and you've got to be quick through there for the jump. It's mad.
And do you remember how many people last year when we had the flip-flop were touching it all the time, especially in the lights?
I might go up there and unbolt it, move it a bit further up the barrier later on today, just so we see a bit more of that. You saw it getting clattered, didn't you? It just wobbled the Armco that it was on. Enzo Eid in a bit of a race with Evgen. Go on, Hal.
Sorry, Andrew. The deflection on the Evgen's front wheel there, as the curbs are so serrated, the big wobbling movement in the wheel, you see it on those high move shots, and it's just amazing that the energy and the inertia going through these Rallycross supercars.
Enzo Eid with a good run here. I think much more the performance we were expecting to see last time out in Neeson. Has just managed to stay out of trouble today, Hal, and I think that's partly because the depth in quality here has meant that he hasn't ended up racing, with no disrespect, but in a race like this where there's a little bit less experience and maybe some questionable moves made in this one in particular, and it did actually end up in a DQ.
Yeah, Hedgestrom was ultimately disqualified from this. The warning came up on the timing screen after we went off air, and then the disqualification. I think that as we were discussing in the broadcast, there was 3 elements to it, and the first was that contact in turn 2. This is the second part of that. This is Choo Choo having a big lunge up the inside of Hedgestrom, and then that continued into turn 2 on the final lap, as we see here. Hedgestrom's, I think he's collected Choo Choo there, hasn't he? And Choo Choo's been rotated. It's quite an eventful day, Choo Choo, hasn't he? Up on 2 wheels in the first corner earlier on, but
welcome.
Yeah, they both made it through.
Right, we are going to head down and have a catch-up with Laura Winter. She is with Anders Michalak, who with a decent result in Q3 has got himself into P12.
So Anders, a tricky day for you so far, but a great win in Q3. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, we had some small problems with the engine in the morning, and we didn't manage to come out in the Q2, unfortunately. But we did a great start in Q3 and take a win. Not that good time we want, but we are in the semi-finals, and we are trying to do our best to make it to the final.
And it's clear the track's getting faster. I know you love this track as well. What's it like out there?
It's the best track I ever drive, because it's in Sweden too. I know it's the best track in the world, I think. Many of the world drivers said it too. So good grip and sun. So I hope it's going to be a good semi-final and hopefully a final.
And hopefully we can find a bit more pace. You've had obviously a bit of car trouble, but all to play for out there now.
Yeah, we should look at the V-Box data soon and figure out some more pace. I think we're going to have some more pace in the semi-final because Holjes have drop off, so we had not so much boost that we want.
Much more to come then.
Yeah,
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck.
Bye bye.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ready to go for the semi-finals, sorry, the finals later. Semi-finals? I can't remember, Sebastian. It's been a long day. Sebastian Eriksson's here. Why don't we just let him rescue us instead? How's it going?
No, it's going good for us, I think. We have a lot of cars running, so it's a lot of work, but I think the drivers have done a good job, and also we have had a problem-free day so far, so it's all good on our side.
And are you missing the driving yourself? Well, I know the answer to that.
Yeah, for sure I do. It hurts every time I walk up here and watch the race going on. Because I would like to drive myself, but unfortunately not today. So I'm just trying to do the best I can.
I think you're going to be driving at the weekend. Is that correct? In this RX2E Invitational or what did we call it earlier? House Celebrity Race.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that one because that car is really fun. I had the opportunity to test a little bit last year, not with this car, but with the prototype, let's say.
The Mule, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and it's a good car to drive, so I'm looking forward to that. And it's quite easy to drive also, so which means for us we won't have a lot of practice, but it's really easy to get into. So I think we will have a good fight there.
I was talking to Ollie earlier on, and he was saying you can probably get away with driving it a little bit more aggressively than you would an RX2 car, a lights car.
Yeah, for sure, because this has full power all the time, let's say. So it's easier to save a mistake with the power. It has a lot of torque, so it's quite forgiving. So you can really push the limits.
And go on, Hal.
Yeah, and of course you know the circuit very well. Have you driven here recently? Or we know you drove here in the World RX round last season.
Yeah, last season we did the World RX with the Honda. That was the last time I drove here. So it's yeah, but I know the track. I've been here a lot of times before, so that should be fine.
It hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed so much, no. So it's good.
We're waiting on semi-final action, basically, now.
Yep.
Your guys ready to go? Cars all re-prepped?
Cars are re-prepped. We're just waiting now. It's all ready to go. So we're looking forward. It's always interesting to see what's going to happen. But in the lights car, it's only 15 entrants, so it's 3 guys that makes the way to the final from each semi-final. So it's, I think we have a good chance, but you never know because it's a competitive field.
It certainly is. And in terms of prepping your drivers for it, are you spotting today?
Not today, no.
Okay, so that's cool. So you can stay with us through cross-car at least then, definitely. And you, what do you do to prep the guys before they go out? Are you looking at data? What's your? I mean, are you just spannering this weekend, or are you looking at data as well?
Yeah, I'm looking at data, but only for the engine, let's say. So I'm more on the technical side, and then we have Kevin and Oliver more like driver coaches.
Okay.
So we don't have time to do everything, so we try to split up. So Kevin and Oliver do the driver coaching, and I'm more on the technical side.
And what are you doing? Monitoring condition, or are you monitoring what the drivers are doing with the engine?
Kind of both. I'm trying to look. See if I can see something that starts to go wrong with the car before it actually is a problem. Sometimes you can see that the sensor starts to fail and you can change it before it actually makes the car misfire or something like that. So I try to keep an eye on that, but also I can see how the throttle and brake works for the drivers. So it's it's really good.
You can see some final prep going on down in the paddock now.
Yeah. So we're basically just do a spanner check. We try to make sure that no bolts are loose or anything like that. And then, just clean air filter, make sure that the car are 100% ready to go.
Obviously, you'd rather be driving. I think every driver in the paddock that does some driving would like to be doing that. That's the ultimate, isn't it? But how much do you still enjoy being involved at this level and running these cars and working with young drivers?
Yeah, I really like to work with the young drivers. And actually, this year we have a lot of new drivers in the team. So that's also interesting. It's interesting to mix experience with the young talents, let's say, because there's always a lot to learn. They tend to be fast in one lap, but not very consistent. So that's what we try to work on with the new guys. And here we see Linus's car, for example. He's been driving for a few years now, so he's more of a team leader, let's say, that shows the new guys the way.
Just talk about Linus a little bit from Nice. I think he would have left there a little bit disappointed based on his expectations.
Yeah, I think so. Because as I said, he was really strong last year. He had high hopes for this year. So it obviously had a DNF in the semi-final in Denmark, which was a big shame. But to be honest, it was no one that had a really clean weekend in Denmark. So I think points-wise, he's not so far from the top, and this is his home track. So I think he can do well today.
And like you said, you know this place well, but I don't think anyone knows it better than Linus does. He must have driven all sorts around here.
Yeah, I think so. He has the most experience of this track for sure, but he's not quite happy with the setup yet, I don't think. So we're still trying to work on that. He's not 100% comfortable, but I've seen the pace he had, the lap times he had now in Q3, for example, was clearly the fastest. So we have quite high hopes for him for the semi-finals.
And just for people at home watching, explain a little bit about setting these lights cars up. You talk about him not quite having the setup, and that might sound a little strange when they're a single-make class. So just talk about what you can do as a driver and as a team to make those setup differences.
Yeah, for sure. The lights car is, as you say, it's a single-make car, so we cannot even change the springs. It's a set spring, it's a set roll bar, but we have some adjustments we can do. You can do the damper clicks, for example. We can do the heights of the car. We can do the roll bar stiffness, let's say. So there is quite a few parameters that you can play with and adjust the car to the driving style you have, let's say. So it's not you can't make a huge difference, but you can fine tune it so you get the balance to what you want.
Oh, I always find that fascinating because the lights have been going 7 or 8 years now, or 8 or 9 years now, and obviously you've been through all of those. But by now, OMSC must have been through every one of those variables to try and extract the best. But you're always having to evolve it for, like you say, for different drivers or different track conditions, because a rallycross track is never the same twice.
Yeah, for sure. And also this year we have a new update. It's come brand new dampers for the car. It's the first time, I think, in 8 years that we had a proper update for the car. So it's new dampers, so we're still trying to learn them a little bit. We haven't done too much testing with them, so there is still some fine-tuning to do on the dampers, let's say. With the old ones, I think we've tried everything. So we know exactly what we wanted, but with this one there is a few opportunities.
What's the update with the damper? Why is it better than the old one? And did you have a base setting which kind of matched the old setup or not?
Yeah, I mean, the damper technology moves forward really quick. And the old dampers were from 2012, really. We haven't touched them since then. So we felt it was time to do something, especially for the landings after the jumps. It's 8 years ago or something like that. So the dampers are much better today. So we put some new technology in the dampers, and it works much better. But at the same time, it's more for us to learn and try to adjust.
Is it valving or is it multiple speed adjustments?
It's actually a different brand of damper completely.
Yeah.
So it's I don't think it's one single part in the damper that is the same.
Okay, so a complete change.
It's a complete change. Also, it's a little bit softer front spring now to give the car a bit more front grip. So it's actually, when we tested it, it handles much more nice with these new dampers, but at the same time we still have to go through all the settings to make sure what is the best.
We are approaching the semi-finals here at Holjes for round 3 of RallyX Nordic 2021. I think we're starting with Crosscar Junior. 2 semi-finals for these guys. There's your TQ man, Lucas Anderson in the 99 buggy. 2 wins in Q2 and Q3, a P3 in Q1. Last time out qualified second but took the win in Neeson. Qualified first and took the win in Neeson. That was round 1 and round 2. So Lucas Anderson doing a great job so far. Semi-final number 1, top 3, remember, will go through. On the front row, Lucas Anderson with Alex Gustafsson. On row 2, it's Lauri Hallinen and Oliver Lidman. And then it's Josephine Holmqvist and Joachim Lund Orlander at the back. Marshall's giving the okay, and you can hear the front cars on the limiter before the back marshals have even walked off the grid. Anderson needs a good start here. Gustafsson's going to try and make it hard for him. Great start, Lauri Hallinen on row 2. Nose of the buggy came up immediately, but an amazing start by Anderson on the front row. Found the traction, going to get to turn 1 first. Gustafsson going to slot in behind. Not going to split the strategy at this point, goes with them. Lauri Hallinen goes that way as well. Hallinen was up here in the comms box earlier handing out the licorice. So he's one of our favourite drivers immediately for that, but Hal, that's a really clean start by the top 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what Anderson needed, wasn't it? We talked in the pre-show that he didn't necessarily always have the best starts and had to do some fighting through. But yeah, perfect job there to get out front.
Tidy stuff, people sliding around in the background. We have seen one driver go joker on lap 1 from further down the back of the grid. Lucas Anderson, I must look up at some point how old Lucas is, because I know it's ludicrously young.
He's 13.
13, there we go. So 13 years old, already a double winner this year. And looking to become a triple one here and try and extend that championship lead. At the minute, he has a lead of 11 points over Yunatan Yulalami, who is here as well. And Yulalami will feature on row 2 in semi-final number 2. So this is a good opportunity for Anderson just to edge another few points ahead. And Sebastian, every point you can pick up in a championship is important, isn't it, at every stage?
Yeah, for sure. If you want to fight for a championship, you need to collect every point you can. And it's points in the semi-final as well, so it's really important.
We've asked a number of drivers today who've been up here with us during crosscar if they came up through crosscar. I think you did the folk race route, but did you do crosscar as well?
I didn't, actually. I went, as you say, the folk race route. But I really like the crosscar, and I have to say, with the juniors, that it's been great racing. I think. It's been fun to watch, and they really race each other hard but fair.
That's what I was going to say. They're really clean, and we were kind of not surprised. That's a bit unfair to say we were surprised, but they're not stupid, are they? Sometimes you think the adults could do with going down there and having the kids go, this is how you do turn 1. There's no need to drive into each other. They're really switched on.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And they have good car control also, as you can see. They're really pushing their cars hard.
Yeah, amazing. Love it. Hallinan goes Joker. Hal, where are we at?
I think that'll bring him out 4th, behind Holmqvist, who's yet to Joker, I think, according to the timing screen. So that should have netted Hallinan a place in the final, but what it hasn't done is necessarily given him the clean air he needs to try and catch these two up front, with Holmqvist not having Jokered yet.
Anderson and Gustafsson, P1 and P3 in the championship. Gustafsson had a 5th place and a 3rd place in Neeson last time out. Here's your pack of 4 that are chasing them down. Lauri Hallinan running the car a little bit deep on the hairpin there.
He ran deep onto the inside, or he turned in too early. So now he's going to be freed. So now Holmqvist jokering. This is freed up Hallinan, but I think he's probably lost just a little bit too much time to be challenging Anderson and Gustafsson up front.
So Gustafsson, our screens are showing us that Gustafsson jokered on that last lap. I think we were looking back at the pack at the time. Yeah, the gap between those two guys now is pretty big, Hal. So
yeah, he must have done out of shot.
Yeah. So Anderson now, this has got to be tidy. Lucas Anderson needs to keep this tidy. Gustafsson's done the right thing. Don't follow the leader if you want any chance of getting the overlap.
And he was close too.
Yeah, really close. Got a joker on a separate lap. So how quick has Alex Gustafsson been? You're looking at him now in the 199 buggy. Gustafsson P3 in the standings. Lucas Anderson unbeaten so far in the finals, coming around. Had a great qualifying today, 2 wins out of 3 sessions, and he's kept his head. Lucas Anderson has kept his head, and if anything, Hal, I'd say he's a few car lengths further up the road.
Beautifully tidy through the Joker, wasn't he? Didn't take too much curb on either side. It was just really, really neat and tidy. Exactly what you need to do in these lesser powered cross cars to maintain the momentum. Great job.
Anderson in front of Gustafsson. Both these guys so young, as you say, 13 years old, the race leader, the championship leader, about to book his place on the pole for the final. Lucas Anderson was your top qualifier and has done a really tidy job under pressure from Gustafsson here. It's Anderson takes semi-final number 1. Gustafsson goes through in P2, and we wait to see who's 3rd. We think it's going to be Lauri Hallinan, in which case it is. The top 3 have gone through. Very close behind for P4 and P5. Sebastian, what's your thoughts seeing that? I mean, do you watch this and look at these young drivers and think, who should we get in a lights car?
Yeah, because you can for sure see some talent there.
Really? Yeah, you see it straight away?
Yeah, they are. It's very impressive, I have to say. As I said before, the car control they have is nice. Yeah, I think these guys will be dangerous when they come up and we get to
we better watch out for them, mate. They're coming, you know.
I think so. But they're still young, so I have a few more years
before you get replaced by a younger model.
Yeah, I think so. But it's really good, and I think we will have a good fight in the final also, because they have the similar pace, I think.
Yeah, very much. And obviously we're looking forward to seeing who's quick here. Rasmus Persson is on the pole with Erik Nilsson alongside. Those are P4 and P6 in the standings. Then we've got Yunatan Yulalami, who is P2 in the standings. Thomas Martens, Isaac Hattenmar and Isaac Nordbeck at the back of the grid. So Persson, Nilsson, Yulalami on the front row. First of all, Yulalami on row 2, the one you've got to watch out for in the yellow and red. So Persson Gonna try, surely. So that's the longest hold I've ever seen on a start. Persson gets away really nicely, but outside I think Erik Nielsen's got the better start. So Erik Nielsen just hooks it up, gets it turned in. That is an easy hole shot. And Uniten Yillalami has gone through into P3. The three leaders setting off now to do a couple of laps out front. Nobody's gone Joker Hal, and I think the fact that two of the guys in the back of the grid, sorry, none of the front three, that the guys in the back of the grid going releases them, doesn't it? They can Joker now if they want, but I reckon they'll hang on a couple of laps personally.
Yeah, so do I. Two of, the two car control drivers from Marko Jokinen who visited us earlier on in the studio today, they're running out front. That's the older model of the speed car up front in the hands of Nielsen, and Persson's in the car, the Speed Car Wonder, sorry.
Speed Car Wonder. Oh, a little look up the inside. Screeching of tyres. Fairly well on the limit. So I'd say Persson is applying a bit of pressure here. He's going to want to be on the front row, Sebastian. If whoever wins this goes to the front row, how important is that going through from a semi to a final?
Oh, it's very important. For sure, the most important in the semi-final is to go through at all.
Yeah.
But you really want to get that front row start in the final, because as soon as you're starting on the second or third row, it's much less chance to win the final. So it's really important to try to win the semi-final. It's a much bigger chance to win the final.
Uniten Yillalami has gone to the Joker early, and that is to cover off, basically hold that P3 space. Hal, good decision. Wasn't particularly troubling the front two, but as Sebastian said, it's important to book that spot, and that's what he's done effectively.
Yeah, I think he wasn't troubling the front two, but at the same time, if they trip over each other because they're running so close, then you're in a potential position to capitalise on that, aren't they? And
it's easier to capitalise from further back. You don't want to get caught up in that action yourself.
That's what I mean, yeah. Martins is quick enough, although I don't think, and that's going to be Persson into the Joker.
So Persson goes Joker now. Now we're talking. Persson's got a bit of a fight on here, needs to come out in front of Martins. Martins here could cause problems. Persson's going to get caught up just behind Martins. Now, Martins isn't slow, but that's not what was needed.
So what I was going to say before that Joker lap was that Martins isn't slow enough to be holding up Yillalami, but what he's now doing, he's going to be holding up Persson.
Yeah, so Persson, now maybe not. Persson with a great move up the inside on the exit. Careful, just sees him in time. Martins was about to close the door, but looks across and sees Persson. Okay, now, Rasmus Persson here is trying to close down the gap onto our leader, Erik Nielsen. Nielsen coming around the long left-hander. A few laps to go, so he can hold on out front if he wants, or go Joker. What do you think?
Sebastian, Joker now or not?
I think he could stay out. I think he has the pace.
Okay, so Sebastian Eriksson is saying stay out. What does the Joker? And they say go. Okay, so was it the right decision or not? Sebastian thinks it isn't. Over the crest, and I would suggest Sebastian's right. So Persson edges it and gets out in front of Nielsen. So Sebastian, you would have said what? Hold on, and would you have got on the radio and just said keep it calm, keep it tidy? What do you do?
Yeah, I think he should have stayed out, because he didn't have enough gap to go Joker now. As we see, he come up behind. It would have been better to stay out and try to push and make a bigger gap. Yeah.
And then what do? You watch the guy in third place, I guess, and just if it gets critical, then you go.
Yeah, for sure, because he didn't have the gap now when he went, so it would have been better to stay out, because the guy in second could have made a mistake. He could have got the gap for free. You never know, but there's no point to go when you don't have the gap.
Yeah, that makes so much sense when you say it like that. When we're up here and go, should he go or not? Yeah. Well, absolutely not, because there isn't enough time.
Sorry for landing on the spot there. So we're just happily watching the race, and we landed on the spot with a spotter's question. But
that's
like
how it works.
Process all the time, isn't it? That you have to react to everything that happens.
Yeah, for sure. And the spotter is really important, because as a driver, you have no idea. You don't know where the other guys are. You don't know who's jokered or not. So the spotter is really important, and that's the key also.
Does it help you that you do the spotting element as well as the driving element when you're driving, and conversely when you're spotting?
Yeah, I think actually it helps more when I'm spotting than I'm driving myself. Because when you're driving, as I said, you have no idea, so you have to rely 100% on the spotter. But it helps me a lot when I'm trying to spot when I am driving.
Rasmus Persson comes around to take semi-final number 2. P2 goes to Erik Nielsen. And P3 is going to go to Yillalami. So actually the top 3 from each one have gone through from there, and after they swapped positions at the start, the battle went back the other way with a bit of tactics while we were out there. Sebastian, when have you got to go? Do you need to disappear, or are you good?
No, I think I need to go now and make sure that the cars are lined up and ready for the semi-final.
Mate, go and check those last bolt checks, mate, and those last checks on the engine. We don't want to get... The last thing you want is Andreas Eriksson shouting at you.
Yeah, and I think I have to go, because otherwise he will call quite soon.
Thanks, Sebastian. Thanks so much for joining us, mate. See you later on. Cheers.
Thank you, mate.
So Sebastian Eriksson heading off to do final checks on supercar lights before those guys get ready to go and do battle. Open two-wheel drive would normally be next, but it's not because they don't have any semi-finals here. They only had the 6 entries. We're heading straight on to cross car. Good race between these guys. Tactically clever in the end to swap positions back and end up where they started in terms of grid positions. Rasmus Persson from Erik Nilsson and Jonathan Ylalami. Three semi-finals for cross car. Top 2 go through from each one. We've had a conversation already today about what we think about this, but if you missed that chat, basically, I think the pace differential between the front row and the back row means that you are more likely, if you're on the front row, to book that slot. Remember, only 2 go through, so you can't afford to mess the start up because Joker strategy is just going to land you in bad traffic. Riersson's been flying all day long. Baldins on the front row, though, was super quick and 1Q3. Nitish and Larpati, Troytrud and Anderson on the back row. Great start by all the front 3, but Riersson's going to find the traction as they go onto the dirt section. It's absolutely neck and neck with Baldins. Baldins tried to go around the outside. Is he then going to go inside? He decides he's got to go standard lap. Reinis Nitish goes straight to the Joker from P3, risking it in the traffic, and in with him has gone Timo Larpati in the background in the green and black buggy. I think good move by Nitish actually from where he was there, and he's lucky that one car's gone in behind him, how to give him a little bit less traffic as they're fighting out the front. Anderson, where's he come from? All the way around the outside trying to get a pass in on Riersson. Riersson side by side now. Oh, they bang wheels. Contact between him and Baldins. Baldins takes the lead. Oh, screaming it down the hill. 6th gear. Baldins from Riersson. Anderson, look at, he's got a puncture. That's why he's losing time. No! Riersson's been the foreman all day long, has got a puncture. That sucks for him. That's awful.
Such bad luck. You couldn't ride that, could you? It's just like what happened to Olofsson in the lights in round 2 in Denmark. What an attempt from Anderson, though, to try and go round the outside. I mean, that's ultimately what caused that.
Yes, the hold-up. I couldn't understand how Anderson had got in touch with them, and then you realise, don't you? But I mean, Riersson is going to wrestle that car anyway. Oh, and Anderson goes round, so Anderson spins. Nitish has choked and he's up to P2, Hal.
He's in the pound seat now, isn't he?
Yeah, Reinis Nitish might go through here, so Reinis has choked early. Anderson goes high and wide again, like NASCAR style around the outside. I wish there was a wall there, just to show how committed he was. So that's Larpati coming through. So yeah, it's Baldins from Nitish. Wait, Nitish to cross the line now. Wait for the timing screen to update. It's Latvia 1-2. Baldins, though, hasn't jokered yet, and Nitish has. Don't know what's the gap between them is 2.1. Nitish might take this.
And that would be extraordinary, wouldn't it? Given that he admits that he doesn't really have the potential realised in his cross car compared to some of the other machines in this category.
Larpati in a great fight here with Anderson, but ultimately they're holding each other up and it's going to be futile depending on how far, if either of them, Hal, is in touch enough to get Baldins when he goes Joker. So Baldins has got to go Joker down the hill. Look at that, they are so close. You can see Nitish. Oh, I think the gap might have opened up a little bit to Baldins. We'll check it now as they come across the line. Here we go, Baldins to Nitish is...
Yeah, it's gone up. It's gone up by more than half a second in the last lap.
So Baldins is absolutely flying. It's whether or not he stays out or tries to cover Nitish off. Where's Baldins gone? We didn't see. Did Baldins go Joker or not? This is all about the front 2. Okay, so Anderson's gone Joker.
So Anderson had already spun, so he wasn't actually racing for track position, had he? Because he'd already spun and lost track position.
So this is about Baldins versus Nitish. How Baldins has stayed out, and based on the previous... Oh, now Anderson's broken it, has he? Was that just another spin? Yeah, another spin. So Anderson's getting all hot and bothered. Baldins looked, in the background, Nitish out in the dirt on the outside line, trying so hard to see if he can close that gap down. Baldins will want to beat him, won't he? Latvian versus Latvian, they want that top dog status at home. Nitish coming through on the inside line. Baldins goes Joker now. Watch for Reinis coming through. I think Baldins has probably got just enough time. Reinis will fly over that crest. Is he going to have enough time? Going to be super close, and Baldins shuts the door on Reinis Nitish. Fantastic fight between these two.
All of Reinis' experience there. He didn't even try and challenge for the position position there, did he? You could see him just the cross car slow down a bit. He must have eased off the throttle. He desperately wants to make a final with this cross car to show what it's capable of, and he's going to do that now. The fact he's been beaten by his compatriot, I think, really doesn't matter to him.
No, not at all. He'd be over the moon to make it through to the final. And trying to find the cross car results from last time out, and Nitish was third in the semi and fourth in the semi. Didn't make it last time round. Baldins takes the win, and Nitish goes through as well. 2 Latvians going through here in Sweden. Brilliant drive by both of them. Nitish's early joker paid off big time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Get yourself out of the traffic, and he did exactly that, didn't he? While chaos ensued ahead because Rearson had the puncture, Anderson tried to go around the outside, and it all got very congested. Nitish closed all that time up that he'd already lost. It's like a free pit stop in Formula 1.
Yeah. This is the start then. So watch Rainis in P3 because he goes joker really early.
So let's watch Rearson and see where he picks up this puncture, because I think
he's almost. Do you see how soft his tyre looked in turn 1, Hal? Look again. You can see him. He's leaning on the bead. Is it on that? He's gone already.
So I hadn't spotted that, and I just thought that was some amazing pace from Anderson to try and get around the outside. Baldins goes up the inside.
Cool.
Rearson's still fighting for it, isn't he? My goodness
mud
me.
Flap. Did you see the mud flap got moved there with contact from behind? That rim's going in the bin. Anderson with the spin.
Anderson had a couple of spins, didn't he? So I wonder if he had some sort of problem.
Rainis though with the early joker. This is the point at which he's got. Anderson's spin there actually is what put Rainis up into P2, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's probably more to it than just dropping it there, because he's spun on the exit of the corner, isn't it? And he's not a slow driver or a bad driver that would make that mistake normally.
It's a fantastic battle between.
See what I mean about Nitish just getting into the brakes a bit early there.
There's no point. He knows he's made the final, and that's all he needs. Exactly what Sebastian Eriksson was saying earlier. Make the final. Anything can happen if you make the final. The most important thing is to make it. After that is to try and be on the front row. So don't risk it for a biscuit and then drop it out. Isak Rearson, DNF. I'm gutted about that because he's looked absolutely bang on it all day long, hasn't he? And I wanted to see Rearson versus Hallberg come the final.
Yeah, equally so. I just think just sometimes you see something and you think this is really special, and I've been feeling that all day about what he's been doing, and massive shame.
It is. Well, there we are. On to semi-final number 2. Hallberg, Aronen, Svard, Hein, Radström and Goodison. Another really long hold. Svard had a rocket start on row 2 but can't quite close the gap down. Hallberg gets away, going to get the whole shot slot. Into P2 goes Aronen. So it's Hallberg, Aronen, and then into P3 Svard as well. Svard goes straight to the joker lap from P3, but he's lucky. 2 cars go in behind him. Absolutely what he would have wanted. Great start there. Oh, sideways. Hallberg, I'm gutted about the battle between Hallberg and Rearson, but you know what? This field is stacked with talent, and I think we're going to see a great battle anyway. Hallberg, Hal, will have seen, I'm sure, from the grid that Rearson has had a problem, and that is just going to go. Do you know, I'm in P2. I've been in P2 all day long, or, well, okay, been in P3 actually in qualifying, but has ended up P2. He'll know that his main rival is gone, but that comes, it brings pressure.
I also think you have to get rid of that out of your head immediately. If I was his spotter, I wouldn't even tell him.
No, get on with it, son. Win the race.
But you are observant, especially when you're sitting on the grid in a rallycross race, and there's so many circuits where you just see the action passing in front of you, and you do have a good idea of what's going on, even though you're in the zone and thinking about what you need to do.
He's just sitting there on the grid and he's waiting for Rearson to come past the start line, isn't he? See him from the back.
Where is he?
There is he. Hang on a minute. He's got a punt. He's gone. He's like, right, game on. But it's not game on if you don't make it through. So Hallberg's got to get it done. Svard, as we said, joking on that one. Radström and Hein went with Svard. Where's Goodison? So Goodison is here in the green and black buggy, yellow and black buggy, but I don't think Goodison is going to have... The gap between P1 and 2 and Svard's pretty big. I suppose this is actually about whether or not Goodison can hold on.
Yeah, but it's also about Goodison. He's in no man's land, isn't he? So he brings out the potential to joker.
Goodison has come from P6 on the grid house. So Goodison has come from the furthest down the qualifying he could possibly have come from in this semi-final. And would love to go through, but I mean, Hallberg and Aaron at the minute, I think, could both joker and still come out in front. Look at the car control. The completely different driving styles here. Holberg is very much like Osterberg and Rierson, back it in everywhere. Aronen, though, to me, is a little bit more balanced. Look, if you watch, you see what I mean? Holberg is just in, sideways everywhere, and then it's almost like Aronen points the car in and then pushes the understeer through the exit.
So that's the Edge Extreme cross car, the type of car that Rierson was driving last year, and Isaac just couldn't get that same feeling he's got with the car that he's driving this year. And you know, there's so many different chassis in this that they all have very different characteristics, and you're exactly right, Andrew, that's what you're seeing there.
Perfect example of the driving style that works with, although I'm sure there's somebody out there driving that buggy sideways everywhere and it's fine, but you've got to dial it in, you've got to get it dialed.
Just like what Sebastian was talking about with, you know, they changed the dampers on the lights car, and all of a sudden there's a can of worms, as we would say back home, about what's
that's Radstrom.
Who's out of the picture anyway. Yeah, you know, as soon as you've got new dampers, then all of the settings need redoing. It's the same for any new driver getting in any new car for the first time.
Holberg coming around the last corner with Aronen. They're going on to the last lap. Svard is in P3 now. Goodison has dropped back down. I don't think Svard is close enough to bother either of them, but we're going to find out. Oh, okay, maybe. Could Svard be close enough to Aronen?
So Aronen hasn't jokered.
No, exactly. Holberg's gone and Aronen hasn't. So Aronen is into the lead, but has to. Oh, yes,
it's the final lap.
It's the final lap. Okay, so Aronen. In which case, Svard's going to go through.
Yeah.
Aronen has made a big mistake and hasn't jokered. Holberg is probably now in the car going, "How is he in front of me?" And he may well think he's jokered. He might not even have seen him in his.
So now is the
mirrors.
spot you definitely tell him.
You go. He hasn't jokered. Don't attack him. He has not jokered. Don't chuck it off at the last corner. So
and he knows as well. There's no, there's
no attempt to attack. Holberg comes across. He's going to take the win because Aronen's taken the checkered flag, and at that point your heart will sink because you go, no, I haven't jokered, and that's going to mean that Svard is going to go through from from P3 on the road, and 3 in terms of qualifying. So Svard makes it through. Wouldn't have expected that. Never give up. Never give up. Hampers Radstrom's car stuck out on circuit. Here we go, this is the start. Look, Holberg just got it right, absolutely bang on.
Massive gap, massive advantage he had into turn 1. So rare you see that here at Holjes, where it tends to bunch up in the first corner.
I love this crest, look at that. Tyre pressure is definitely, you see a big variance in tyre pressure, Howland. Obviously, during the course of the race, that tyre pressure comes up. So, you know, Rierson may have started. Okay, yeah, so we know no joker lap for Aronen. Aronen is out. We've had it confirmed by race control. There it is. That's Holberg coming back in and wondering how the hell Aronen is in front. And he's in front because he didn't joker. He did not joker, and that meant that Svard, who'd gone on the very first lap, Tommy Svard, comes through and goes into the final. And probably won't have realised either. I mean, then maybe the spot was going, he hasn't jokered, just please don't chuck it off, you're in the final.
Yeah, the spotting element of Rallycross makes such a massive difference, and there's the confirmed result with Holberg and Svard going through. Good result for Goodison in third, just missed out on a place in the final, but close. And Aronen dropped down to sixth with a 30-second penalty for not taking the joker lap.
So in terms of championship, Isaac Rierson, who had his issue in the semi-final, his championship rival Patrick Holberg has gone through with a win in his semi, and Sebastian Enholm's not here. So at the moment, Holberg leads the standings.
He won a huge amount of the qualifying sessions he did last year in the few events he did. As far as I remember, he ought to have won almost every final he started, but for issues, and you know, he doesn't necessarily have the ultimate pace to beat Rierson all the time, but he's there and he's consistent, and yeah, it's paying off. And you just have to, you know, of course, it's not Rierson's fault necessarily that it's almost certainly not his fault that he's got a puncture, but you just have to be consistent so when those things happen that you're not necessarily going to get tripped up points wise.
Semi-final 3. Osterberg on the pole. Mayat on alongside. Eganson, Räkäläinen, Crepo and Hukar at the back. Sendi Hukar in the 5 buggy. In the background, he's shot back right. Osterberg has been spectacular today, and Frenchman David Meillat's been good as well. Meillat gets a great start, but Osterberg lit that right up off the line. Seeing good starts from P1. Osterberg goes a little bit deep. That's what we were saying about pushing the pack wide. Kind of dangerous there, though. And in the background, super sideways. That's Crepeau again, isn't it? It's gone fully lit into the Joker. And Hukar's gone with this front pack of 4. So Osterberg now and David Meillat. Oh, Hukar gets a little bit hooked up on the back of the car in front, trying to bang it down the gears. He stalled it. You saw him reach for the button on the dash. Couldn't get it restarted. Now gets it restarted. Well, Hukar will be absolutely sending it now. But Osterberg and Meillat, there is nothing left to worry about giving there, is there? So just gonna send it.
Osterberg where he wants to be, though. So often in the last few races that hasn't necessarily been the case. Being followed by Meillat, even looks like a Dubourg livery, that the green and red, green and blue, sorry, doesn't it, of the tour weights.
Oh, I thought he was going to go Joker then.
To me, he's driving a speed car as well. The speed cars look so comfy when they're having that big rotation. You know, like we've seen Isaac Racing doing all day. This is the new version of that car. That's the car control version of Eganson.
Well, Marco Jokinen has very kindly said that we might get the opportunity to try one of these speed cars once the travel is a little bit easier than it is now, Hal, and I, for one, will be jumping on a plane, hopefully to Oslo, for a somewhat shorter drive to come and have a go in a speed car.
Yeah.
Assuming it's at Holjes, of course.
Yeah,
but I mean, they just look, I don't know, I like that driving style.
I think they would suit your driving style, absolutely, because you've got to get... Look at it, turn it in and then basically light it up and steer from the rear the whole way through the corner. But normally you'd go, oh no, it's not tidy enough, it's not fast, and actually it's killing it. They've been killing it all day long. David Meillat's lost out. Oh, Meillat has lost out. That was a great lap by Eganson, who joked on the previous tour there and Meillat's going to go for the undercut.
Meillat going to look on the exit here, but holds it in tight. Does he going to try and get alongside? Shuts the door. Brilliantly done by Isaac Eganson. Isaac Eganson is where in the standings? I'm looking down to see. And a long way down in P16. Only came 4th in the semi-final last time out. So Isaac Eganson, in fact, in round 1, didn't even make the semis. Round 2, qualified 10th and came 4th. So if Eganson can go through, that is a huge step in the right direction. Osterberg out front is waiting until the last lap, and I think I'd be inclined to do the same thing, How they're having a little bit of a dogfight behind, a bit of a scrap, likely to hold themselves up. Osterberg might as well just hang on and not give them a shot on the brakes.
Yeah, and he was edging out the lead every lap by lap, wasn't he? So he knows he has the pace. The spotter will have let him know from the Power RX squad to let him know that he's been doing that, and I think joking on the last lap, if you've got the pace, is the most sensible thing to do. He just needs to keep it tidy, doesn't he, and not back off.
Well, yeah, I'll keep it tidy or just keep sending it and not back off, because that seems to be, as you said, what the speed cars like, don't they?
Well, certainly for those that are able to do it, maybe that's what makes the big difference.
Yeah, because it's not easy, is it, to back a car in like this everywhere, particularly there on a long rotation from tarmac to gravel, you know. Osterberg, it's going to be tight, and I thought Eganson's going to get him. Eganson over the crest, surely up the inside of Osterberg. Osterberg loses out. Isaac Eganson with an absolutely brilliant drive from P3 on the grid has made it through to the lead, and Osterberg's lost time, and David Meillat is now in a position to go. Maybe Osterberg should have gone sooner, Hal. Eganson's on fire.
Totally disproved what we were just saying.
We're rubbish. Terrible spotters.
Yeah, we're not about to get signed up for that anytime soon, are we? But Eganson's just delivered 2 brilliant laps in succession. Killer. Amazing.
Absolutely killer job. Isaac Eganson comes through from P3, never even made it through last time. This time crosses the line for the win in semi-final number 3. Osterberg goes through in P2. David Meillat just misses out. Isaac Eganson, 4th in the semi, was the best result in Nice. Didn't even qualify for the semis at first round in Nice. 4th in round 2. This time wins the semi-final. What a performance. I feel like I want to watch the entire race on board with Eganson and see what was going on, because it's just mega.
He had a massive squeeze in the first corner, didn't he? So he was lucky to survive that in the first instance. I wonder if he thought about joking. There's cross cars everywhere. I wonder if he thought about joking, because you saw the nose of the car pick back up again. I love the fact that
they're so visual.
He was lucky to get away with that as well when your favourite Hood car slid sideways into the rear of him. But yeah, it's so visual, isn't it? You can see every input is realised by what you can see visually on the screen.
Oh, down, that's at the bottom of the hill, 5th, 6th gear again. This was Osterberg going into the Joker, and it was here, Hal, that I thought he's not going to do it.
You were right.
Just not going to do it. And I'm sure he was, like you were.
That's the thing, we're not having all the sectors in the timing screen because it's very difficult to pick up on that.
Then. Yeah, so we have one timing loop here, so we only get the gap updated when they cross the line. Different rallycross, we have 3 timing loops, and then you can go, right, he's taking a 10th, he's not taking a 10th, it's a good sector, it's a bad sector, and that really, really helps with your gaps. But no excuses, we missed it, Osterberg spotters missed it, Eganson and Osterberg do go through, Mayat, Crepo, Rakalainen and Hukar go no further this weekend, but I think we can expect a mega final from Crosscar for round 3. Supercar lights, semi-final number 1. Niels Andersen, first ever TQ in lights. Spoke to him just before we came on air. All smiles. I said, what's the score? And he said, car's really good. My decisions have been really good, which was great. It wasn't, the driving's good. We know that's good, but he made good decisions. Howman alongside Anetlev, Enlund, Sockvist and Oskarsson. Great reactions on the front row, away from the line. Niels Andersen going to get the whole shot, definitely. That slot number 1 is looking really good away from the grid. Oh, contact in the background, he's gone over! Over onto the side and a big roll. That is a disaster for Anetlev. So Anetlev on his side in the gravel trap. I don't know if they'll red flag that or not. Sitting in the left-hand side of the car, it's going to take him a while to get out. I suspect they'll red flag that from a safety point of view. Well, we're out front, let's see what happens. Niels Andersen coming through the long left-hander. Niels will be really disappointed if it does get red flagged. Enlund is in behind Niels Andersen. Maybe they'll double yellow that corner, Hal. It's off the track. In theory, they don't need to stop as long as the marshals aren't stood there. Yeah,
as long as he can get out of the car, then I think they might keep it going. They tend to do that here at Holjes, don't they? Let's have a look over the finish line.
No flags.
There's no red flag, race control says. So we're good to go, and that's great news for Niels Andersen, and it removes an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, double yellows here right at the point where you might. Anderson's going to go standard lap. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be standing in the gravel trap quite there. It is a deep gravel trap. You do struggle to get across that one. And Andersen from Enlund and Howman.
I really thought that Anaklev's car was going to get nudged back onto its wheels when he went sideways into, especially when he went sideways with his roof into Oskarsson. I thought the car was going to get bounced down and it was going to be the save of the century.
You feel like he was on 2 wheels for ages, like Terry Grant style, and then he'll bring that back down in a minute, but he didn't. Andersen leads from Enlund and Howman. Oskarsson is the danger man, so remember the top 3 are going through here, not the top 2, because we've only got the 2 semi-finals. Hal's going to have a quick look at there is nothing between these guys. Enlund is pushing so hard. Got to watch out for Tommy Howman behind, because Howman will not miss a trick in terms of trying to get a pass done there. That's a bit of a disaster, isn't it, for Anetlev? I actually think Anetlev's car will be perfectly repairable. Howman's gone joker. Watch for Oskarsson in the background. Okay, so basically, for me, Hal, that immediately says the top 3 are going through, and you could get on the radio to Enlund and Andersen and say you're safe, just don't mess it up. But I don't think they'll do that for Enlund, because I think Howman is going to hunt him down.
As Sebastian Eriksson told us before, grid position is so critical, and grid position here in a single mate category is absolutely critical, because the first corner is so much more difficult when you're 2 rows further back. So I think they're both going to go to the end, because Enlund's going to follow Niels Andersen, and they both want to try and gap Holman. Watch me be wrong.
Yeah, a little bit sideways. Howman, what's the gap now as they've crossed the line? How far back is he? And Enlund doesn't go. Enlund stayed out. So Howman now. I think Howman's closing down.
It's 3.3 behind.
Borderline, isn't it?
It's going to be really close with Enlund. I think Anderson's done it, hasn't he? But I think it's going to be really close with Enlund. It looks like Enlund's got really good pace. I wonder, it's so difficult, isn't it? Is he being dragged along by Andersen, or potentially would he have more if he was in clean air?
It's always easy to chase. It's nice to chase a car in front, see your braking points, see the points at which you think you can make it work.
Unless you've got the experience of someone like his teammate Johan Kristoffersson, who knows where to hit his marks every single lap, so he knows where the pace is. But for Niels...
What's the gap, Hal, between Howman as he crosses the line to Enlund? Has it gone up or down?
It's 3.4.
Okay, it's tight between them. Watch for Howman versus Enlund. Howman on the inside line, Enlund coming around through the joker. I think Howman might get this with the extra pace he's going to have at the merge. It's going to be side by side. Howman does. Slots in. Yeah, really nicely done. Good decision again by Howman's crew to send him. They sent him early enough, Hal, to give him 2 laps to get that work done.
I also think not stupid from Enland's crew just to follow Anderson and risk it. You know, they've been in a nice position where they've all been safe, and the 3 guys behind have been out of the picture, or the 2 guys and Anneklev have been out of the picture.
Perfect day so far for Niels Andersen. Comes the line and crosses the line. Top qualifier goes through to pole in the final. Tommy Howman goes through from P2.
So let's have a look at how Anneklev ended up on his roof in the gravel trap on the outside. Pretty a good start from Anderson. Anderson got the jump on Holman from the front row. So Anneklev's been so he's got the shove onto the curb. So at this point, I really thought the car was going to bounce back down onto its wheels.
So did I. Oh, it does go over. It kind of goes pirouette nicely on the rear left corner. Look, barring any roll cage damage, I think that will be back out because the gravel trap there is deep and soft. But here, look, just a tiny bit of left input, and then as you said, 1 bounce off that. But he hit, or either he hit, or Tommy Howman closed the door on, and the front left corner got pushed onto the curb, didn't it? And how many times has that Holjes Turn 1 curb launched people into SpaceX-style orbit?
And look at the cars mounting the first little jump here, the first quite big jump here at Holjes, with Anneklev wiggling his wheels around in the air like a stranded beetle in the background. Remember, his car's run by OMSE, so I have absolutely no doubt that he'll be back out on Saturday morning.
Yeah, of course, they've got a whole day. I'd forgotten, they've got a whole day to fix it tomorrow. They're not running, are they, not running in Swedish?
And they have Seb Eriksson, so it'll be fine.
Yes, Seb Eriksson will just be there now fixing that already. It's easy. It only take 5 minutes.
Remember when they built a whole car in the paddock ahead of an event?
Yes, they did, didn't they? It was like a bit of a thing.
Yeah, a thing.
Just go and look how awesome we are doing this. Niels Andersen, TQ man, won 2 of the sessions, lost a session to Olofsson. Olofsson still to come. But Andersen has won his semi-final. He said to me just before this, there's just 2 races to go. I need to do this twice more. Kristoffersson in the car.
In the zone.
It's either that or he's looking at his text messages.
Or he's asleep.
Yeah, it could be any of the above, couldn't it?
New tyres.
It's surprising when you get a WhatsApp from Johan Kristoffersson. We've had some mid-broadcast before, haven't we? Like from the pre-grid. Or he told me something once. I can't remember what it was. He told me something once, then went out and did it, and then afterwards sent a winking smiley. It's like, yeah, brilliant, mate. It's like, what is it? Make plan, execute plan. Always, isn't it? Fraser, focus. Yeah, saying focus. He's just in his little focus tunnel. Good to see so many people on that car. I know they've worked hard for that. And Tom Markland. I'm glad to see Markland back.
Yeah, that's the car he drove in 2018 for the defence of his European Supercar title.
So seemingly parted ways then with the GCK squad, or still got the McGann. We don't really know. Do we know?
Well, he's certainly doing Holjes here. There's Andreas. Andreas is more himself this weekend than I've seen him for some time.
He's just given the hashtag again. He never misses his chance, does he? Hashtag Backer in Life. There'll be an episode soon, I'm sure, with our horrible grinning faces halfway through. He came out and spent, if you missed it earlier, Andreas spent a lot of time in the commentary box with us at the start. Was it start of this session, start of Q3? Or was it Q2? I can't remember.
3.
We've
had some guests today, haven't we?
We have. It's been a good day. Today has been a good day. Today has been a race day. Right, here we go. Osland, Olofsson, Jonsson, Kasper Janssen, Gregory Foss and Natalie Peterson. Revs up. Osland versus Olofsson off the line. Osland's got a great start from start 1, but Olofsson's going to beat him on the run to the first corner. How brave is Olofsson going to be? Oh no! Olofsson goes over. That's a disaster. And in the background, 2 cars have come together as well. That's Foss who's gone off. Is it Peterson as well? So that's potentially 3. Well, okay, that's it. There's your semi-finalists. Your finalists, sorry, have gone through, but I'm not sure about turn 1, Hal.
Yeah, I mean...
you can't just drive... I need to see it again.
I need to see more angles of that.
Need to see it again. We'll have a look at that in a minute. We might even have had the drone up. They're going to push Olofsson's car back down. Look, there's no damage to that car, is there? It's gone over on its side. But Olofsson will be really annoyed. This has been another roller coaster day. Yeah. And we're going to get more double yellows in turn 1. Get those flags out. I think actually both the flag marshals are in the gravel trap. So steady as we go, lads. Yeah, there it is, and they have got Olofsson's car back down the right way.
Such deep sand there, isn't it?
It really is.
You seldom see a car there that has bad structural damage because the sand's so deep. Where that often does happen is if the contact with the ground and the roof is still on the tarmac, but Olofsson was well off into the sand. Let's have a look at the front of Linus's car when we get a little bit of a look. But ultimately, Linus had the inside, didn't he? So Linus qualified second, so he was on pole. You can't expect him to disappear. Olofsson tried to go around the outside and maybe had a little shove. There's a bit of paint missing off the front of Linus's bumper, but that could have been from any point during the day.
Let's see if there's a reaction from Olofsson as Östlund comes by, because that can often be an indicator of if somebody is upset or not. Not going to see that. These guys are all going through, and no, he's left the gravel traps, it's fine. Sometimes you see a proper Martin Schanker, I'm going to stand here and shake my fist at you, which tells everybody at home that I'm very annoyed and it was definitely your fault. In a uniquely rallycross kind of way, isn't it? It's...
But you need to do it in such a way where you don't do a Martin Schanker and get a multiple race ban for standing on the track in Finland and causing Group B cars to have to vacate the circuit all around you.
Yeah. Was that where he stood in turn 1, literally in the middle
Finland,
of the road? Yeah, my goodness me, you've got to have a pair to do that, haven't you, really? I'm so annoyed I'm going to stand here in the middle of the racing line and shake fists.
And then brought in a very young Tommy Rustad to drive the RS200 in his place to try and take points off Will Gollop.
Brilliant.
Tommy Rustad, he's a proper rallycross name as well, isn't he? He actually drove the sister car to the one Markland will be driving in a minute. But back to this race, and Janssen, who is improving by the race, is going to make the final barring any sort of disaster now, and I think that's pretty impressive.
Casper Janssen as well was P4 in this, and am I right, it's just edged Johnson with the Joker tactics. So Janssen's going to go through in P2 to row 2. I mean, you know, I think we might have to start some sort of talent scouting business, Hal. What do you think? You know, earmarking drivers and signing them up to
but
the
if you use your criteria, they'll just be like Sandy McSanderson.
But they'll get great photos, Hal. That's important for sponsors.
But that means Janssen's a bit of an anomaly because he's actually very quick as well.
So would have got great photos from Janssen for round 1 for the sponsors, and then he'd just kill it in round 2, and everyone would be super happy. Östlund through the Joker lap, not the best Joker from Östlund that we've ever seen, but good enough. And Janssen is on the pace of one of the Holjes regulars here. Jonsson doing well in 3rd.
That's a risk, that is, isn't it? I think you either need to mount the curb or avoid it, but to sort of sideswipe it like that with a tyre,
Oh, what's going on there? No. Come on, you're killing me. He's just been signed up to Coley Ridge Management. This is no good. This is a disaster. So the question mark is that terminal, is it radiator and can it be refilled? Don't cook the engine now, or was it just simply tyre smoke coming from the back of the car? But Östlund has taken the flag. We're going to take a look back at turn 1 in a moment. Östlund has taken the flag from Janssen and Jonsson. Let's have a look at Janssen's car now, Hal. I'm not sure about that. Your thoughts?
Difficult to diagnose it from here, isn't it? It was a bit smoky, and now it's not. That's still a bit smoky, engine related.
I would be on the radio there saying... Stop and just get it dragged back in. Right, here we go. Hal. Olofsson outside, Östlund inside.
Not wholly Östlund's fault.
No, I was going to say 6 to 1, half dozen the other, which is a good old-fashioned English saying. I think Olofsson was determined...
This will be brilliant.
No, okay, from that angle, I think Östlund should have backed out of that. But
you cannot expect, as Andrew Jordan always says, you cannot expect the car inside you to just disappear. So, I think I stand by it being not wholly anybody's fault.
Yeah, I think I'm certainly not inclined to say DQ. I mean, you know, strong words maybe, but. But like, anyway, do we want everyone to back out of everything? No, we don't.
No, absolutely not. I also think Olofsson didn't really need to try that much. You know, he could have risked coming out second. He already made the best start.
He had the whole shot, but I almost leave a car's width inside, run the car deep, and just brake for the apex of turn 1. Turn 2, sorry.
Yeah.
Turn 2.
That's what I mean. He didn't need to turn in that hard.
No, because he was 7/8 of the way through. Well, I'll tell you what, let's hear it from Linus Östlund himself. The winner of that one is with Laura.
Linus, really dramatic start there. How did you see it? What happened?
It was a race incident. I didn't mean anything with Simon, and it was sad for him. I feel bad for it, but I think I didn't do any unsportsmanship, so I was just there, and it was just unfortunate. It was a big hit, so.
Yeah, of course, these things happen in rallycross. A win for you in this one and moving on to the final.
Yeah,
grid position crucial, of course, here.
It feels good. I got back the confidence in the car now, so hopefully we can give a big push in the final.
Absolutely. Good luck. Thanks so much.
Two very different stories there, aren't there? Östlund coming back and, you know, happy and having won, and Olofsson coming back on.
Seemed genuinely sorry, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's really hard for us. I hope the drivers will forgive us when we're here. We've only got the information we've got, and it's no good if we're your commentators and we just stand here and go, well, I'm not really sure, really. Let's not commit to anything. I'm a big believer that we, as commentators, should have an opinion on it, and if that turns out to be wrong, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. That's no problem at all. It's our job to analyse it as best we can with the information we've got. Is one of those things. If the stewards think there's anything in it, they'll have a word, and you can totally see both sides of that argument. Johan Kristoffersson on the pole from Niklas Gronholm in semi-final number 1 for RallyX Nordic, round 3 from Holjes. McConnell and Markland on row 2, Backerud and Lars Andersen on row 3. Now, Backerud's had some good starts in the electric car. If I were Fraser McConnell, I would be tempted to stick to the inside line behind Kristoffersson and Joker immediately, but you do have the danger of Andersen not being quick enough if you get caught in that. You've kind of got to see what happens on the run to the first corner. We're going to find out. Great start, Kristoffersson. Not a good start for Fraser McConnell. Backerud alongside already. Backerud going to move across to the inside line of Markland. Oh, backs out of it just in time. Fraser McConnell round the inside of Backerud. Gronholm went all the way across the gravel trap. It's Markland up in the P2. McConnell leads of at least, him and Backerud are both jogging. So Backerud is behind McConnell, and Gronholm went as a passenger all the way across the gravel.
Quite a messy first couple of corners, wasn't it? Backerud massively lost out there. He was challenging for third and he's come out 6th. McConnell didn't have the best launch, did he? I don't know if it's a similar situation to earlier. We'll look at that wonderful camera shot going down the hill. I wonder if McConnell has something going on or if he just missed the start a little bit, but he's gained back massively, hasn't he? And he's all over Andersen.
Now the lead 3 have got to decide now whether or not they want to try and defend. McConnell's got to get past Andersen. If McConnell doesn't pass Andersen here, it's game over for him, because these 3 will check out, I think. Markland maybe not quite so much. He's into the back of Andersen, and this is not working out in Fraser's favour, is it?
But remember who's driving, who is Lars Andersen driving with and for? The Hedgestone Motorsport team that Anton Markland's also driving with. So really, just back him up, just get in his way.
He's going to go round anyway, goes to the outside line, going to chuck the car in on the handbrake. He moves out wide, tries not to get his steering broken, now goes inside. Fraser McConnell with a great move on Andersen. Andersen into the side of McConnell, but McConnell's made that stick. And Andersen runs wide and rolls. Down the outside, double contact. Andersen ends up in the bank on the outside. Big roll. Not sure whether that's going to see a red flag. Out front, Kristoffersson continues to lead from Markland. We're going to see that again. We'll pick the bones of it afterwards. Markland goes Joker. This will be the cover off McConnell behind. Standard lap for Kristoffersson and Gronholm. Watch in the background over the crest comes. McConnell jumps the car, but he's a fair way back off Markland now. Interesting.
So whatever anyone thinks of the accident that happened, it actually served the purpose for Markland, didn't it, by holding up McConnell?
Yeah, totally.
McConnell trying to fight his way back through. Markland's had a Joker for free there.
If McConnell went to the outside on the way into Velodrome, and then when Andersen ran that car deep, he couldn't get through, could he? Looked to come to the inside line and he couldn't. Through the long left-hander, Kristoffersson and Gronholm there looking super safe out front. This is going to hurt Fraser's championship hopes. He was in, where is he in the standings? In P3 in the standings at the minute.
Sorry, Andrew. Late decision from Gronholm. He wasn't going to Joker and then got back into the throttle. Maybe they're worried about covering off Markland behind. I don't think they're going to do it.
Oh, Markland's got him. Side by side, and Markland's got Gronholm. Gronholm's going to run deep and up over the curbs. Needs to watch out now because McConnell will be all over him if he's not careful. So now Fraser needs to hope that these two get into it. Gronholm's going to look for a way back past, and he can't quite. So Markland's on a great run here.
Have to say, lots of credit to Nicholas Gronholm for getting in the brakes as hard as he did there in the right-hander after the Joker lap. A lot of people just buried their car in the side of the guy in front.
What's happened to Chris Dobson? Chris Dobson's going slowly. Johan's lost time. I reckon he's got a puncture. All to play for on the final lap of semi-final number 1 from Holjes. Johan Chris Dobson definitely got a problem with that car. They are all over the back of him. He's going to go Joker lap now. Inside line goes Markland, Gronholm, Fraser McConnell. They all pass the triple world champion. A problem for Chris Dobson. What is it? It's got to be a puncture.
Right. Front right.
Oh, no way! It is front right. So a fantastic spot from Hal Ridge. Johan Kristoffersen has missed out, denied. That could be the jump landing from turn 1. Oh, McConnell now into the back of Gronholm. So what's going on with Gronholm and Mark? This race isn't over yet either. Oh, McConnell's going out wide. There's no room there. There's a written-off car sitting on the outside line. McConnell through the right-hander. Markland is going to win this. Anton Markland from the second row, P4 on the grid, takes the win in semi-final 1 from Gronholm and Fraser McConnell. What a race. That had everything. Bakker gets P4. Kristoffersen is going to be 5th place with a puncture. Oh, here he comes. I said Kristoffersen taking it steady. Might as well. No point damaging that. Well, that's flipped my prediction, hasn't it? I said that might hurt McConnell in the championship, and actually, it's played right into his hands.
Wide open, yeah.
Now, we need to see the incident up at the top. We need to know where Kristoffersen got his puncture. If I had to guess, I would always guess the curb on the right of the jump on the exit of turn 2, because we often see cars get a squashed puncture there. But it would be unlike Johan Hal to have misjudged anything on that point.
You can just be unlucky, can't you? You can just land at a couple of degrees out of what is normal. That is a mess, that Polo, isn't it?
Yeah, that won't be going any further this weekend, I'm afraid. Lars Anderson is out of the car and sitting on the bank on the left-hand side. He doesn't look particularly comfortable, but you know we understand that it's a fair old crash.
So let's look back at the start. I think we're going to see
Kristoffersen's brake discs.
I think it's a reflection.
Yeah, okay, off the barrier. Good lad. I was thinking that's quite warm for something that's only been warmed up on the pre-grid.
It's quite messy, this. So Nicholas is getting quite big contact between Kristoffersen and Gronholm there. Bakker was so unlucky, so he's been forced out because Nicholas Gronholm got put into the gravel. Nicholas is coming back in and has a small. Oh,
we're going to need to see that from different. Wow, that front right was off instantly. We're going to need to see that from different angles. The drone was there, Hal. Do you see the drone? Here it is. Here, right. Watch this. Intervelo drone. Fraser's outside. He then turns in, sees him, turns back out. Now he cuts inside on the dirt. Fraser's got the inside line. For me, he had that 100%, and Anderson was extremely unlucky there. They were 100% alongside each other, and it was the tiniest of contact he gets on the dirt. What do you think?
I have to say it's self-inflicted, isn't it? Because, I think really you ought to have given up the position at that point. But it's easy for me to say that standing here and not sitting in a supercar fighting for place in the final. But I think once you've got someone of Fraser's pace and ability up the inside of you down
alongside
there,
you, not 10%, 100%.
And I know it's not easy to see sideways in these cars. Hans device or the Simpson or whatever he uses makes it a little bit restrictive looking sideways. But I think you've got to be a little bit aware that the car might be there, and the consequences down there are massive.
Tiny mistake, and you could see he was from the moment of contact. He was a passenger,
and they are massive consequences, aren't they?
Yeah.
Both financial, the potential for injuring yourself. It's big.
So he's sitting on the bank on the left. We've sent the ambulance up there. Look, he's out of the car. When I say okay, it's not for me to say that. It's for the paramedics to say that he is okay. But he is out of the car, and that is a good sign in my experience. But as I say, that doesn't mean that everything's all right. And most important in all of this, it's only racing. It's just motorsport. It's more important that he is okay. Right, let's take another look back at that shunt. So we're going to take a look at McConnell, Here it is on the outside. Oh, that first hit's big, isn't it?
Big initial impact, isn't it? And I mean, these ones, although they won't be very comfortable, especially after the initial big hit, but so...
Here it is. It's, for me, Hal, it's how far across the road you get. There's nothing there, look.
So I wonder if we can see that again. I wonder if the truck's able to show us that a bit slower.
Oh, that drone shot is epic, but it's just...
Again, Vigo gets everything, doesn't he?
Vigo's possibly the best
so watch
driver
this.
here.
So if it's slowed down, oh, brilliant. So this is perfect. So Anderson's come up the inside, exactly when we were talking about in the broadcast about him holding up McConnell. So he's run deep, he's in the loose gravel, he knows he's losing traction. McConnell's alongside. McConnell's actually ahead when they have that second bit of contact. And Anderson's just turned in again on him, hasn't he?
So then why can Anderson not... Is that just too much dirt in the road?
It's so loose out there.
Look at that drone shot. That is unbelievable.
It'll be such loose, deep gravel out there because nobody goes there. And the attitude of the cars, you know, you see the clean line on the inside. That's just throwing all that loose out all day
Where
long.
he's really unlucky. Look from the ambulance down this way, and you've got at least a car and a half's width of gravel trap before you get to the bank. But unfortunately, he for me goes into the bank up beyond where the white Volkswagen van is.
So do you remember Thomas Brinderson had a not dissimilar accident last year when he clipped the barrier on the way down the hill and sailed off onto the loose bit by the black car.
Yeah.
And that wasn't so different to that accident, and it just shows it. Yeah, it just depends where on the edge of the circuit you meet something hard.
Okay. Is he at the ambulance door there? Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, up and walking, again, is a good sign. But, keep your eyes on the social media. And I'm sure there'll be an update. Laura is lining us up an interview with Johan Kristoffersson. Let's head down.
Johan, I'm so sorry. It's rotten luck, isn't it? Sport can be so cruel. Just talk us through what happened, how you felt.
Well, yeah, it was fine. It was no worries. Yeah, so just got it out in the lead and then trying to control the pace a bit from there, saving some tires, and then I picked up the puncture on right front. So, yeah, it is what it is.
It is, yeah, and I think there's nothing you can do about it. It's not as though it's, you know, your fault necessarily, or a fault of bad driving. But there must be feelings of frustration when you were on such a good day today. You're driving impeccably.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good day, and, you know, sometimes, you know, I've been pushing very close to the limit, and today when you try to ease off a bit and then relax a bit, and then you hit by a puncture, so... But yeah, it is, you know... It's like it is, you know. We just have to regroup and then come back on Saturday.
Yeah, at least it's just a puncture which is relatively easily fixed. You didn't roll the car, you know, you're fine. This is definitely fuel for the fire for the weekend, isn't it?
I think I don't need any of that. I think I was pretty on fire all the way from the start, but yeah, let's see. Hopefully there can be some rain on Saturday, Sunday to put out some of the fires. So let's see.
Thank you very much, Johan. Sorry about today once again. Thanks.
No worries.
Thank you, Johan.
So Johan there, I think, Hal hinting at how hard he was having to try today to get the job done, and then he says he backed off a bit to save tyres, and it's gone wrong. Just the way it goes, just not ideal. We have got an interview which Laura got a few moments ago with Simon Olofsson. So let's have a catch up with Simon. So this was from a few moments ago with Laura.
Well, we've just seen a very dramatic semi-final there. Firstly, how are you physically after that one?
Good.
You're okay?
Yep.
Talk us through what happened from your point of view.
I thought I was first. I think I was, but then I got a little touch in the rear over the crest, and the torch started to, and then rotate wrong direction.
I'm sure you're very disappointed as well. Can you try and sum up how you're feeling, missing out on this chance?
I mean, the championship can be lost, of course. We can pack our cars and drive next year, because it's going to be really hard to catch up the guys. But nothing we can do. I mean, I think we have performed well when we have been on the track, so that's racing.
It is racing, it's sport, it can be really cruel sometimes. And I mean, it's very early days, but how's the car? Do you think you'll be able to get it back?
Yeah,
Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it should be any problem.
You can race a bit in anger then?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll leave you to it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It says the championship can be lost. Yes, it can, Hal, but we have a little way to go yet in terms of the championship, and I think today has probably been a way better indicator of anything can happen. I mean, how many times have we've seen huge crash for Anderson, we've seen an off for Olofsson, we've seen Olofsson get punted off in turn 1, we've seen Gorham over the gravel trap. I mean, that's just a tiny selection. Who else? We've had another RX2 car over, Neklev. I mean, it's not never give up, but yeah, I get it. It's annoying.
Yeah, and I think had this been Saturday, it'd be very different, wouldn't it? Of course, at the semi-final stage, you're still out. But if that happens in a quali on Saturday or even Sunday morning, there's a chance you can stay in. Of course, the tension raises, doesn't it, in the semi-finals? But that could happen to anyone yet, and we've got a few rounds to go, haven't we? We've only just started the season. We're not halfway yet. So
it's round 3 of 7. So it's not the halfway point, and also,
yes, by not making the final, you lose points, but you're still collecting a lot intermediate. Where was Olofsson in intermediate? I haven't got that sheet in front of me, but he's still collecting good points in qualifying, isn't he? Even despite that problem.
I can find that for you
this morning.
Let's have a look and see where Olofsson was. This is why we need to plant a tree. For all this lovely paperwork that we've got here. Crosscar, no, that's not the one. Supercar lights. What did you want to know, Hal?
I already know. He was 4th in qualifying, Olofsson.
I hate Hal Ridge.
Well, no, I do.
I really...
Thanks, mate.
I don't.
What happened he's been in that gravel twice today already, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He'd got... but see, it'd be interesting to know whether he did or didn't have a problem after getting stuck in the gravel there, because there's lost points there. There's so many variables. I think anything could happen to anyone yet. I think it's not over.
You've got to look as well and see that Olofsson was P2 in the standings. Jonsson, Osland. I think let's look at the points at the end of today and see what's happening. We've got a very special guest. Maybe our most illustrious guest ever has walked in. Come on over this way. We're going to go see Laura, first of all. We're back in a mo.
Well, Anton, a win for you in that semi-final. Brilliant stuff. Talk us through what happened, though, because obviously it was a chaotic race.
Yeah, very much. No, we have been struggling all day, first of all, to get the car as quick as it needs to be to compete against these guys, which is super quick. Finally, we got the car working as I wanted it, and I think then we had the pace to be up there, to be P3 and to fight for the final spot. But in the end, it seemed like everybody was struggling a bit and having some punctures and all that. And then we were there biting for it and got home with a victory. So very pleased with that. All the guys have been working very hard. They were up until 4 o'clock this morning to prepare the car before the race. And yeah, they've been working extremely hard. I'm a bit, let's say, afraid of I saw the car of Lars, my teammate, and I haven't heard from him. I don't know if you have heard anything, but
we've been in the paddock, so we've not heard too much, but we'll try and get you an answer as soon as possible on that.
So I just really hope that he's okay. It's we're in the final. I'm very happy with that. The team have made a great job, but now it's most important to see that he is feeling well, and I really hope that it is so. I mean, the safety in the cars these days is just incredible, so I'm not too worried. But it's always a bit scary when you see a car that damaged.
Oh, absolutely. Whenever you see a car even roll, it's always, it's part of the sport, but it's never nice to see. Back to the racing, which kind of pales in comparison to what we've talked about. But grid position here, crucial. You've just won your semi-final. What are your expectations or hopes for that final?
No, obviously to win. It's what I said to my engineer as well before the race. Okay, we haven't been quick enough on pure pace, but I also am very known for, or I know myself very well, that when we are driving for positions, I'm always as strong as I can. And that we showed now on the semis, winning that semi-final. And I hope that we can be as strong fighting for positions in the final and bring that big trophy home.
Absolutely, yeah. Fantastic stuff. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good luck for the final.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
lightweights, me and Hal, we arrived here at 3 in the morning. We're going, oh, boo-hoo, we haven't had enough sleep. And it turns out Markland's mechanic stayed up till 4 in the morning. Even Johan wasn't impressed when we arrived at 3. We're wusses, aren't we, basically, mate? It's irrelevant, isn't it?
Well, that's rallycross, I think. And yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes you have to stay up late and wake up very, very early, like me and my guys did now since Denmark. So especially the last couple of days was quite hectic. But yeah, obviously we get very, very well paid when we arrive here as well.
Yeah, well, look, it's not quite. I like it. It's not quite gone according to plan. I think we've got a grid lined up. Do we need to head down to the grid, or are we good to go? I can hear supercars doing practice starts in the background. Couple more. We'll talk to Johan for a bit, first of all. What happened?
Yeah, so I got out in front, and then on lap, 4, I picked up the puncture. So I noticed it going in the velodrome, basically. So yeah, that was unfortunate. But yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, well, we're going to... Johan very kindly, Josh, says he's probably our most illustrious guest ever. I don't think we've ever had a 3-time World Rallycross champion up here before. It's because there's only one of them, and that's him. So on to Supercars semi-final number 2. On the front row, Christian Sabo with Enzo Eid alongside Sondre Evjen and Philip German, row 2. Henry Haapamäki on row 3 with Anders Michalak. 3 places up for grabs. Markland, Gronholm and McConnell have gone through already. Sabo's been really quick and clean all day. Got to get a good start here and try and beat Eid and Evjen down to turn 1. Slot 1's been good on the grid most of the afternoon, and it's a good start by Sabo, immediately off the line and manages to edge Eid. Evjen going to have a look up the inside. Eid's wide, so that shuts the door immediately. Where does Evjen go? Going to go Joker, surely, and does. So Evjen's gone straight to the Joker lap, and Haapamäki has gone in as well in the electric start car. Haapamäki's on a mission in that car. Right up behind Evjen, hits the wall. I thought he was pushing hard, clips the rear end, lights it up and carries on. Good effort, fair go. So he styles it out, but it's not what he would have wanted. Sabo is leading, and it is Enzo Eid right behind.
I think the EKS JC guys did exactly the right thing, didn't they? I think they got a bit tangled up with each other earlier in the day. The pace is obviously very similar between them, but for Evjen to duck out and go into the Joker, perfect. And Eid is all over the back of Christian Sabo here, isn't he?
Enzo Eid has really, really impressed me with that increase in pace that we've seen in these last few months. He's taking this really seriously. Sabo's been on it all day, but he's not looking comfortable through turn 1 there. Car didn't turn in nicely at all. I'm wondering if there might be some sort of an issue.
And although this semi-final maybe doesn't... I think both semi-finals may be pretty similar in terms of the pace from the front to the back, and these two guys aren't in the position to Joker, are they? Because they can't get stuck in the slower traffic behind.
In Enzo Eid is all over the back of Sabo. Going to have a look inside again now. Sabo straightens the car up, coming down to the puff of something from Eid's car there. I wonder if he's had a puncture as he's come through the velodrome. You saw something come up from the front right. Okay, Kristoffersen is in the comms box. We can't not get a comment from it. Johan, what's your take so far?
Well, yeah, it looked like Christian was a bit slow in the beginning, but now he's finding his pace, so it looks a bit better now. So let's see if Evjen can edge one of them, but it seems like he's also not catching up very much, so, but let's see.
Enzo Eid goes to the Joker. This might be to cover off Evjen. Behind Evjen, going to be alongside him, and Sondre Evjen does get through. So Evjen through on Eid. Now he's got to do some perfect lap times, but as Johan says, it looks like Sabo's got into his stride. Hal, it was an unusual couple of laps from Sabo. Would have expected him to edge Enzo on pace based on earlier on today, just a little bit.
It was, but if Evjen's got any chance of winning this semi-final, he needs Eid not to be holding out, but he also needs Philip German to get out of the way. Ideally, he needs German to Joker on the next lap. But like Johan said, if Sabo's feeling a bit more comfortable, not quite at the pace he's had so far today in the opening couple of laps, but if he can get his head down, what's German going to do?
Has Sabo gone? Has Sabo gone Joker or not? No, Sabo's gone standard lap.
And Sabo's going much quicker than the guys behind him now.
Yeah, and German stayed out, so that's game over, I think. Basically, Sabo's going to get this, and it'll be probably Evjen and Eid. You've got to be a little bit sensible here with your teammate, Johan. You can't really go sticking it up the inside when you're looking at a place in the final.
Well, and I think maybe it's not game over either, because he might pick up a punch, you never know, so let's see.
Always a bit of jeopardy. You never know. We'll make a commentator out of him yet. Oh, and there's a mistake from Sabo.
Told you.
A little bit wide on the jump. He knows everything Johan does. He's got an all-seeing eye. German coming through. Going to have to Joker this time round. That's going to release Evgen and Eid. I think they'll run line astern. I don't think anybody's going to make any moves here. But here we go. Sabo into the Joker. German 2. Has Sabo lost too much time here? Over the crest he has. Sabo's gone backwards. What's happened there? Evgen's got him and Eid's going to be in the door. Just holds on. Rear left quarter gets a nudge from the back and Eid broken his suspension. Enzo Eid goes out. German's going to go through. Evgen's going to take this, surely. Sabo might have one more look on the run down the hill, just up to the hair.
Sabo front left, broken suspension.
So, carnage.
Johan was right.
Yeah, he's always right. How frustrating. You leave immediately. Over the crest comes Sondre Evgen. Jokered early, made the most of issues for everyone else. Philip German going to try and get past Sabo on this last corner. Sabo want to hold on to row 2 and just about does. That's a better result for German.
Yeah, I think that's where that's where he would be expecting to be on a good day. He's had a lot of bad luck recently, hasn't he? That early Joker for Evgen was proved critical for him, didn't it? Because it got him yet again. It got him out of that melee that was going on.
God, I'll tell you what, mate. We're working for it today. This is. I'm
about to be sacked for Johan Kristoffersen, though. That's.
I know.
No
He knows everything, doesn't he?
That's all right. I'll take the polo tomorrow.
You might have a puncture, mate. You won't like that. Sabo off the line. So
great start from the Hyundai. It launches really well, doesn't it?
And then the two, the Audi's enough room there left
Great
by
Eid. And good for him that Harpermaki's gone with him. Harpermaki, like you said, was on the full send, and we've seen that so many times, haven't we, where someone just clips the barrier and rotates the car.
It's so borderline, because if you miss the barrier, the extra pace on the run up to the next pair of corners is great. But
I wonder if I think Sabo's suspension's broken there on the first jump, hasn't it?
Was he hooked the inside of that curve?
No, I think it just broke on the landing, which is what happened to Nicholas in Q1.
And Eid and Evgen there were getting into each other in the background as well. There was contact between them on the run into the right-hander. So about now they can probably smell blood. And here, look, just losing too much time. A little bit of contact from Eid. Broken front right
that's
suspension.
unlucky. That's unlucky for Eid, isn't it? Because he had every right to be there. And Sabo shut the door on him. He's obviously had some lock on, which has opened the wheel up from the bodywork. Yet again, bad luck for Enzo. He didn't have an event in Denmark without bad luck, and yet again today.
Evgen goes through from P3 on the grid to take the win. Christian Sabo holds on to second with broken suspension. German goes through from fourth. I'm trying to think. So what do you get? Evgen, German, Sabo. Front left puncture for Sabo. Is that maybe that's all the damage is? Maybe it's not broken suspension. Hal, your thoughts?
I can't see it there, but I think maybe he was just maybe I was deceived by him making inputs with a puncture. But I still think the suspension was broken.
Which was your puncture?
Right front. But I have to say I'm a bit surprised, because we see punctures that we normally don't see, and I know that.
I could see you sitting there computing, and I thought, if Sabo's had a puncture and you've had a puncture and they're both unexpected, is there something on the track which is...
No, I don't think so, but I know that this tire don't have the barcode that we have in the World Championship, so I'm not sure if they are actually 100%
the same tyre.
I'm not sure, but seems to be a bit unsurprising or surprising for both of us, maybe.
Certainly not ideal. It's slightly better for Sabo, obviously, going through. That's interesting. Johan, so they're out looking, are they, at the curbs?
Yeah, or the self-confidence of someone, maybe.
No, our director is asking us. We've had a front left and a front right, Robert. So look at the amount of curb. So Johan, what of that is an appropriate amount of curb, or does it depend on the car?
I think it depends on your push, really. I mean, if you need to take it, there is definitely a gain to go there, because that's why the track looks like it does there, because everyone wants to go there.
Yeah.
So, but if you need to, you have to go there, and you can do it. If you do it correctly, you can do it with less risk. But if you're unlucky and the car throws you, it's very easy to pull off the tire from the rim from the inside, which is basically sometimes easier than from the outside, because the rims are often designed to be able to hold the tire that direction, but maybe not so much the other way.
Sondre Evgen is with Laura now. Let's hear from him.
Thanks, Coley. Sondre, from P3 then to P1. You said to me just a moment ago it was hectic. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we had a good start and we followed the team plan with Enzo going second. And from then on, I managed to take Enzo when he went to the Joker, and then I think Sabo had some problem, puncture or something, so he suddenly slowed down a lot, and unfortunately Enzo seemed to have stopped, I think, so, but 50% good for the team.
Grid position, of course, we've been saying all along, crucial for the final, it's crucial here. You've put yourself in a great position.
Yeah, I think second is not so bad. First is always the best here, but I think we can manage from second also.
Great stuff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy enough with the result. Obviously the team will be disappointed that Enzo hasn't made it as well. We're getting into the final stages of today, round 3 of RallyX Nordic. Crosscard Junior is our first final. They're on the line already. I am buried in a pile of paperwork, but we are about 5 races from the end of the day, and that's all good for us with some great action still to come. Lucas Andersson on the pole from Rasmus Persson, Alex Gustafsson, Erik Nielsen, Lauri Hallinen and Jonathan Julalami. Another ridiculously long hold at stop. Well, maybe it's just the juniors, I think, getting on the gas so early when the marshals have left. Off the line, good start for Andersson on the outside there. Erik Nielsen from row 2 is trying to go the whole way around the outside of everyone. Bit of contact between them and he's done it. Absolutely incredible move on a spin. Jonathan Julalami gets up on 2 wheels in the background, hooks up over the top. I think Andersson's had to go Joker on lap 1, which isn't the tactic would have chosen. But Erik Nielsen from the outside of row 2 had an absolute rocket of a start and got round the outside of everyone.
He did, yeah, and now he's under significant pressure from Alex Gustafsson, the EKS JC driver, the reigning champion who had a great weekend in Nice on pure pace, and he'll be absolutely pushing hard to try and get back up front here. That's Erik Nielsen driving the car control machine, so they're having a great day, aren't they, Marco Jokinen squad?
Yeah, they are. Now, Gustafsson at the moment in terms of the championship is in P3 with Lucas Andersson leading. He's almost in contact with him. Julalami, who's P2 in the standings, has dropped to 4th. And obviously we've seen that Lucas Andersson has had to go Joker early. So now, really, Gustafsson needs to make the most of this. How wants to try and find a way through and get past Erik Nielsen and see if he can gap those guys behind and make up a couple of championship points.
So difficult in these really even cars, isn't it? If you can't find a gap, then he's going for it.
He's finding a gap anyway. How did he get through there? That's ridiculous. but genius, Johan. What do you think about that?
Because the cars are so much more narrow, so they can fit 2 cars into the line basically, which is clean. So, but brilliantly driven.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. That was an amazing move. Alex Gustafsson passing on the inside of that right-hander just before the velodrome. Now it's about the gap between Gustafsson, Julalami and Andersson. So Andersson's had a brilliant day. 2 wins in qualifying and then the win in the semi, but didn't go his way in turn 1. And okay, into the Joker lap now for Erik Nielsen. So Nielsen goes Joker. Hallinen's gone in as well. So Lauri Hallinen's gone in. They're trying to cover off. Are they going to get it done? They do. Well, certainly protects from Andersson. So Nielsen protects from Andersson. Andersson, though, will try and take that position back if possible. And these guys were super close together, Hal. This is not over yet.
It's not over yet, no, but these guys fighting will only help Alex Gustafsson up front. Barring any mistakes he makes himself, with a couple of laps to go, I think I'd leave him out if I was spotting for him.
Over the crest, the car goes just a little bit light, not quite so much air for these guys with a rev limit, 9,300 RPM, as we heard earlier on today. A little bit more basic on the suspension settings, but no more basic on the racing. And I think, if anything, we've seen some of the cleanest racing from these guys all day long.
Yeah, so respectful, isn't it? Apart from the contact they had in the second corner there on the opening lap. Gustafsson's done what I said he wouldn't do and jokered with 2 laps to go. Predictably.
Every time you say it today, yeah, unlucky, mate. You're just having one of those days.
But still, he's got a good margin there, and Nielsen's got his mirrors full of Andersson, and that's keeping him busy, and I think that's giving Gustafsson just a tiny little bit of breathing space, isn't it?
Andersson's a great racer for me, putting himself in the mirrors a lot here, but not losing time in doing so, using a lot of the road, piling on the pressure, but I don't think they're going to get back to Gustafsson. There's still a lap to go. Johan, are you liking what you're seeing here? The race for P2, and he's half spun on the way in. Go on, were we liking what we were seeing?
Yeah, I mean, they drive very, very nice, and he's trying to find a way, but it's very easy to make a mistake when you're that close, so yeah, that will happen. But in the end, he didn't have anything to lose either, because he had a big gap behind him, so yeah, let's see.
Got to be done. Gustafsson over the jump. Nilsson safe in P2 now, and Anderson in P3.
I always think Anderson's sort of hunched over the wheel in a really cramped style, but of course he's so little, he needs to be able to reach the pedals as well, doesn't he?
He's got to be a bit closer to the front. Not an issue that any of us here in the commentary box have. All being six-footers, it's normally, can we get the pedals a little bit further away? Great drive by Alex Gustafsson, coming down the hill now into the right-hander. Was 5th at round 1 in Neeson, 3rd at round 2 in Neeson, and Gustafsson now is going to come around the final corner to take his first win of the season in Cross Car Junior. P2 going to go to Nilsson. That's the first podium for Nilsson, and P3 goes to championship leader Lucas Andersson. Nicely done by Gustafsson, yes. Stoked on that. Right, here's another look at the start. Hallinan was good reaction time on the back row. On the outside in the 34 buggy, Eric Nilsson here. Oh, it's a right old squeeze, wasn't there, in the first corner?
So it's Persson that got spun round and was collected by Yulalami. So Persson started on the front row, didn't he? So I didn't quite clock that was him in the moment.
And look at Yulalami's car. I think here, super lucky not to damage the car. That's like a full-on, you know, 90-90 in terms of angle there. Look at that pass.
It's almost like he got back into the throttle again, isn't it? When he was onto the curve, to carry that momentum.
I like that.
Brilliant move.
That's right.
And of course, he got the entire car on the curb because they're so narrow.
Like past the weekend, that so far, and it's just the momentum he carried through the exit was great. And then Anderson here was just trying so hard to find a way through. I liked the moves through here. Look, a little look on the one side, then tries to come up the outside. Never seems to work going outside at that point on the velodrome. But you can't take anything away from Gustafsson. P3 on the grid. And for Gustafsson, it is a first win of the season in junior cross car. Alex Gustafsson 4:16.5, so it was a win by 1.8 seconds in the end over Eric Nilsson, who had that amazing start on row 1. And Lucas Anderson ending up in P3. Let's take a little breather. In case you didn't hear that live on air there, a big sigh.
I think the snow's melted, mate.
Yeah. No skiing tonight then. Oh, a little bit top right, look. See, behind the trees? Is it late for the snow this time of year, Johan, around here?
I think it might be some artificial snow actually over there. Maybe. Maybe not. But they have, not far away from here, they have some artificial snow in the downhill slope. So.
I think we saw that as we drove in through Cecil back last night, actually. These are, I believe, we're going to see the championship standings in a moment. Be able to take a look and see where the juniors are after 3 rounds of Cross Car Junior. Lucas Anderson on 50. No, that's the previous round. That's after round 2. So that was how we stood coming here. Just going to do a quick bit of live maths, and then we'll chuck that back in again. In the meantime, Johan, I think we're staying at one of your old stomping grounds. I will discuss that in a second. Lucas Anderson from Alex Gustafsson. So Anderson continues to lead the championship, but Gustafsson was 15 points behind. Okay, now only 14 points behind, but moves up ahead of Yulalami. So Yulalami drops down to P3. So it's your same podium in a slightly different order. Rasmus Persson retains P4. Larry Hallinan retains P5, so just a little swap between 2nd and 3rd. We've got our open 2-wheel drive final coming up. Simon Tiger on the front row. Won both the previous rounds at Neeson. And has won all 3 qualifying sessions here at Holjes. It's Janssen, Bertelsen, England, Larsimo and Persson. Tiger gets a reasonable start, then opens up all 530, amazing horsepower, gets the car down to turn 1, And Matthias Jansen P2. It is England in the Porsche who's got up into P3. And in the background, straight off to the Joker, might be Larson, sorry, Persson or Larsimo, not sure.
Larsimo in the BMW in the Joker there. Oh, and a big challenge for the lead here between
Matthias Jansen and Tiger.
Tiger's got a bit of damage to the rear bumper. Look at it lift the rear, the front inside wheel. Sorry, as he comes out of the velodrome, sits so beautifully that BMW, doesn't it?
So, do you fancy a bit of this, Johan?
Yeah, it looks cool. Looks definitely cool, and yeah, let's see if we can challenge him.
Oh, he can. He has a look up the inside. So Matthias Jansen, maybe a little tap on the back of Tiger. How do you think there's an issue with Tiger, or is Jansen just driving better here?
It does look low, the rear of the car, doesn't it? I know it sits down low under acceleration, but it looks very, very soft on that rear corner. Maybe he's broken a damper or something.
Broke the rear drive, didn't he? Basically on the last lap.
He broke the link to the axle, I think.
Was it one of the 5 link? Okay, so he's broken one of the links to the axle on the landing off the crest at Neeson in the last lap of the final.
But he has been the class of the field. Jansen's been a bit up and down, hasn't he? He's had his form has been much like Simon Olafsson's over the last few years, where he's had some moments of brilliance and some moments of difficulty as well.
Difficulty is a well-chosen word.
But that car doesn't look anywhere near as nicely set up as Tiger's, does it? As it locks the inside wheel on almost every braking area. Tiger's just gapping him a little bit now.
Look at that! I mean, it's just ridiculous the amount. Johan, if this was your car, what settings changes would you make? Because I know you'll be sitting here immediately going roll bars, dampers, springs.
I think I will stick with what he's doing because he's winning. It looks pretty cool, so, and it looks mega.
So are they the main criteria when you're in a setup meeting? You know, oh my goodness me, that's right out to the barrier, and that is really pushing your luck. So yeah, mate, as long as you're winning and it looks cool, that's it, is it? I mean, there's no need to find any more?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know how it is. But for sure they are trying and develop them as well. So yeah, but I have to say that the car looks very good and he's winning, so he's doing brilliant.
It looks nice to drive, I have to say. It does look, but it looks safe to drive. He's only been beaten once this season in qualifying, and that was by Matthias Jansen in wet conditions at Neeson in the early morning of the first day. So a question mark over its damp setup. Maybe not, you know, early
Looks like
session.
It's got the perfect damp setup at the moment, doesn't it? It's
just mint,
rather soft. Sounds beautiful with a rotary, turbocharged rotary engine. I think he's obviously driving beautifully as well. He's obviously well tuned in with the car. He's a sort of supernational driver that would turn up and I'd be accused of getting overexcited by suggesting they're one of the best drivers in the paddock. But yeah, I think what I would really love is to see some more competition for him, because there is a big void in the pace here, isn't there, between the front and the back. And hopefully, I think maybe this class hasn't got as many entries this weekend as it might have done otherwise, because it's Swedish Championship tomorrow. And obviously the Swedish guys want to do that. Hopefully, going forward, we can have a bigger grid, and it will be really fun to see Tiger under pressure and see quite how good he is then.
So Tiger on the final lap. This is a bit of a victory lap, really. Johan's had a few of those around here. What's the score for the rest of the weekend, mate? You're doing this championship, aren't you? And I know whenever you do a championship, you want to win it. You know, I know you enjoy it, and I know you love Rallycross from everything we ever talk about. But disappointment today, and I suppose you're going to want to fight back tomorrow as much as you can.
Well, tomorrow I think I will go back home for a day, and then Saturday, Sunday we have to try again. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, our target is to do the full championship, and obviously Evgen winning the second semi-final wasn't the best, but yeah, it is what it is, and we just have to regroup and try our best. But competition is high as well, and I knew going into today that if I'm going to challenge the Hyundais, I need to use every trick in the book, and maybe was a bit unlucky, but maybe should focus also on the championship a bit more.
Okay, so Johan's already having to think about tactics for the rest of the weekend as Simon Tiger takes his third win of the season. Brilliant performance, all three qualifying sessions here. No semi-finals for these guys, and it's Tiger who takes the win and will roll that BMW back to the paddock nicely. Here's another look at the start. If he gets it away from the line, once he's got this, you remember at Neeson, Hal, there were a couple of times where he didn't get away from the line beautifully, and then it was just a bit of a struggle on the run to the first
He had a bit of a problem, and I forget specifically what it was, but I spoke to him afterwards, and he had a bit of a problem that was meaning his starts weren't as perfect as they might have been. Jansen came back at him quite early in the race here, didn't he? He does have good pace. It isn't there all the time, is it? No, there's not much consistency from Jansen really, but. yeah, it would be great if he was more of a challenge. But he's obviously very good. Not quite as good as Tiger.
No, brilliant. 3 wins in a row for Simon Tiger and a decent championship lead. Confirmation of the result: Tiger from Janssen and Persson, Bertelsen, England, and Larsamo. So, Johan, when you say you want to think about the championship a bit more, is there a bit of you this weekend as well that really wants to get stuck into the Hyundais? Because obviously they, you know, I know we spoke to your dad earlier, we know you're still working hard, you don't quite know what the plan's going to be this year, but you still want, don't you, psychologically to beat Gronholm and beat Sabo whenever you can?
Of course. And yeah, we won the first 3 qualifyings, and yeah, we didn't manage to win the semi-final, but I won the battle in the first couple of corners. So yeah, from there on I picked a puncher, and it is what it is. But yeah, you know, if you are in, you want to win, and it's also very, very good practice to be in the fight and always have to drive absolutely on what you're able to do, and drive at my maximum, which is always a good practice. So yeah, I think I enjoyed the day anyway, actually.
Championship standings for Open 2-wheel drive: Simon Tiger leading by 20 points from Matthias Janssen. Morten B. Bertelsen is on 51 points in P3. Stefan Christensen, Michael Persson, Lars England are your top 6. Yeah, totally understand that, Johan. So we're looking forward to seeing you back out Saturday, Sunday. Are you? What will you do now? Are you just going to sit here and see what happens in terms of championship points?
I'm quite keen to see how it's going for Nils, actually, because he's in the pole in the final. He's done brilliantly so far, so if he wins the final, it's going to be a clean sweep. So I think I will stay and have a look at that.
Okay, good stuff. You are more than welcome, you know that. In the meantime, we're getting on to a cross-car final, which we're expecting to be good. We've seen some incredible action in this so far. I was going to say this weekend. It does feel quite mad doing a whole event in a day. But still, final for crosscar, round 3. Patrick Hallberg, Ronald Baldins on the front row. Isak Egensen and Jimmy Osterberg row 2. Rainis Nittisch and Tommy Svard on row 3. So Baldins was mega in the semi-final. Nittisch got a great start too. Nittisch is on the back row this time. It'll be harder work from there. Hallberg has been quick all day long. Good start for Rosberg, row 2, but Hallberg gets the best start on the inside line. No, he doesn't. Baldins edges it. Baldins carries the pace through. Osterberg goes a bit deep, puts the rear wheel in the gravel. Hallberg going to go inside line with Baldins in the lead. So it's Baldins over the crest. Hallberg in behind. I think Osterberg is down in P4. It's Svard who is there in P3. So Joker, that must be Rainis Nittisch again. He went with an early Joker last time. Hallberg going to be all over there. A little bit of understeer on the way, and you can see terminal understeer it looked like, and Hallberg I thought was going to get a shot.
But great recovery. He had terminal understeer, but managed to get enough rotation done to keep the inside covered. Absolutely fantastic job. I have to say, he didn't pull up any trees, did he, in Nissen? But what a drive he's delivering here under massive pressure now from Hallberg in the final corner.
Baldins didn't make the final either time. Semi-final, 3rd place in round 1, DQ'd from the semi-final in round 2, and here he is leading. Looked great in the other.
Hallberg Joker.
Okay, Hallberg's gone Joker now, and this might be to cover off the cars behind. So watch for Egensen and Nittisch as they come to the merge over the crest. Hallberg's lost out to Egensen. That's a disaster for Hallberg. From the pole, has lost out to Egensen.
Egensen was flying in his semi-final, wasn't he, to make up those paces when we least expected it. Was it Jimmy Osterberg? He passed it. Ooh.
Having a look up the inside, careful down there, wheel to wheel and open wheel cars. They come past the flip-flop camera. Oh, wow, super tight between them. Svard pitches the car in, maybe going to run a bit deep. Osterberg should have the advantage on the brake steering to the hairpin. Osterberg trying to go around the outside. He'll cut back to inside, but over-rotation could struggle with traction there. Svard and Osterberg having a great fight here. Osterberg up the inside. Whoa, not into turn 1, loses time in the background. He's going to end up giving away places here. Goes Joker lap now, and 3 cars are going to come past. Egensen, Hallberg, Nittisch all get past Osterberg.
Such a fine line, isn't it, between overdriving and losing time and trying to make a move. You know, trying to make a move in every single corner like that is only going to cost you time. Hallberg's coming back at Egensen, but he hasn't quite got. He's not quite close enough, is he? Baldins out front is going to benefit from the battles going on behind. I think this might be Egensen's.
What do you think? What's the gap? Have a look. What do we think that we need?
Well, we'll look once they cross the line.
Hallberg applying pressure. Still look how early Egensen is setting that car up on the brakes, backing it in from a long way back. Now they cross the line. absolutely nose to tail between Eganson and Hallberg. Hallberg, spectacular now. Different driving styles, rotation early, into the joke, coming out now, Bowdens, this for the win! Bowdens not quite there, surely not going to slot in between them, there's not enough room, that's impossible, but Bowdens has come in between Hallberg and Eganson, who are having an incredible fight. We've still got a lap and a half to go.
Eganson's done everything right in this race, hasn't he? But I'm so impressed with Bowdens and how he got that car into that gap. I have just no idea. I think he did the right thing. The gap was 3.2 when he went in. I think he did. He does get a bit of understeer, doesn't he? You saw that in the velodrome on the last lap. He's got it there
the inside, having a look, Hallberg having a pass at Bowdens, but wasn't late enough on the brakes to do it. I tell you what, I think you just have to shut your eyes and just see if it will go in the gap. That was insane, though.
I think he was right to Joker. I think Eganson would have caught him more.
Oh, that's Svard coming out the Joker lap now, going to go in behind Nittish, so Svard drops from P1, Hadn't Joker drops into 5th place behind Rainis Nittish in the 15 car. It's a number he ran, of course, when he won the European Rallycross Championship, and for all of his World Rallycross outings, Nittish still the youngest ever winner. Hell in the very first year of the World Championship, 2014. Down the hill, though, this has been a very impressive drive indeed for Isak Eganson, coming from the second row of the grid. Eganson had a rotten weekend and takes the win here after Neeson, and it came here 16th in the championship, and Isak Eganson has taken the first win of the year, but in some style, having fought his way through the semi-final and the final. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and the first victory for the Crosscar Wonder, I think, in this championship.
Another look at the first corner. Look at the start he gets from there, but he's actually got nowhere to go. Door gets shut, so Hallberg's inside. Osterberg runs wide. Look at this point. He's in 4th at best, and then instantly into the Joker, and it was a good decision.
Great decision. He didn't lose anything, did he? Because he was already sideways and just carried that on into the Joker. Not really sure how Hallberg lost track position in the first corner, because he didn't make a bad start and then just backed out of it way sooner than Bowdens did. This is Hallberg jokering and returning behind Eganson.
Eganson was great.
He has been great this afternoon, hasn't he?
Yeah, what a transformation they had. This is what I was saying earlier on today. I can't remember if it was on air or off air. We were saying about the podium was the same here with the guys in Crosscar, both times at Neeson. Those three guys, were super consistent and super fast. But what we saw was plenty of drivers in this field have the pace to do it, but they can't all do it all of the while. And Eganson, to be perfectly honest, Q19 and Q10 with 4th in the semi at Neeson is not the results we were expecting him to come here and take the win. So an amazing win for Isak Eganson from Ronald Bowdens, who has been spectacular today as well, and Patrick Hallberg. What a brilliant cross-car final. Eganson wins round 3.
Isaac, congratulations. A brilliant win in a brilliant final. Talk us through it.
Well, thank you for the first. I mean, I can't imagine the win. After Denmark, it was really tough for us. Barely made it to the finals, and just to be here to win, I mean, I couldn't even dream of it.
Brilliant stuff. And when you coming in, did you ever even expect that you could get semi-final, final? How did this process happen today?
Well, at least after the first qualify, I was P2 and I felt really good. But then my pace dropped down. I made a few mistakes. I felt like the speed isn't here today. And then I won the semi, and I started as P3 in the final. And I took the Joker at first, and then I just keep pushing and pushing.
It was a great strategy from you. Well done, a brilliant race, a great win, and more to come. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Let's take a look at the result of the final. Confirmed. Okay, championship standings, that's all good. Patrick Hallberg on 72 points. I need to dig out my standings from before. Hallberg has moved up from P3 to P1. Isaac Rierson second. Then you got Jimmy Osterberg third. Sebastian Enholm drops to fourth, not here this weekend. Bowdens up to fifth. Bowdens was in 13th place. Eric Anderson, our winner, has moved up from... Isaac Eganson, our winner, has moved up from where? He's into P9 from P16. So that is a hell of a gain, but it's a long way up to Hallberg at the front. So Hallberg, Rierson, Osterberg is looking like the championship fight. It's a shame Enholm didn't turn up this weekend. Supercar lights, 2 races to go to finish off round 3 of RallyX Nordic here from Holjes. On the pole, Nils Andersen, first TQ here today. Will it be his first win in lights? Full of confidence when I saw him earlier on, but said he needed to do it twice more. Linus Osland, Tommy Howman, Casper Janssen on the outside of row 2. Then we've got Martin Jonsson and Martin Enlund. I think Janssen's been moved to the back row for some reason. How, if there's been a penalty there or not in the background, looking at the liveries.
There'll be a penalty now.
Yeah. I'm right though, aren't I? It's listed here on our grids as 4th.
Yeah, because he beat Jonsson in the Jokers.
Yeah, you're right. So it was. That's a shame. So Casper, look, brilliant job so far this weekend. Obviously something has been decided by the stewards, which has dropped Casper down from row 2 to row 3.
I think making the finals been a massive step for him.
Huge.
I don't think it makes.
Absolutely huge. Qualified 11th and then didn't start the semi, and qualified 15th at Neeson, and today qualified 4. Well, okay, would have been 4th on the grid in the final. Qualified 8th. Best result was in Q1. Just be disappointed to have jumped the start there because, you know, it's a hard work undone. But I think being in the final, he's not going to go away from this game. I'm terribly disappointed. Right, here we go again. Nils Andersen versus Linus Osland. Howman on row 2. Then it's Jonsson on the outside of row 2. Martin Enlund at the back of the grid. With Casper Janssen on the outside now needing 2 jokers. Great start by Nils on the inside. Tommy Howman with a good start too. Nils left side by side with Osland. Osland going to have to give way here. Nils slots into the lead. Osland going to jump on the brakes and go standard lap with them. Jonsson nearly collects them behind but anchors up somehow. Brilliant job. Tommy Howman goes joker. Enlund has gone in behind and Casper Janssen takes the first of 2 jokers with it. Janssen trying to find a way past Enlund. Going through the deep dirt. Not going to get that done. They're going to lose a bit more time. Or Nils Andersen trying to defend here as Linus Osland looks to the inside line. Howman has made a great move there. How early joker and now can maybe try and hunt these guys down, but Andersen out front has just got to keep it clean.
He has, yeah, and just like Holman was so composed through both rounds and Neeson, that's what got him 2 great results. Nils Andersen was so composed in the first corner, didn't push too hard, didn't over-rotate the car. He's under big pressure now from Linus Osland, isn't he?
He is indeed. Johan Kristoffersen is up here with us. Johan, you guys are running this car. I mean, how's this for you watching this? This is a bit of a different experience, isn't it? You're normally sitting in the supercar waiting to go.
Yeah, it looks a bit, it's a little bit different, but I think Hellman has great pace, and I think maybe Nils he really needs to push everything he have now and not look in the mirrors on Osland, and hopefully Osland is not going to hit them there because they're just going to lose time. So if they want to be P1, P2, I think they just have to get head down.
So get their heads down, don't battle it out too much. Howman has a great pace through today. Tommy Howman was, he was, I think it was 3rd, 4th and 4th in the qualifying sessions. As they come over the line, we'll take a look at what the gap is. I'm sure Johan's got a good idea of what it needs to be. Nils Andersen, there is a danger, of course, that Howman could catch up with Jonsson. If Jonsson doesn't joker, that could scupper Howman anyway. Andersen runs a tiny bit deep in turn 1, but it doesn't matter, just got to keep the door shut on Austin, and indeed Jonsson doesn't go.
And also made a mistake into turn 2, ran wide through turn 1, just ran into the loose before the curb into turn 2, and he's almost falling into the clutches of Holman now.
So Holman trying to close down. What was it as they came over the line from Andersen back to Holman?
4.4 in the lap before, and now it's 3.4, and now it's 2.9. So I think 2.9 is not enough actually for Nils. So you have to pick up the pace.
Okay, so Nils needs to push, says Johan Kristoffersen. He doesn't have the radio in here, otherwise I think he'd be on it to Nils now. He's looking at the timing screen and focusing fully hard on this. Nils is pushing so hard as he comes through the long left-hander. Through the crest to the right, he's going to go now, wait to the final lap. They wait final lap. Osland goes. So Osland, this will be a good indicator of how close Howman is. Osland into the joker and coming out. I think it's going to be pretty close. Osland runs a bit deep for my liking. Howman gets him. It's going to be close, definitely, Johan. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, but he also loses a lot of time as Linus has to go around Nils in. So I think maybe Nils might get a keep. Gained 1/10 in the last lap, so it's all about this lap and the entry for the joker.
What are you saying to him on the radio now? What's he getting from the spotter?
I would just say joker is going to be tight, but I think actually now it looks like Hallman's going to get it.
Oh, okay, so Johan is absolutely bang on it on the gaps. Way better at reading the timing screen than me and Hal are. Anderson comes around the long left-hander. This is for his debut win. Tommy Howard, of course, won the last round at Neeson. In we go. Right, here we go. Nils Anderson into the Joker lap. Watch for Tommy Howard on the standard lap on the inside line. Anderson's going to get it straight on the exit. Howman's going to have more exit speed, though. Oh, it's so close, and Nils Anderson just loses out. Howman maybe edging him just on that last lap by 1/10 of a second. Ostlund now into the back of Anderson, so close between them. Howman into the long left-hander at the velodrome. Brilliant, brilliant drive. So the dream isn't going to come off this time for Nils Anderson. 2 qualifying sessions and a semi-final win, but just loses out in the final. A very good performance by him and Ostlund as well. But it's Howman, who was P3 at the first round and took his first win in lights at Neeson in the second round, who's stamping a bit of authority on this one, looking like a championship contender. Tommy Howman takes his second win of the year. Nils Anderson P2, and crossing the line for third, Linus Ostlund. That was close, wasn't it?
It was, and while we got wrapped up in the prospect of Anderson taking a clean sweep, Horman is so impressive, isn't he?
Really, considering this is his third event in a lights car, Hal, and really impressive.
So I think Nils did everything right there in the first corner. Super composed, kept to the inside, covered the line perfectly. Holman did absolutely the right thing, and he lucked into the fact that he was followed in as well, so we had clear track. Also, when who joked with a lap to go? When Linus joked with a lap to go, Jonsson went with him, and that was what gave Holman the victory.
Holman the space, yeah, gave him the space to do it.
Not that anyone gave it to him, because yet again he's delivered absolutely when he needed to.
Johan, what will you say to Nils now? He'd be disappointed, but it is also a great performance, and it's that fine line between, look, you've done a great job here, don't be too disappointed. P2's still really good. I know you guys always want to win, but what's the conversation you have tonight to make sure it's a good job Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, I think he's going to be disappointed now, right at the moment, but if he looks back in a couple of hours, I think he's going to be pretty pleased. I mean, he's done brilliant starts, which is crucial, and then he's been driving all good, but just 4/10 on the last 2 laps, a bit too 4/10 too slow each lap. So, but yeah, it's also difficult when you're in front, especially on Holjes, because you don't know how big risk you're going to take to cut the curbs and stuff like that. If you're hunting, it's always easier. If you're in front, it's very difficult to manage the gap.
Great analysis from Johan Kristoffersson, the world rallycross champion, who would far rather be on the grid right now, and we're sorry for that, but we appreciate him being up here and giving us his brilliant thoughts. Tommy Howman takes a second win of the season in lights. Only his third event in lights, podium every time this season. Just a fantastic job. It's going to be a championship contender without a shadow of a doubt. Tommy Howman leads the standings by 12 points from Linus Ostlund. Simon Olofsson is just a couple of points back. Nils Anderson in there as well. If you look, there's 17 points across them. Howman is being super consistent. Martin Jonsson is in that gap as well. So 17 points between Jonsson in 5th and Howman at the front. But most of that gap is between P1 and P2. Laura is with our winner.
A really composed performance there to take the win. A brilliant strategy as well. Talk me through it from where you were sitting.
Thanks. We were watching the Supercar semi-final too and thinking what we should do to go Joker or not, and we decided that it's time for Joker, and then I did that and it worked well. I really pushed hard in the final, really tried my best.
And I mean, you're still relatively so new to the sport. You have so much further to go if you're already taking wins like that.
Yeah, but my dad was driving when I was a kid, so I have not a lot of knowledge from that time already, but yeah, still a lot to learn, but I think it's going quite well so far.
Absolutely. Congratulations, well done.
Thanks a lot.
Quite well so far is very typical Finnish understatement, isn't it? It's going extremely well, and that's a big championship lead through 3 podiums in a row. There are other people with the pace, Hal, but they've got to up the consistency. Final race of today for RallyX Nordic, round 3, supercar final coming up for you. On the front row, Sondre Evjen and Anton Markland. Maybe not the front row we were expecting, but looking forward to seeing what they can do. Evjen has had a P3 and a P2. Would love to go one better and get the P1 here. Row 2, Sabo and Gronholm will make it difficult if they can get through at the start. Likewise, McConnell on the back row. And Philip German, a much better weekend. Anti-lag, fully lit. green light. Good start, Sabo on row 2, but Evgen's got a great start on the inside line. Marklin's going to have to take the wide line. Evgen runs everybody deep. Gronholm goes up the inside. Got to go, Joker. Surely does. Niklas Gronholm goes straight to the Joker. German's gone with him. And on the back of the train, it's McConnell on the back of the train. Sabo drops into P3. Marklin's gone really sideways on the left-hander as he dropped that. He's coming super hot. Evgen into the crease. He's not. He's still there. Good job.
Marklin got all out of shape. Has he got something wrong with the front right of his car? He got all out of shape on the exit of the first corner as well, didn't he? The car was twitching around all over the place. Sabo got into the back of him. I wonder if there's something wrong with the right side of the... maybe not. But Szabo, this isn't where Szabo wants to be, is it? Marklin looks like he's struggling to find the pace, and Szabo needs to get clear of that.
They need to watch out for Gronholm behind. Gronholm is the man they've got to watch in terms of pace. If Niklas could just nail a couple of laps here, he can edge all 3 of these, and then it's going to come down to Evgen and Gronholm. Oh, and Evgen runs deep, drops a wheel off into the dirt, has to take the Joker lap. He didn't plan that. Nobody Joker's in the lead on lap 2. He's dropped it. Gronholm's going to come through now and get the space. Surely he does. That's a mistake in turn 1. Just run a little bit too deep. Johan, that's easily done under pressure.
Yeah, it is. He had 3 seconds and didn't really manage. But yeah, it was a good try. I think it was planned. I mean, they tried to cover off Niklas.
You think they're covering off from behind? So Johan thinks they did plan it. Either way, he was deep in turn 1 and it wasn't enough to get it done. Hal, what have you seen?
There is something wrong with the rear of Marklin's car. Whether he's had contact from Szabo and it's just a tyre rubbing on the bodywork, I don't know. But he definitely doesn't have the pace, and he's causing quite a train behind him, isn't it? This is falling right into Niklas Gronholm's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Gronholm is right there on the back of these 3 cars. Marklin, Szabo and McConnell. I mean, Evgen's looking good for a place. Actually, if they're not careful, German's going to get the third place on the podium as well. These 3 guys holding each other up now.
You know, if I was spotting for McConnell now, I probably would have joked him just to get him out of this mess. He's not going to gain anything by following these 2 guys. And if they fall over each other, you're right in it, aren't you? I maybe would have taken him out of that battle just to put him in clean air, because at the moment he's in absolutely no man's land.
Well, at least it would have covered off German behind as well, just in case there's an instant that you get caught up in. Like, there's just no point in following all 3. Now they're going to have to make a last-minute decision with 2 to go. I guarantee one of those front 2's going to go, and Fraser's going to have to follow them on either this lap or the last lap.
Yeah, and I'll be surprised if it's Anton. Anton will presumably go to the end, so it's likely to be Szabo.
Here we go into Joker territory now. Marklin's a bit deep and does go, and Szabo goes too. That releases McConnell to the inside line. Gronholm's going to come through though to take the lead. Evgen going to get it as well. Evgen's got both of them, so with the mistake even in turn 1, Sondre Evgen still holds on to P2. Szabo's been compromised by Marklin. Fraser McConnell leading here, but still has to Joker, and he's going to lose those places soon.
Evgen picked up a 3-second penalty as well in the Joker, I think.
Ah, for tapping the barriers.
I think so.
Okay, so that will be added at the end, Johan. So Evgen's going to drop back. So Johan is all over the timing screen, and that's just epic behaviour by him as always. Fraser McWright. So now then, Evgen with 3 seconds is going to drop back. That could give Marklin back a podium spot. Wow.
It could, yeah, especially after Marklin Joker with 2 laps to go when I said he would only go on the last lap. So yet again, I was wrong.
It's all good.
McConnell sends it into the Joker, and we'll see where he pops out here. He's definitely going to pop out behind Szabo, but may get up a position when that penalty is applied to Evgen.
Now, of course, Evgen and McConnell in the championship fight with Johan Kristoffersson. Johan's sitting here with us, so that's not good for him. But from his point of view, Evgen and McConnell being further down in the final is good. If they'd taken the win, that would have been those extra points. But Niklas Gronholm out front, we don't know what his plans are for the rest of the year. Of course, he's been a front runner in the World Rallycross Championship for the last couple of years, and this is a great way to shake the cars down before they come back here later on in the season. If they enter World RX, Niklas Gronholm through the long left-hander, takes the checker flag, wins at round 3 at RallyX Nordic. Sondre Evgen crosses the line P2, but with a 3-second penalty will drop down. So it should be Marklin P2 and Christian Szabo. Sorry, yeah, Marklin P2 and Szabo P3, I think.
He's going to be P5.
Yeah, McConnell will get 4 as well.
There we go. So McConnell's going to get past him as well. Woo! Lots going on there.
Marklin had a good initial launch, didn't he? I think it was better than it looked from that other camera angle. But did he have contact? Now, he got on the brakes and had a little bit of side-by-side contact with Niklas. The car doesn't look quite as out of shape as I thought it did from the other angle. Great decision for Niklas to Joker there and get out of that traffic. I thought Szabo definitely had more pace than Marklin through the course of the race, didn't he? But track position is king.
So should Szabo have had different Joker tactics there to try to get it done, or is there too much traffic behind to make that pay off?
Yeah, maybe. It's difficult because when you're there and you know in the heat of the moment, you like to you look back and you see that we're not going to get out in front, and then you don't Joker. But maybe it's even more stupid to stay. So it's very tricky to say. I think the thing is also that you lose very much time going into the Joker if you are behind the car in front of you, because you have to go around the car which is going for turn 2.
Rather than being able to
like
go
4-6 tenths.
Really?
Just because of going round.
Rather than being able to straight line from the apex of turn 1 effectively to the braking zone of the Joker, which is later than the braking zone of turn 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So Gronholm's early Joker worked out well, despite not the best start. Went round the outside and job done. Niklas, our winner, is with Laura Winter.
Niklas, congratulations. A great win, a great strategy. It all played out in front of you. You just had to sit there and wait for the others to take their Joker lap and keep the pressure on.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest task.
No, that made it sound very simple, didn't I?
No, I think, I don't know why they didn't seem to have the speed at all. It was quite nerve-wracking to just, I would have had pace to go quicker. But then, yeah, in the end I knew that they hadn't taken the Joker, so I just tried to keep the car in one piece, not to get any punctures and so on. So it was, in the end, quite easy.
I know it's been a frustrating day for you through various races. This must feel pretty good right now, though, that it's all come together exactly when you need it to.
Well, yeah, the result is good, but I'm not that happy. You know, we've been struggling all day, and we need to sit down and you know, look at the bright side. Okay, we got the win, but there was some fast guys who didn't make the final, which I hope that we all can be on Sunday to get a rematch with Johan and Enzo and so on. So they're quick guys. So sad to see that they're not in the final. Yeah, I think if we can match their pace, I'll be a bit happier.
Still all to play for this weekend then. Thank you very much. Yep. Well done.
Thank you.
With the entries we've got here in Supercar, you are not guaranteed a place in the final, Hal. Yeah, okay, we've seen problems for Kristoffersson and Evgen, definitely, but I think if they're back in it, you know, Kristoffersson and Eid, you know, German and Evgen, McConnell, you know, there's a cusp, isn't there, of making it or not.
And that's exactly what happened to Niklas here last year, didn't he? I think he took Tiku on both days in the Magic Weekend, or both rounds of the Magic Weekend, and still didn't come out with a victory.
And despite Johan Kristoffersson not making it through to the final, he still leads the championship on 74 points, 4 points ahead of Sondre Evgen, who was in P2. Evgen was 5 points back, so he's made 1 point up. McConnell is 4 points further back, and that was what the gap was before, so it's mad. When you think about the different stories and what's happened to these people during the course of the day, Enzo Eid moves up into 4th place because Linnemann's not here this weekend, and Andreas Carlsen has had a bit of a shocker as well. But yeah, top of the table, I mean, there's only 8 points in it, look, between McConnell and Kristoffersson, and Evgen, McConnell and Kristoffersson are all looking to continue with this championship this year. We're going to have a catch-up with our winner from Crosscar Junior, who Laura spoke to earlier on in a moment. And we've got a guest in the studio as well after that. So, Crosscar Junior winner with Laura a few moments ago.
Well, Alex, we just saw how much that meant to you. Congratulations, a win. Talk me through the race.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting to be in the second place in the first corner, but I made it. I made a good. I kept behind the Erics in the first laps, and then I got a little. Then I managed to get. I can't speak.
No, you're fine. It's crazy emotions, isn't it? And it's hard to remember the race when you've just come off it. Yeah. Try and sum up how you're feeling right now, because you can sense that it's a bit of a release for you today to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't won since RallyX 2020, so it's such a relief after such a messy day. So it's just such a relief to win in the end of the day.
Congratulations, well done to you.
Thank you.
Go and enjoy it. Simon, well done. A dominant win. How are you feeling?
Oh, it feels good. Always good to win.
You won by such a big distance as well.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks.
Simon Tiger feeling pretty nonplussed by his third win of the season. I think he's the only person to have, well, he is the only person to have clean swept his result. Yeah, great job by him. There we go. I'm going to straighten those out. Wrong way. That way, is it? Is that looking better? We were boiling hot in here, and now we're freezing cold. We seem to be spending half our time basically making outfit changes.
Sorry, Tommy, don't mind him.
Tommy Howman's joined us in here. Tommy, what a season you're having. I mean, 3 podiums from 3 starts, championship leader. Was that what you expected?
Yeah, definitely. I tried in the qualifying to stay out of carnage, and then in the final, when the track was clear, then just flat out.
But I mean, 3 podiums from 3 starts. You must be so happy. This is your debut season in RX Light. So, how's it going?
Yeah, quite well. But,
that's
yeah.
So understated.
Yeah, to be honest, my goal in the whatever championship I get, there's no point to come if I'm not expecting a win. So I really know that I should have the pace, but of course I don't have the experience yet that the other guys have. But yeah, I was expecting high results, and they are coming now, so I'm very happy.
Hal?
And of course, you've won here before, haven't you, in the RX Academy series? So that was single make too. How is the comparison between racing in that and now racing in Supercar Lights?
I think in Supercar Lights you have to be more aggressive. With the Clios, I think you have to be more clean and neat with the car. But in this final, for example, I really had to push hard to get the time, and it worked really well.
And of course. Sorry, Andrew.
There's very different driving style between front-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, but you seem to have adapted to it just like that. I mean, how much time have you had trying to learn the differences?
Yeah, it's quite different, but I think the experience from simulators help a lot, because there's always four-wheel drive cars in that. So, and of course, I've watched a lot of supercars action from the videos and on-boards and stuff like that. So four-wheel drive is, in my mind, it's familiar, but of course, there's still lots of learning.
That's fantastic. So using simulator, of course, you've been racing esports again this season, but watching the onboards is fascinating. That you take that much information on board from it that you can then soak up and use.
Yeah, I really watch a lot of onboards and try to learn from them, because it's always so expensive to do testing with the four-wheel drive cars or anything race cars. So a lot of videos and simulator and everything, and that's the perfect combination.
And obviously you're here running under the Set Promotion banner, and anyone watching the stream is likely to know about Set Promotion and what Jussi Pennamäki does. They're so involved in running the Granholm RX team, but you're running on your own as a family effort, sort of with a little distant support from Set. So how difficult is it for you to run a single car? Because what we tend to find in Lights is it's multiple car teams, so they can share data, share setups, and you're having to do all of that learning, and you've got no one to compare it with.
Yeah, it's quite difficult, but I got my relatives as mechanics and stuff like that. But of course, if I get something to ask, I can call Jussi Pennamäki or Set Promotion guys, and they will help for sure. And what comes to driving data, I think, and the setups, I think for me, I feel like it's more about adapting to the setup I have than making a lot of changes, because I'm still learning with the car, so I think I can get more advantage as driving better than changing setups.
We spoke to Andreas Backerud earlier on today, and he was saying how he's had teammates who make a lot of setup changes and then can't track whether the difference is between the driving and the setup. So you've got a very wise head on those young shoulders. What are we going to do if you win Supercar Lights this year? And I know it's early days, but what's next? I mean, sure, it's the old career's doing this at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, but I've been thinking with my dad many times that what we should do next, but he always says that it's best way to just drive the season that you are driving, and then after that start to think about anything else, because it will just be mad to think about all the payments of higher classes and sort of, yeah, so it's better to just focus on that now and then think about future later.
I think you're making some very, very clever decisions, mate. Congratulations, 3 podiums in a row and the leader of Supercar Lights. Brilliant performance.
Thanks a lot.
Well done, Tommy.
Thanks.
Amazing. Great stuff from Tommy Howman. Tommy is going to disappear off, and we're going to invite Niklas Gronholm in to come and join us. So Niklas is going to come and join us in the studio in just a moment, and then we're going to have a chat with Laura as well. And we're going to look at some drone footage of the start of the final. And this was Niklas coming inside and then heading straight to the Joker at the start of lap 1, basically. Train of 4 cars heading into the left and then the right. We're going to see the first and the last lap. I just love the drone footage. It's just fantastic. These 4 cars get a phrase, look, sliding the car wide. How the angles we see from this are insane, particularly the crash earlier today. That footage, you've never seen anything like it, have you?
No, Vigo's absolutely extraordinary pilot, isn't he? And like we've said many times, especially here, last year, it just gives such a different view of something we're so familiar with, doesn't it? Fraser really lost out at the start there, didn't he? And you can see him throwing the car around, a little bit of frustration in there, in that he's not able to run in clear air. This is Nicholas taking the standard lap when McConnell jokers, but by this time all Nippy had to do was wait for McConnell to joker and get out of the way effectively. With all the work done by taking the joker on that one.
Fraz and Sondrevjan are still in a good position with Johan. Because of Johan having that puncture today, it's meant that the championship is within 8 points between the top 3 drivers. It's
actually great
close
for us, isn't
it's
it?
really good. It's not, you know, Johan's not good for Johan, obviously, but mixed fortunes, and I think both Sondra and Fraz will realise, particularly, it's going to be key with the likes of Niklas here as with us in the studio, that they have got to get the job done in every session on Saturday and Sunday. If they don't get it done in every session on Saturday and Sunday, they're not going to make it through to the final. And if Johan's in that final and Sondra and Fraser are not, then there's a danger of them losing too many points. So it's tricky for them with outsiders being here. And Niklas Gronholm, congratulations on winning round 3 at RallyX Nordic. But you know, you said you've got some work to do. So what happens? We've got a whole day tomorrow. Look, what are we going to do? What's the plan?
I'm not sure yet. We need to sit down and discuss what we did right, what we did wrong. Obviously, it feels nice to win.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I feel that we took some steps forward, but I would like to have some more pace. It was the same thing last year. I think we were there, but not quite. You know, the feeling wasn't the best. So, but yeah, if you compare to last year, we are ahead, and I think all the guys also in this series has taken a step forward. Johan, Fraser, all of these guys. So yeah, we're going forward, but maybe we should. Yeah.
That's what I was going to ask really, is where's the benchmark? Because obviously you've got your 19 car was mega, the 20 car you made some changes which you chased a little bit during the course of the season. You had that brilliant win at Kuvula last year in the rain, which was awesome. But it was awesome. And now we're back here at Holjes. So what are you benchmarking? Are you going, right, these were the lap times from the World Championship here last year, or these were the lap times from Nordic last year? As you say, everybody else has moved as well. It must be quite hard for you guys to track where were we and where are we?
Yeah, I think you can't, compare last year's. Okay, yes, a bit, but weather is always different. We were later in the year for the race here, the RallyX race last year, so the weather was different. So it's we are basically comparing the feeling, the handling of the car. And for sure, Johan is always a good benchmark, even if he's not in the works polo. He's not in a bad car either. So I think he always does a good job. So anytime you can beat him, I think you've done something right at least. But how much we should be in front or behind or even, I don't know. But the feeling is better than last year. Let's say like this. Yeah.
Get a laptop out and do some crunching, Hal.
Of course, you came here on your own last year, didn't you, as a single car, and this year you're here with Chris. He drove the car a bit last year too, so presumably, he's an experienced driver in various categories, so you're able to discuss with him and share data to try and improve the car.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's quick, so that's really good. There's places on the track where he's faster, and there's places where I'm faster. So yeah, for sure, it's a good help.
Very, very well done for the win today, and the best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Looking forward. We all want to see that supercar final that I think you want to see as well. Yes. I think you want to get in a good scrap, don't you? Everyone wants to tear up.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like I said, we have some work to do, but we'll be ready on Saturday.
All right, well, we're looking forward to that. We are running a little bit late, so we're going to wrap things up here from Holjes. From Laura Winter, thanks so much for all the hard work in the paddock. I think that's Gronholm, winner of Supercar. Hal Ridge on co-coms, and me, Andrew Coley. We will see you on Saturday morning, because tomorrow is just Swedish Rallycross action. We're going to have a nice sleep, and we'll be back all fresh and ready to go for some more fights. Niklas wants a big tear-up. We want a big fight as well. See you Saturday.